All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Conversations for the Future, or as we like to call it, C4F. This is day 2 of our June event, and the topic is space logistics. You missed a great day yesterday, but we promised to deliver a great day again today. My name is Lila Gislason. I'm the co-founder and chief of marketing of Foundation for the Future. We're honored you're here. It's wonderful to see many familiar faces. It's great to do a little chit chat before we start. And we love seeing this community grow. It's been a steady growth of connections and wonderful support since we started in December. Thank you, all of you. If you're joining for the first time, welcome. It's always nice to see where people came from in the chat. It's great to start some dialogue there if you guys are ready. But a little bit more about the Foundation for the Future, just to put why we created this event into context before I introduce the day. We are a 501c3 education and advocacy nonprofit, and the only nonpartisan organization advocating for financial tools that will make it easier to get capital for space infrastructure. The Foundation's vision is a space accessible to everyone. And I know a lot of people say not just billionaires and astronauts, but that's true. And not only just folks in the space industry like you and I and many of the folks on this call, but everyone. I think we would love to see everyone's dream of someday wanting to travel to space or working in space or living in space realized. We're in a meeting last week joking about Leo's mom. Leo is our creative director and digital director. And, once Leo's mom can get interested and ready to go to space, and, that's I think when we've achieved our goal. So in order to accelerate the space access for the US, we need space infrastructure, and we need it now. So we are driving this initiative with an actionable and sustainable solution to accelerate space access through the Space Corporation Act. If you wouldn't mind, maybe Michael dropping the link for the Space Corporation Act in the chat, it would be great. People can look that up and get more information. But essentially, it advocates for long-term financial tools, including loan guarantees from the federal government for space companies building essential space infrastructure, many of you. As part of the Space Corporation Act, F4F is also committed to treating workforce as space infrastructure, and we're committed to developing a thriving space workforce with both professional and blue-collar jobs. We like to call it our kindergarten to orbit workforce development pipeline. So we're excited to report that over 100 House representatives and senators are in early support of the Space Corporation Act. This is great. It's very promising. We still feel like we have a long way to go. Thank you to all of the organizations who partnered with us. Last month, during this meeting, we asked our C4F viewers and network to sign an open letter to Congress, highlighting the necessity of the Space Act to the industry, and more than 50 space and space adjacent companies joined us and signed, which was great. We're thrilled by the support. We just got confirmation last week that our letter was received. And as one early result of our collective impact, the House Defense Appropriations Chair contacted us to learn more about what we were proposing and how she could help us. We also leveraged the letter to help shape Representative Liu's critical infrastructure bill released just last Friday. So thank you to any and all of you who signed the letter and supported the initiative. Really couldn't do it without you. And thank you to our members who support us. And if you are interested in joining this powerful network, please join us. This month, we are kicking off our June membership drive with a goal of 50 new members. If we can get it up to 15 as a result of this event, I'd be thrilled. Individual memberships are only $100 a year, and we have a variety of corporate membership levels as well. So Leo, maybe you could drop the membership drive link in the chat as well, that'd be great. So yeah, a little bit more about us. We want to make space boring. I know that sounds crazy, but it really just means we want to make space boring enough to be routine. And again, what we mean by that is we want it just space to be an everyday place. And I joked yesterday, hey, you going to that party in space next weekend? Yeah, we're going, of course. No big deal. Might be a while, and space may have to get more exciting before it gets boring, but the end goal is really for this to be commonplace. A little bit more about this event. And today, initially, we created this to gather stories and case studies to make the case to Congress for why the US needs to support space infrastructure development. We're still doing that, but it has really blossomed into so much more. We've got incredible speakers, the content continues to evolve, and the connections that have been sparked, again, incredible. Every month we meet more people willing to help, more connections, it's all good. So again, today's theme is space logistics. We're going to focus on various topics like getting from Earth to space, moving around in space, space traffic management. That could be a tongue twister. The infrastructure and policies required to activate it. And, of course, workforce will need to enable it. So you'll catch a lot of our speakers talking about funding, historical aspects, entertainment aspects today even, and, policy law, all kinds of topics. So slew of exciting panelists and speakers and segments. We debuted some fun segments yesterday, Space Money, and a segment about what's happening in space. And today we're going to debut Space Saturday, where we discuss entertainment and recreation in space. Thomas Riemer of Space Hero, the upcoming space reality show, will join us. We'll have another student spotlight, and we'll present a $5,000 check to the winner of last month's New Space Business Plan competition. We've got our morning speakers, Jeremy Scheel of Orbit Fab, Greg Mahalik, Pete Warden. They'll discuss different logistic aspects of the future in space, which is always fun to think out past today. Our afternoon speakers, George Neild. George, thank you for joining us. I saw you already on the call today, so we hope you stay tuned all day. Moreba Jah, Brian Whedon, they will all touch on space traffic management, operational risk, and safety in space logistics. To see the full schedule on our website, go to f4f.space/conversations. Also, Tim, our executive director and co-founder, is live in Savannah with Ashley. We appreciate them traveling out there. You may ask, why Savannah? Well, we're trying to make the case for why a town like Savannah, one that is not in California or Florida or Alabama, can become part of the space economy. So throughout the day, Tim will pop in and out and give us many reasons for why Savannah is exactly the type of city that this industry needs. So again, today promises to be a fun, engaging day. Please feel free to chat in the chat messenger there. And thanks for joining us. And let me see, do we have, is Tom on the call this morning?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
I'm doing reasonably well.
Okay, well, before we get into today's speakers, we have an exciting thing happening this morning. Last month, we, the Foundation for the Future, and at this event, C4F, we presented the winner we had a competition, a full-blown Shark Tank style business plan competition. This was, we partnered with the Center for Space Commerce, which is where Tom is from. And we decided to have this business plan competition right here on the C4F stage on a quarterly basis. And last month was our first. We watched 6 space startups duke it out for the $5,000 grand prize. We had different startups from, space food to launching DNA into space. It was very exciting. So it is my pleasure to introduce Thomas Andrew Olson, who is the program director for the New Space Business Plan competition. He's been doing it since 2011. Won the last decade. The BPC has awarded over $350 to deserving space-related early stage.
350,000.
We're missing 1,000 there. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah. There should be a K there or 3 zeros. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's twice now. We need to fix that.
Definitely. Yes, that's a lot of money. 350,000 to deserving space-related early stage companies. He's a founder of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance, which sponsors the business plan competition. Take it away, Tom.
Okay. I guess the first thing is we're going to introduce the winner of our last month's competition, which is who's with us today, Brett Peterson from Venture Ingredients. And I don't know how you work this out, Layla. He's supposed to open the envelope here in front of everybody. Is that the deal? Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Right
so
there.
You know what? You might have to turn off your background because
turn off the background and then share your screen so we can see it in big real time.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we thought it would be fun to send Brett a big check. If we could do it in person, we would have all been there. We've had balloons, we've handed to him in person. But instead, we shipped him a box. We told him to keep it in the box because, it'd be kind of fun to just watch him fumble through it and open it. So please, Brett, rip that box open.
So I have to admit, opening a huge check is a life goal I didn't know I had until this week. But hey, this is going to go on my bucket list for about a day because this is awesome. So I am going to cheat though and use a knife. So here we go. Also, my apologies for the messy bedroom behind me. This is why I usually get the background on.
No worries. This is real life. This is real life of a startup king.
We have all been there, Brett. All of us have been there this year.
And here we go. Oh, that's fancy. Woo! Actually, I'll pull it all the way out of the box here. Hold on a second. There we go.
Excellent. So it is our honor to present you with this well-deserved check for $5,000. Thank you for being part of the competition and for your wonderful contribution to the event and your ideas and to your future.
Well, thank you very much.
Frame it. Don't spend it.
Absolutely.
Since we're here, I do want to ask Brett one question. Since this event, I know you and I had a conversation about the future directions you were going with the company, including a Centennial Challenge. I wondered if you could just let us in a little bit on what your future plans are and how you carry this forward.
Gladly. Yeah, so we've spoken with 2 investors recently who expressed some moderate interest, actually. We are still going through customer discovery. So we've set up some interviews with people on the ground. We're working through interviews with people on the space side. We have registered for the Centennial Challenge. We're putting together our package there. It looks like a little bit of a tweak based on some of the feedback we got at the business plan competition, actually, which was to partner with some 3D printed meat companies. So that cuts down our process by about half, which is great.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're going to probably cut out the fish and then just use ground up bugs as the protein base for 3D printed meat on the space station. And so that's
unbelievable.
Awesome. Yeah.
That is insanely great.
Yeah, so great things, and all came about as a result of doing this business plan competition. So thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. That was phenomenal.
Well,
and, we think we're going to be able to feature Brett's brief presentation next month. We'll have some food topics coming in with our Thriving in Space And Brett will be representing his brief presentation on the new company.
It wasn't always so brief, but
That's very true.
I kind of mentioned that. I love because I also got to be a coach for Brett, you know, with some other people, and it was a real joy to work with him because his very first brief told him, "You have 8 minutes, Brett," and his very first run through took 20 minutes.
So bad.
And so we managed to make those improvements, and they sure worked out well for Brett. And congratulations again, young man, on getting this done and seeing that kind of after the fact success and the connections you've made. This is what we're all about. This is what we want to do for the community is have things like this happen. And this is the first time we did it in all virtual mode. And but the fundamentals are the same, and they're proving to be the same everywhere we go. We're just putting it together and we're getting it done. And it's a great boon to do something positive for the community and hopefully for the whole world in the end. So thanks again, Brett, for participating, and for congratulations for winning that great award.
Thanks so much. Again, it's an honor. And for all the other entrepreneurs out there thinking like, hey, maybe that's something I should do. Yes, it is something you should do. Put in your applications. Do the new Space Business Plan competition.
Well, thanks so much for that kudo. Okay, and now we'll have a little minute here. I've got while I'm still here. I have what the way Steve Jobs would have said. We have one more thing. You always know what that means, right? I'm going to share my screen real quickly. And which one do I want to share? I want to share that one, I think. But what I want to do is just I'm just going to share something. Okay, now it's the screen of a screen of a screen. Let me get out of there for a minute. Okay, I want to get to this. I don't know if you're seeing that or not. Are you seeing this? You seeing my slide?
Yeah, we see it with your desktop, but
I have a slide. Okay, this is it. This is the one more thing we're announcing since we made a deal with Foundation for the Future to do multiple versions of this event. This is basically the next all virtual New Space BPC 2, I guess you'd call it, and that will be held on the Conversation of the Future session that happens on August 10 and 11 of this year. Applications to that are open. Thank you, Brett. Today. So I just got all the forms the website all fixed up to take on new applications. And so all you have to do is go to our website, cscf.space, and there's two big buttons on there. And one of them says Business Plan Competition. Just click that one and it takes you right to the form. And you fill out a form, which is really easy to do. And all we ask is that a bigger part of the application is that 1 to 3 page executive summary of your company. We are looking at a lot of different kinds of companies like Venture Ingredients. You wouldn't originally think that as a space company, but it is. It's space related. And it's also we call space scalable, something that can make lots and lots of money on the ground, but still have a space application that would be very, very important when the future demands it. So we take it all. We look at everything. We've had other winners who were biotech companies in the past. So it's not all just about launch. It's not all just about support services or payload management or satellite communications. We feel at the center that every industry has something to offer space, and space has something to offer every industry. So if you know anyone who needs to participate, you think needs to participate in this thing, send them our way, and we'll be happy to take a look at them. And that's really all I have to say about that. We're we're going forward. We're doing our next business plan competition in August. Applications, again, are open today, and they will close in mid-July. So I'll be posting all this all over social media and our own website and everything else, like by close of business today. So, the whole world's going to know about this. So, but you heard it here first, folks. New Space BBC, August, do it. Thanks so much.
Congratulations, Brett. Nice job.
I can get out of there.
Thanks again.
Stop that. And there we go.
yeah, Brett, do you have, what are your next steps?
Right. So we've got we're still finishing up our terrestrial customer discovery. So we've got another. Honestly, I work with the I-Corps program, and so in that program, when you're starting a business, you want to talk to about 100 customers, potential customers, before you spend money, if you can. So we're working through that process and doing those interviews right now. We're hoping to finish that up before the end of July, honestly. Concurrent with that, we're doing our Centennial Challenge for NASA. So NASA has a deep space food challenge that we actually learned about, again, as a result of this competition. We had no idea before, and so that was a really good fit for our niche. So we are plugging into that. There's actually an animation, like a video you make, that goes as part of that. And so we're kind of working through that. That's a piece I'm kind of fighting through at the moment, that kind of shows the designs and plans. And so Centennial Challenge there, end of July, I think is when that one wraps up. After the Centennial Challenge, we have a location. We're going to put together our spin up our prototype process, and we're partnering with a local waste management company to help get some of the stuff started with that. So it's it's off to the races, really, right? Like, finish the customer discovery, and then we're off and done.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. Well, since winning the New Space Business Plan competition, we've invited Brett to join the C4F team as a guest MC. So thank you for your help yesterday. It was great. But for now, I will pass it on to Lee Steinke, who is our MC today, and our host. So take it away, Lee.
Thank you, Lila. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about how we think of everything in space as being really expensive, but building that momentum on space infrastructure development of all kinds, including food availability and resource, it takes small dollars, just like it takes big ones. And this little check for $5,000, in your own personal bank account, maybe that's a big deal, but the $5,000 relative to NASA budget or some of the other things that go on in space is just a tiny drop in the bucket, but it makes things happen in real life. Talking about those next steps that you've got on the table, that keeps you going, and it really ties funding back to the actual activities that make space happen.
Well, and Lee, if I can just mention something that surprised me. When we signed up for the Centennial Challenge, the NASA folks were like, "Congrats on your win." They'd seen us, they'd heard about it, so like they already knew, which blew me away. I was like, "That's phenomenal, right? That was amazing." Yeah. So that was a really cool outcome of like small dollar investment, but way outsized impact on our future.
That's wonderful. Tom, can you mention quickly just how many of these you've had? You've had live in-person ones, and now this next one will be the second virtual. How many have you had all together, and where did the idea come from? In just 2 minutes.
Well, probably over a dozen of these we've done.
Wow.
We did a big one when we had the NASA grants. That's where a lot of that money was awarded. We got a NASA grant for 3 years. And so a big chunk of that, came from them. Then we got some private sponsors after that, like what used to be ATK, companies like that. And we're going for that again. We're looking actually to do a big live event in Dubai for International Astronautical Congress. And we're still, and we're kind of beating the pavement for some money for that and making some interesting inroads. So stay tuned on that one. That would be the end of October, just before the November virtual event with you guys in November. That'll be number 3. So it's turning it from flat out nothing in 2020 to a very busy year for us going forward, which I really, really like, and having the impact that we used to have. We did these things on average about once a year when we were doing them all live in free form on a stage. And then in the mid to late teens, they were smaller events, but we were doing them associated with different conferences. So we were up to doing like 2 a year. So it's in the dozen range or more. It's off the top of my head that we've done these things. So I think Brett would agree, we have a pretty good formula seems
The
to
coaching
get
helps.
and still seems to get the results that other pitch events don't always do, frankly. If I can blow our horn for a little bit here, because we have a secret sauce and we have the track record to show for it. I think Michael would agree too. He's been sitting there nodding his head.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's an interesting process, right? And it takes about 3 or 4 months all total to do this, right? That there's a planning stage, then there's the announcement stage, like we just did a moment ago, that Tom just did a moment ago. And then you get the applications, and you don't know how many applications you're going to get, but you get to wade through the chaff to find the wheat. Out of some pretty sketchy business plans, you find a couple that are actually really, really solid. And then, but in Brett's case, he had a 20-minute pitch. Like, that's unacceptable. So you have to take what's a good idea and then help that entrepreneur refine the idea. So chaff goes to wheat, goes to flour, grind that out. And then one team, one company rises to the top and actually makes a loaf of bread. So I know that's a really stretched analogy, but
But it is part of the service after the sale, basically, that makes our program fairly unique and compelling compared to just a simple pitch event, where, like at other conferences, well, they'll provide the stage, but there's no coaching beforehand. There's nothing. You get your 15 minutes, do whatever you've got. You're on your own.
Yeah.
And we want to help build companies, not just showcase them.
Right.
So this is important for us.
And as an entrepreneur, that's been something that's been really awesome, is the engagement with Layla and Lee and Michael and Thomas post the competition has been awesome, right? Like, again, going into this, I did not expect to be invited back for a competition in the future. I'm a biotech guy. What am I doing here, right? But to Lee and Layla's point, right, they've kind of brought me into the fold. It was an honor to do the guest hosting yesterday and hope I present next month. And it's more of a we had a question yesterday about how do I get into the space industry. Get involved in these events, right? Not just business plan competition, but these Foundation for the Future events. This is how you get involved in the space industry. Speak up in the chat. I mean, that's how I started, right, Lee? Layla, it was just me talking in the chat. And that, I got a random email and said, that sounds cool, and showed up and started chatting, and then it's been on from there. So that's, it really is way more accessible than you would believe before you just start engaging.
Thank you so much, Brett. We also got a quick note in the chat from Kevin Russell, who was a good participant yesterday, spoke up quite a bit, that he was actually a guest judge for business plan competition back in the day. So excited to see all the degrees of separation that we all experience. There aren't that many in the space industry. So next up, we have Morgan Muchnick. He founded the M2 Group, LLC, in 2012 after more than 15 years in Congress and the private sector. He is an expert in government and public affairs. Mr. Muchnick previously served as professional staff to the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, where he played a pivotal role in creating the Department of Homeland Security. In addition, Mr. Muchnick managed the Aerospace, Defense, and Homeland Security portfolios at the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and was a co-founder of Fantasy Politics, LLC, a civics-minded educational game patterned after fantasy football. Mr. Muchnick completed his undergraduate degree in history with honors at UCLA and received a master in public policy from Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. Morgan, we're thrilled to have you here today. I think you have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself, and we may also have to give you permission to do so.
Okay, so I did mine. Am I in the mix now?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Perfect. And so I apologize for not being on video. Of course, technology being what it is, about a half an hour before I was scheduled to log in, I got a note that I am having internet outages in my area, so I dialed in, and I will do my best to communicate through an old-fashioned mode of communication, such as telephone, voice. So I hope everyone is doing well. And first, I want to say again, congratulations on the entrepreneurial prizes and that type of effort, which I think is incredibly important to start spreading the word about what we said already a few times here, non-traditional actors getting involved in the space industry, because there's nothing more important, in my opinion, and more healthy to an industry than you start to see a broadening of the types of companies and the types of entrepreneurs and the types of investors that begin to play a part, so that we're not eternally dependent upon a handful of billionaires and the whims of an individual president or a member of Congress that sort of makes decisions on appropriations based upon their own individual passions or interests. And, that's one of the messages that constantly comes throughout all of the foundation's events, is that we need space infrastructure to be seen in a similar vein as we see traditional infrastructure, such as roads and bridges and the like. And moreover, we have a little bit of unique aspect in space, that there is an aspect of critical infrastructure. So space infrastructure is sort of a hybrid between roads and bridges and, paving, potholes and like, and also the aspect of critical infrastructure that is going to be incredibly important to U.S. national security and our development in a space-based economy, and sort of clashes with great powers. Initially, I was going to talk a little bit here about things like a workforce development and things like, but I want to first begin by something that interestingly happened last night. Some of you may have seen the passage of a piece of spending legislation that is about infrastructure, including space, and it was explicitly tied to competing with China. And one of the things I thought about last night after I was sort of watching that before I went to sleep was, the issue with China is a fascinating one, because we have had this sort of tenuous relationship with them, as we used to go from sort of wanting China to grow, wanting China to become a global power, and hoping that they would become more attuned to the West as they evolved, to now seeing them as adversary might be a strong word, but certainly someone that we're competing with, if you will, in terms of the Western values and development of the U.S. and U.S. allies space economy and space system. And last night was very interesting, because it was a pretty broad and bipartisan effort to explicitly recognize that. So I thought it might be fun, and Michael, I believe, is still on this call, and Michael and I were going to sort of chat a little bit back and forth for a few minutes, and then really try to engage the audience for a few minutes as well. My thinking is that the duality that the United States saw with the Soviet Union, for the better part of a century, was, very problematic in the sense of any given moment there could be a global thermonuclear war, and that's highly problematic. Thank God that didn't happen. Although it looks like from history's understanding, we were pretty closer than I think we thought a couple times. But it did have a very effective function of crystallizing and trying and helping the country start to focus in on our things like national security and economic growth, weapons development, and these kind of things, but also all kinds of other spending priorities that helped us as a nation get more focused. And I'm starting to think that this issue with China, whether it's on purpose or not, has a good chance to do that. And I'm sort of optimistic about the United States' spending priorities looking ahead over the next decade or two. And version of the Cold War,
Morgan,
but a more strict spending way. Yes.
can you back up a minute? We lost you for about
Sure.
30 seconds.
Gosh, I'm sorry. I'm doing my best here with the phone system.
No worries. We got you.
Can you let me know where it dropped off?
The last thing I heard was a comment about the Cold War.
Okay, great. So my thinking is that I'm starting to believe that there's a concerted effort amongst policymakers, amongst both parties, to pivot the United States into a sort of hybrid version of the Cold War in terms of space, in that, the duality between the Western systems of space and space policy juxtaposed to the Chinese-driven is going to be probably pretty healthy for American economic development. And to that end, I think that's where you start to see a really advantageous or virtuous cycle come into workforce development. The Cold War created tons of spending opportunities and tons of investment opportunities for many, many companies that may not have otherwise jumped into the mix. And I think if we can play this well as a nation, we can see a blue collar renaissance, where one of the most unhealthy parts of, I think, the American democracy has been a widening between the sort of haves and have-nots and a shrinking of the middle class. And that's been highly problematic. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. And there's a lot of people on both sides of the political aisle that will debate why it's happened. But it certainly has happened. And one of the things about space is that there's so much tension in the United States these days. There's so much anger and there's so much emotion. Space is one of the few areas where we're seeing tremendous successes, tremendous optimism. And there's a lot of reason to hope that that might bring back a happier and a more sense of collective Americanism to maybe the next generation. I fear this generation, the young people who are in high school and college now, it's a pretty depressed generation. And I'm really hoping that they can sort of get on the right track again, if you will, and be sort of happier, more excited to play a role in the potential American blue collar renaissance. And that's also goes to the great example is the food science company, that won this award and is, really active with us. I think back to, and then after this, I'll sort of welcome in Michael and see if he wants to say a few words and then maybe bring in some of the audience. But, it's such a fascinating thing. I don't know if anyone here on this call is familiar with a food chain called Blaze Pizza. So Blaze Pizza is one of the more successful newer pizza companies in America, in the world. And that was founded by my very good friend, Brad. Brad was a food scientist that worked for the United States Navy doing research and development on French fries for our soldiers to have longer lasting, better tasting French fries in the field, and spent a couple of years in a Navy research lab outside of Boston and turned that into a career in food science and entrepreneurship, and then launched Blaze Pizza, and it's been wildly successful. And those
Morgan, you're breaking up again. Can you hear us?
Sure. I'm sorry. I think it's just maybe not the best. I hope the community got a gist of what I'm saying. Maybe Michael, if wants to jump in and chat.
It's funny you brought up the tie to the food production and to that high school and college age, gut bugs tied to depression, and having the food supply tied to that topic was really interesting. And we'll have a 17-year-old speaker this afternoon, hopefully get some of the bright side of what's going on in that age group. But I think you can go ahead and pick up. Most of the time you sound great. It's just you completely drop off for a few seconds here and there.
Gosh, I'm sorry about that. So we're all doing our best these days. But So I'll just conclude that, the Blaze Pizza story with Brad Kent and a food scientist working for the United States Navy leads to the creation of one of the more successful pizza chains in the world, I think is great. And I'm excited to see, what version of that will be, a new restaurant in space, right? Who's going to be the next food entrepreneur to meet the needs of all the space travelers and the space tourism and that kind of thing. So I think there's so much potential, and I'm excited that the foundation can also be a very great way to facilitate entry, to be an entry point between people that weren't thinking about, people who aren't the Elon Musks or the Jeff Bezos, people that are smaller scale, intermediate size, that want to sort of move into this world. I think this is a great way to do it.
Morgan, I really appreciate your comments. They're very interesting. I'm a globalist. I'm the president of International Space University's U.S. Alumni Association. I am a Star Trek nerd. I want to build Starfleet. That's what got me into this. But the thing that actually got me into space as an industry was my high school was a ground zero first strike target during the Cold War days. Bremerton, Washington hosts half a dozen, no, it's more than that, a dozen warships. It hosts nuclear submarines, it hosts aircraft carriers. And my high school looked down on top of it. We were within the 3-mile blast radius that would have been vaporized. So those Cold War days, and they were spooky. They were spooky. And I'm so relieved that we got through those days.
Yeah.
I didn't know that we were going to. And so now I feel like there is a moment of hope that the world is making some pretty big steps. But I do think that there's some real reasons and real concerns with a perceived Chinese space race. So can you talk a little bit about that? What your perspectives are, the good and the bad. I would like to look at good and the bad.
Sure. And like I said, bear with me. We'll do the best we can with the
absolutely. Don't worry.
Communication system. Yeah. So luckily, I don't think we're really in any real danger of a armed conflict with China. I think some people are kind of a little bit more alarmist on that side of it. That's why in some ways this could end up being a positive, because I think we're getting maybe a clarity of purpose in the U.S. to have someone to compete against without, duck and cover drills or, laying down under a desk to prevent the radiation fallout from getting to us and keeping us safe. So in some ways, actually, it's not terrible. Now, the problem is that a lot of people, and by the way, when I am making a lot of these points or my analysis, it's not necessarily what I want or don't want. It's more about what I think is happening and what are some of the sort of bright points or things to take away from the events that are sort of unfolding. And the events that are unfolding is that there is a very clear trend amongst policymakers in Washington on both sides of the aisle, including on the farther left and on the right, about the threat of China. But it's primarily an economic threat, and it's primarily a threat relating to influence, and that China doesn't seem to be moving towards the West. And there was a hope for the past 20 years or so, since the 90s, early 2000s, and the most favored nation status and some of these other things, that the rising of China would move China towards the West as it grew.
we're cut out again, but I'm going to just kind of fill some time here.
Sure, thanks.
You know, I remember the world, was it World WTF, World Trade Federation, something like that, that gave them status.
Yeah, the most favored nation stuff.
And we're in Seattle. Seattle literally rioted over that, over some of those designations. Yeah, it was an amazing time. Well, okay, so you're right. I don't think it's militaristic. I think it's economic. What are maybe some points to maybe look for potential cooperation? I think they're limited, but are there some? Are there things that we should be working on? And what are things that we should be concerned about? Okay, we don't have anything. I'm going.
I can mention one that just from the food science side of things, if that's okay.
Sure, Brett, go ahead.
Yeah, so working with Venture Ingredients, our projects before I have a couple of projects that are with a Chinese food processor, right? So one of the things I have to be concerned about is technology transfer, right? Like that technology transfer is sometimes with China automatic, right? You don't have to do any work to transfer the technology over to China if you have a Chinese partner. And so one thing we have to do, I've been thinking about in this space, is how do I be very, very careful that the stuff we share with China is stuff I want shared with China, right? And the stuff that's not shared with China, there's a hard, sometimes air-gapped difference between the computers that use it, right? That have, here's one system and here's the other. So that there's kind of on the corporate side, the espionage is not happening. Nobody's gonna show up at my house with a gun. They're gonna show up at my computer with information, right? So there's a little bit of security that we just kind of have to work through. What do I communicate? How do I communicate it? Who do I share what with? And when and where, right? That goes into this. I think that's where the Cold War aspect of it comes in. It's more cyberpunk than diesel punk.
I've had to actually report something to the FBI. I have reported something to the FBI regarding some let's just say conversations with China that were not appropriate. Morgan, are you still here? Drat. Okay. One of the things that I've been looking at for the last maybe the last 4 years or so, as the Chinese Belt and Road program has expanded. For those that don't know, it's a very powerful and influential and well-funded program to develop critical infrastructure, physical infrastructure, all throughout Asia. Yes, in China, but also it extends to their neighbor nations and all the way into Africa. And that has been, we've seen very direct evidence of China using their space program as a developmental and propaganda tool into China, into African nations, Ethiopia, Nigeria, especially, and having a very, very powerful influence on those national developments in space. So I find that really interesting and intriguing. Do I consider it a threat? I haven't determined that yet. I don't know if that's a threat to the United States or not. But as a globalist, I do think that those are powerful tools of soft power. So I think it's somewhat interesting. Morgan, are you still here?
Yeah, I wasn't able to unmute myself, but I think I am now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. Great.
Great. Yeah, so I would agree. The problem is that with China, we just don't have a specific model to do it off of. There's aspects of the Cold War, there's aspects that aren't relevant. It's just a bizarre relationship. You know, there's just no way getting around it. It's a frenemy, right? It's just very awkward. And there's no question that anything that you share with China, there's no reason to believe that it's going to be safe. but it also doesn't mean that there aren't ways in which, if both parties know that, there's not ways to, engage in a way that helps everyone rather than, one versus the other. So certain areas they'll be relevant and it'll make sense. In other areas there simply won't. And that's just, I think, just going to be a case by case basis in which we work with China on projects. But things like pharmaceutical development is going to be really challenging because of the idea of patents and, intellectual capital and things like that, because there's going to be a very robust effort for, healthcare and pharmaceutical research and development in space, because there's so much value added to doing R&D there. And it's a shame because I think the world would gain so much from that type of sharing of information.
Cooperation, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But like I said, though, I think you're seeing Congress going to move towards, spending priorities as a counterweight to China, and space will be a big part of that, which will be, I think, quite positive for our industry sector, as long as we just make the right choices as a nation. But I think there's certainly the sort of fire in the belly, I think you're starting to see amongst both sides of the aisle to start moving us forward. And I think that's quite good. The problem is we just got to do it right, because if you make some big steps incorrect in the beginning, it's hard to backtrack from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Backtracking is probably, I don't know. I don't use the word impossible very lightly, but I think backtracking is pretty challenging.
I agree. And
I'm building a space elevator on the moon. I don't use the word impossible very often.
That's great.
So I'm gonna read a quick question from the chat because we're almost out of time, but I think it's pretty important. Sure. Akshay is asking, if China is developing, how is this a threat to any other country? Is it about ego of countries to be on top? That sounds inappropriate to me. Do you have a comment on that? And there's more to this, but we're run out of time.
Oh, sure. No, so another country's move towards success in and of itself has no threat, no negative role to the United States. For example, United Arab Emirates is a country where they've, I think, recently decided, I think Michael mentioned it before to me in the phone, that I think they've committed to something like 10% of.
Yeah, I'm going to finish that comment. Luxembourg committed 10% of their GDP is going to come from space in the next 50 years. And UAE committed a different goal for a 50-year goal and a 100-year goal to land on Mars and to have a thriving community, not just flags and footsteps on Mars. Sorry, Morgan, you cut out again. It's kind of fascinating. Please go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, if there's no one is concerned or worried about UAE or Luxembourg, and most countries in the world, we would welcome spending and robust access. And we actually also welcome it from China. We just wish that there was better alignment of values and long-term goals. And that there just aren't. And it's not because we like or dislike China, it's just because they have a very different set of goals and a set of ideas for how the use of space and space infrastructure will look. It's just a different model than ours, and it's in conflict with ours. That's just the reality.
Precisely right. I want to make sure that everybody knows that's on this call. The Foundation for the Future, who is sponsoring this event, has a very specific task to get some bills passed in the U.S. Congress. So when the foundation produces these conversations for the future, they definitely have a very Americentric perspective, but a globalist awareness. I hope that that's clear, right? As the
well said. Yeah.
As the client is ultimately the U.S. Congress, this conversation definitely skews that direction. But I want everybody to understand, like, this isn't a political statement by the foundation. Okay.
Correct. And it's more my analysis of where Congress is at the moment, just my analysis of where the thinking is amongst the majority of members of Congress and the president of the United States. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, and I think there were also some really good comments yesterday from Namrata Goswami, as well as in our panel in the morning. Ashkay, I would recommend going back and watching some of that footage from yesterday to get some more context on why there is a little bit different perception of China's goals and why that makes certain people nervous. So appreciate your comments and really appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you. And Michael, always great to have you in there. Great. So we debuted segments yesterday called What's Going On with Laura Forczyk, Space Money with Raphael Roettgen, and Student Spotlight with Alaina Davis. And today we are debuting a new segment called Saturday Space. And it will be about entertainment and recreation in and related to space, including sports, arts, food, movies, and television. If you want to hear the soundtrack for this segment, just follow the link that I put in the chat and the instructions just for fun. We can't use copyrighted music, but we had a solution there. Thomas Riemer is our inaugural Saturday Space guest. Thomas, we're excited to have you here. Born to East German diplomats in East Berlin, Thomas Riemer was only 18 when the wall came down. After graduating from the Free University in Berlin with degrees in history and politics, he launched a successful hip-hop nightclub. He went on to manage a pop band, racking up 4 #1 hits in Germany, and he later studied at Sir Paul McCartney's Music Business School. From managing a club, then a band, to starting Artists First, the first e-commerce site for independent artists, Thomas quickly established himself as a passionate and driven international music tech entrepreneur. He also grew a successful e-commerce entertainment platform in China. Space Hero was born in 2008, but had to be shelved for years because seats to the ISS were unavailable for private missions. In 2016, though, Thomas contacted Deborah Sass to restart Space Hero, and the venture has taken off in an incredible way. The venture is now on a path to becoming an impactful global project. Thomas, thank you for being here, and the screen is yours.
Hi, guys. It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this wonderful introduction, Lee, that I, of course, know because we wrote it. I have a lot to say about China. I just followed the closing words from the conversation before us, because I've lived there for 4 years, right? I can, maybe just say 1 or 2 sentences on that. For sure, they're on a different path, and people should not be fooled, right? I think a lot, has to do with capitalism always wants to explore new markets, and we shouldn't lose track of who we are as a society and defend that, right? That's all I'm going to say. Other people have other motives, and we shouldn't forget that.
Thank you, Thomas.
I think, Izzy, are we playing the reel first? I think that would be a good idea. Is she here? Yes, she is. And she does. Thank you.
What do you think about when you look at the stars? Is there anything like it to truly appreciate that really we're just a bunch of organisms going about our lives while floating on a massive rock in the middle of the universe? To soak up the shared nature of being a human being. The suffering, the strive for importance, and the joy. To make you wonder, how did we end up here? In a world divided, rife with greed and a total disregard for the health of this planet we call home. Do we just have to accept that this is the way things are, or can we actually change shit? You're damn right we can, because some of us around here, we want something different. Where would we be without the explorers, those brave souls who, even though they thought the world was flat, set sail to check out what happened when they got to the end anyway? We know where to explore next, and you won't find any walls being built up there. Space travel is changing, and why should the next adventure be just for astronauts and billionaires? Space Hero is a global competition series with the single greatest prize in television history, the chance to launch into orbit and live aboard the International Space Station for 10 days. The whole world will be watching as contestants from all over the globe compete in a series of mental, physical, emotional, and community-driven challenges. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it. The mission is set, the seat has been secured. The question is, are you ready?
So yeah, thank you, Izzy. Izzy, by the way, working for the Space Hero organization and leading the press and outreach department. She's based in Chile currently, but also moving to the Netherlands soon and getting married too. So yay, Izzy. We have built this organization with exactly planet Earth in mind, right? It's always funny to hear people talk about space when most of the action happens on Earth. You build the rocket, you construct all the stuff, you have the workforce here, and then this little activity that you have in space is 1% of what you do, right? And we totally understand that, because we always say understanding space means understanding Earth. If you are devoid of gravity, if you are devoid of oxygen, and if you have limited water resources, and you can't dispose of waste, where are you? You are in space, and I hope that we can say this for a long time, that you're not yet on Earth then as well, because that would be sad. Those challenges, kind of are, multiplied in space, but they are the same here. And this is really what Space Hero is. It's a global organization with hopefully having a global impact. The second part of the word Space Hero is important because a hero, needs a very new definition. We all know the definition superhero from the American movies. But of course, there are many, many more heroes on everyday life, that we all know. People, that care about their families, neighbors, help others without asking anything in return. And those are the people that we would want to see and cherish and have that impact, because ultimately the whole world is going to establish a connection with the Space Hero. So it's the first time that you really know somebody going up to space before they go to space, right? That is, usually it's the astronauts, and then you meet them when they have been or they're up there. This is different. A bit of a taste you get from the mission Inspiration 4 mission, because some of the people are very well known that are on this mission as well. And we want to establish that same connection, because whatever these people have to tell, and whatever they have to tell us from being up there live, by the way, which is what we're working on with NASA, is the 24/7 live stream from the International Space Station. And it's going to be interactive, so you can communicate with the Space Hero. That's going to be interesting, right? And eventually, Lee, as you know, we're preparing this for many, many seasons to come. We want to do this every 2 years. We want to eventually, by entire missions, send the first couple into space. We want to send the first family into space. Can you imagine the first child in space and what happens when they come back? It's going to be awesome. And then go to the moon, and of course, go to Mars as well. And all of that just for us as a reminder that we actually have the chance to live in paradise, which is, planet Earth, and that we should never lose sight of that and really take care of it, right? That's why we have Space Hero Innovations, which is part of the Space Hero program, where we are going to introduce products that have been developed for space that can also be used in everyday life on Earth, right? To give it more sustainability. I mean, how you deal with water on the ISS is an interesting thing, and it can be applied here totally as well. And it will help us because we come from the media and entertainment industry, that we don't approach this just from a technical aspect. We want it to be sexy and fun as well, and cool, because people won't adapt anything that is too hard, that is asking too much of them, right? I grew up in communism. I know why it failed, because this constant asking you to be living in a higher consciousness, right? It doesn't work. It's straining. You need to be able to relax and enjoy life too. And why wouldn't we be able to do that if we can, lose one or two things that really are, bothering us? And so that's what Space Hero is. And I like the segment that you are setting up here because, of course, there's a ton of movement in the media sector in space. We know that there's a planned mission of Tom Cruise and Doug Liman, which we are absolutely looking forward to. The Russians are making a movie on station, produced, by the way, by Konstantin Ernst, who was my first partner in the first iteration of Space Hero in 2008. And he's a brilliant media guy, of course. It's going to be, an awesome feat. And yeah, and then all the other shows that, we see and all the other efforts that we see. And it's absolutely necessary. And we totally want to, contribute to that environment. There are other efforts, as you know, going beyond the ISS into new space stations, which is needed. Because when you look at the ISS, I mean, how much fun can you make a trip to a laboratory? It's going to be challenging. But other people are looking at this as well. And, all the media expertise that we can gather on that mission will be, applied into other stations and destinations that will be built eventually. So we will be part of that too. For Space Hero on Earth, it's going to be a global competition, a peaceful competition, very much like the Olympic Games. It's going to be every 2 years, and we want the whole world to compete, eventually forgetting that we, are, rooting for our nations, which of course we are somehow, right? But don't we have a stronger connection to people who have the same interest, across nations than just with our neighbor, because we both live here, but he is an ignorant whatever, right? So, these things can, be explored with Space Hero and how far that goes. And I'm actually very much looking forward to the outcome, because people need to understand that the powers, right, come from questions and answers. And you have a mobile phone like many other billions of people too. And maybe we can use that for something good and, express what we all want. And I see Michael here. I think, Michael, we've met at one of the conferences, right? Yes. How are you doing? I hope you're well.
Thank you. We had a pretty interesting conversation maybe 4 years ago about space-based solar power and
Yes.
providing clean, limitless energy to everyone in the world, or 40%.
And where was that 4 years ago?
That was actually here in Seattle. There was
Seattle,
a Space Frontier Foundation meeting. Yeah. You and Deborah were there.
Man, that's like, I mean, it's ridiculously long time ago. The pandemic has kind of cut out 10 years of your life for sure.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, I remember that. It's great. And you know what? That has developed further, that project, because I'm actually working on this, and it has to do with, kind of using solar energy also, for mining in space and, digital mining in space, and using those results for something good as well. And putting together a group of people that, because we with Space Hero can easily provide the why, yeah, to people's know-how, because the why is always important, right? Why would you make people move? And increasingly, when you look at young generations, right, people absolutely, they only move when they understand the why, right? Nobody's doing anything anymore without thinking, because they have too much information. They grew up with all the information, right? And so you have to have your stuff together like that. I don't want to talk all the time. Maybe it's time for questions. If anybody has one, I'm happy to answer them.
So I'm not the moderator for this segment, so I'm not going to take Lee's thunder here. But I was a little curious. You told me in a personal conversation a couple of years ago. Could you share, the evolution of Space Hero? Because I think that's kind of a fascinating story, and I think that also leads to your why, right? Like the first time around wasn't necessarily the right time. Why is it the right time now? So please kind of elaborate on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michael, for asking that. Yes, so the first time around, I just came across that opportunity. I was not interested in space at all. I was a media producer at the time, and somebody suggested that to me, right? And what I saw immediately was the global opportunity, but I wanted to use it for the wrong reasons, for myself, for becoming the biggest producer in the world. Okay. And of course it didn't work, right? The universe held their protecting hand over me and said, no, that's the wrong reason. We won't give you the ticket. It's not going to work like that, right? So when this came back a second time, when we understood that SpaceX is coming and, Boeing is going to fly at any point soon, I was like, what has changed in my life, my personal life? I had bought a farm. I moved out of the city. I had sold my last company, and I was getting older. My kids had moved out, right? So they're taking over the city now, like we did some decades ago. And so I'm like, so the only way that this really makes sense if it creates an impact for something, right? Because everybody's interested in space. Everybody learns about space first grade, first week they go to school. They sit on the floor somewhere or on a bench or somewhere in private school or somewhere else, right? It doesn't matter. They learn about the stars and the planet, and they start to think, they start to have an imagination, they start to put themselves into the context of all of this, right? Do I become an astronaut? Do I want to do something with that? Yes, I would like to see this, when I look up to it. And then gradually, throughout your school time, you start to forget about these things because reality kicks in. And the reality, is like, oh, you should do something achievable. Right. And, this is something where like, really, why is this so unachievable? And does it help you to become a better person when you look into how can I actually achieve it? And totally, that's exactly what it is, right? There's a reason why, astronauts are revered people, because the completeness of their personalities, right, is actually what makes them endure all this stuff, right? It's not just being physically fit. It is, being, mentally stable, knowing a lot, having a hunger for knowledge, right? I mean, it helps you survive if you know stuff. And also collaborative efforts, right? Working as a team, this can never be, a single effort by any one person. It's always a teamwork. It's so complex, right? And so, then I thought, okay, good. So it's an aspirational thing that is done. But because I've lived in a lot of places on this world, I knew that many, many countries, right, have grown so strong over the past 20 years. They never had an astronaut. Any country that understands having an astronaut, right? The first astronaut of any country, some of them are presidents now. Yeah. And you understand that, right? It's so motivational. It's so good for the country that they thrive for something that is inherently good. We must do this globally. It was from the start that, it should never be just geared towards, US, UK, Western Europe, nothing. It's more important that we capture, the energy from countries. I mean, the last real Indian astronaut flew in 1985, right? It's a long time ago. Right. 2 generations haven't seen one, right? So that's why there's such big activity on the Dear Moon mission from India, right? And, it's understandable. And that's exactly why this works now, because we've taken the ego out of the equation. Right. And, put this into a movement thought, right? And there are many things, as you might appreciate, for the past 4 years since Debs and I have started this Space Hero, right? Many things are thrown at us, bad things, this doesn't work, and can you do this, can you do that? But is there ever a moment where you think this is the end? There isn't, right? I had one call yesterday where an investor is like, and so what happens if it doesn't happen? And you're like, what do you mean? I can't even answer the question anymore, right? Because it is going to happen, and that's.
So I that kind of determination I love. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that drives me for my project. But not to throw anybody under the bus, definitely not to throw anybody under the bus, but there have been organizations somewhat like what you're trying to do that didn't succeed. Would you mind doing a compare contrast so that people understand where y'all are at, from a reality perspective, right? How close is this? How easy is this? I don't think it's very easy. Just kind of give us some scope and kind of compare it to other projects.
Absolutely. So in the past, right? I mean, of course, we're not the first ones. I guess one of the more prominent first tries was Survivor in Space by Mark Burnett. Mm-hmm. 20 years ago, he had a stellar team. He had a deal, I believe, with CBS at the time. But it couldn't have worked because for 2 reasons, right? So one is, if you do this for one country, the economics don't check out, right? You need to have the commercialization of the entire global market, to really make sense of it. And the second analysis is he never really reached out to the space industry to, make them their stakeholder, to support him. He came in at it from the media perspective, kind of saying, guys, if I pay you money, you give me a ticket. But that's not how it works, right? The intricacies of the space industry are so, fickle that if you don't understand it intimately, you can't do it. So for us, right, in the analysis of these two things, it was very clear that we have to be global from the start. And secondly, the space industry needs to be, our stakeholder, which it is. The support that we have, it's amazing. And so we know any movement that is happening in the industry and how it happens, right? And that is gold. That's a big advantage we have over anybody, right? It enables us, and people underestimate that, to make the right deals, right? If you look at this, the price for the ticket is so outrageous. And how can you make this happen, right? There's a payment plan, and without, kind of revealing too much, there's a deposit, and then there are, percentages given the time that when you fly. For any media project, right, that's a big upfront cost. But if you understand how the space industry, works intimately, you can change that deal, and you can make this deal work. And that's what we've done, right? That's why we have a ticket, we can fly, and we can still make the business possible without putting hurdles upon the deals that we have to enter into from the media brand's perspective. And that is the advantage.
When will you start accepting heroes? I think that's the right term. When will you start accepting applicants? When do you anticipate flying? And I know you can't reveal this, but I don't think you had a ticket back 10 years ago when you tried it the first time, right?
That's right. I mean, we tried to, I was in bed with, one of the biggest Russian media moguls that there is. And, so of course I knew that he could call the Kremlin anytime and get a ticket. Yep. But, as times have changed so dramatically, right? I love the Russian people, don't get me wrong. I speak Russian and they are brilliant. Do I love Russian politics in attacking the West constantly? Absolutely not, right? And so, I'm happy that SpaceX is there, I can tell you that.
What was the price tag 12 years ago versus the price tag now? Just give me a ratio if you can, because I would love to know what the difference is.
So 12 years ago, we could have paid $30 million.
Okay.
And but that changed dramatically when it became clear that the space shuttle program was shut down.
Right. It went to 70 million, right? Pretty fast.
Yeah, correct. And 86 then eventually. And it was clear that the Russians are going to use the situation to their advantage, and they have. So, yeah. And now it's like it's a different equation for anybody. And I'm excited about SpaceX because their work is really outstanding. And when you look at the impossible feat that is Starship, right? It's when you understand that this is a fully reusable rocket, then you understand that the economics will check out really there, right? And so, we know this exploration is brilliant, and they will, lead this market for a long time.
So you're not going to be spending 30 million or 70 million or 86 million for each contestant that flies. That's a safe statement, right?
It's a safe statement because the number that we are spending, you haven't mentioned. And then I'm not going to say where it is,
right.
But for sure, it's a lot of money. For sure, it still is the biggest prize that has ever been given away on television. The chance is extraordinary, but simply because of the scarcity of the moment, right?
Sure.
And if once flight cadences become different, flight cadences are not going to change a lot these days because destinations are simply very limited, right? So once that changes, then of course there's traffic, and then it becomes really, really interesting. I would assume that that's within the next 10 to 15 years. I also wanted to say that to answer your question previously, Michael, the application lines for this will open at the end of this year. On December 23rd, we will open the application lines, drop the app. People can apply. You have to be 18 plus and have a sufficient level of English, but that's the only criteria in the beginning. And then we take people through a 6 month process. And I can encourage anybody just to really take part in this. If you want to know more insights on Space Hero, you could also become a Space Hero insider. Just go to our website, spacehero.org, and go through this massive application, which is massive. It's massive because we want to know your story. Because ultimately, media is about storytelling, right? And, you know, that's what we're also going to show, you know, during Space Hero. This is not about who can do 100 push-ups, right? Not interesting.
Right.
This is about why you are there. Why do you think you can carry the world on your shoulders for a moment?
So what are the criteria, right? It's not 100 push-ups and it's not nationalism. So do you have an idea? I know you don't have details yet. It's too early, but do you have an idea what those criterion are going to be?
Oh, we have all the details. The process.
Oh, you do? Oh, I'm surprised. Yeah. Okay, I'm surprised by that. That's great. So,
yeah.
So
process,
what
process mapped out? Process mapped out, and it's also been checked with NASA, like from all the medical criteria stuff, right? So yeah, that's how far we are already, because the app's already in development, and you know all of this is going to be mirrored in the app, of course. I guess, right, we are looking for brain, heart, and body, right? So why we are saying this is like the Holy Trinity, it's the knowledge, right? You need to know a lot of stuff. You need to, you know, learn a lot of stuff, right? The ability really is during the 6 months process of the applications, you still have the chance, even if you think you can't, right, to learn stuff and really qualify still, which is amazing. It's a fluid, dynamic process. That will keep people engaged and keep the users engaged when they want to watch this stuff, right? Because we will introduce the candidates to you, and it's going to be awesome. Then, of course, the heart is the empathy part, right? It's the mental strength. It's like, can you be collaborative? You know, do you understand how to work in teams? This will come out really in the phase when we have the 24 finalists together, right? Because that phase, they will live together, physically together. And we will see a lot of that coming out, you know, the cracking pressure. And it's not about the last piece of toilet paper. This is about, you know, the cracking pressure on, you know, after you come down from this trip, what do you think you're going to do? Are you going to go back to, you know, working where you have been working before? Probably not, because the whole world expects you to do something great and something interesting with the experience that you had. It's like being a rock star. You've written a hit. Yeah. And now, you know, you can't go back to your normal life, but you have to carry it with grace, with dignity, and truly with the thought that it is for the greater good and not for yourself.
Yeah. Oh, that is so inspirational. I'm kind of blown away by this. I've been wanting you on this program for a couple months now, so I'm super excited you're here. I'm going to transfer it over to Lee because she was actually supposed to be the moderator for this. I'm sorry I took your thunder there, Lee.
You asked all the same questions I had, so it was all good. But I really was excited by your story about the motivation behind the program and how that changed over time. You know, as you matured in your life, you saw it as more of a legacy project. And I wonder if in the last few minutes you could just fill us in on how that changed your directorial and editorial approach to producing the show.
A lot. That's actually the first time we get this question. It's a brilliant question. Thank you very much for asking, because indeed, right, the format of the show has been influenced by that a lot. So when you think of a show like this, right, probably the first format ideas that come to mind is like challenges, you know, judges, points, audience voting, eviction, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all of that will happen, but in a little bit, you know, with a little bit of a twist, right, which I'm not going to reveal. The challenges are going to be relatable, right? They have to do with whatever happens in space, but they are happening here on Earth, obviously. And they will have to do with contributions, right, to whatever society needs. And let's leave it at that. The judges will also be there. There will be a stellar cast of, you know, astronauts, scientists, you know, athletes, whatever you want. Even celebrities will have their moment too. Hi. But the narrative is important. You know, what we are looking forward to is the nights, okay, when the contestants are in the space village and here is somebody that has grown up in the West with a double door stocked fridge for all his life, right? And has applied probably to become a little bit more famous, vanity reasons. And here's somebody that applied because they needed to get out of their circumstances going hungry all their life, right? At the same juncture. And, you know, these people talking together and exchanging experiences and kind of competing for the same moment, right? In this spotlight, what you do with this is going to be so amazing. Those talks will be the ones that we as a team are looking forward so much, right? And we believe the audience will as well, because, you know, although we always say we are global and social media platforms are global, they're not really. I mean, when was the last time you really had a conversation with somebody from Kenya or from India or Brazil? It's a long time ago, let's face it. And so this is what's going to change, right? Technology is going to help, right? In 5 years' time, I would predict that all global social media platforms will be able to use software that will, you know, enable us to speak in our mother tongue with somebody else speaking in their mother tongue and understanding each other. And that will truly be global. And we are looking forward to these things. The narrative is the critical one. And I also believe that the Space Hero person will be the person, you know, that manages to convince the globe that all the challenges they had to get to that point, they've, you know, managed and mastered beautifully. And there will be heartbreak and tears for sure. But that's it. You want, you know, it's the love of the planet that you want to get. And yeah, it's a hard task.
Well, that's the human experience, right? Without disappointment, you don't have the thrill of victory. So it's a wonderful story. Your story, the story of Space Hero. We're so excited to see the show when it comes out and to be insiders and follow along in real time. Thank you so much for joining us and for making Saturday Space's first episode perfect.
Thank you so much, guys. A pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. Looking forward to chatting again.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Michael. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. That was really fun. And now we're going to get back into space logistics. So Jeremy Scheel is the co-founder and chief development officer at Orbit Fab. He's working to establish the first gas stations in space. They're for propellant depots. He also sits as vice chairman of Confers, a DARPA-funded consortium establishing best practices for satellite servicing. Mr. Scheel previously worked on new business development at Deep Space Industries and brand Delta V. As an advocate for the Space Frontier Foundation and former program director of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance, Mr. Scheel is working to push the boundaries of the final frontier and contribute to the growth of the industry. Jeremy, the screen is yours.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Let me just share my screen here. All right. Can everyone see it all right?
Yep. Looks great.
Perfect. So, yep, my name is Jeremy Scheel, co-founder, chief development officer of Orbit Fab. We are building gas stations in space. Really excited about everything going on in the space industry today, especially around satellite servicing, with Northrop Grumman docking the MEV-1 and the MEV-2, kind of ushering us into this new age of sustainability in space. However, we still face one problem. We're in a single-use paradigm, at least when it comes to satellites. So, I mean, imagine how much a flight to Europe would cost from the US if you throw out the plane every time it ran out of fuel, right? It's roughly the same cost as a satellite, and provides about the same amount of value. But, you know, we refuel them 40,000 times in its 20 to 25 year life for a Boeing 747. For your car, an average car over 10 years will refuel 750 times. And if you had to take all of the gas with you, that'd be like towing, I think it's 100 yards of tanker trailers full of gasoline just to get you to where you want to go. Thankfully, with SpaceX, launch, they actually just passed their big milestone of reusing a same booster 10 times, which is fantastic. But with satellites, we're still at 0. So you put all the fuel you're ever going to use, and then you launch it, and you have no flexibility. And once you run out of fuel, even if the technology is still good, you have to dispose of the satellite. And this costs billions of dollars, about 10 billion every year, whether a spacecraft is launched and has a malfunction, or the launch has an anomaly and the spacecraft doesn't make it to its orbit and so has to burn up the majority of its fuel, Or in the example of Express AM4, it has to actually, they burn it up in the atmosphere because there wasn't enough fuel to get to GEO. Or like the Galileo satellites, which had another launch malfunction, and they weren't able to go and be in their service. And also with the amount of debris that's going on, there's more collision warnings now than ever, and you have to move your satellite out of the way. And so this doesn't really bode well for a sustainable in-space economy and the growth that we need to go beyond Earth. And this is really what OrbitFab wants to do. We want to be that underlying infrastructure that supports the satellite servicing industry to go and help these satellites get to where they want to go, make sure that the satellites have the fuel they need to do the missions. And also, instead of putting 15 years worth of fuel on your spacecraft, locking in and having no flexibility in your business or in the mission, you can lower the amount of fuel you take up and refuel every 5 years, which allows companies to react more to the changing markets, as well as having more mission flexibility. For instance, if you have an older constellation of spacecraft and you're putting up your next gen to service your high volume customers, and you have a new market coming online that doesn't have necessarily the same demand requirements, you can take that old constellation, refuel it, and move it to the new market, giving them access immediately while continuing to use those assets that you've poured a lot of money into. And we really, our goal is to enrich humanity and grow beyond Earth. And in order to do that, we need to have a bustling in-space economy, goods and services bought in space, which is why we're so excited about satellite servicing, because previously it was all Earth observation and telecommunication, and that's still a terrestrial economy because all of that information and data is used for Earth, where satellite servicing is the true first in-space economy where goods and services are bought and exchanged in space. And it's really exciting. I mean, we founded this company in 2018. And since our founding, we have seen a 500% increase in the amount of satellite servicing companies that have come about. When we started, there was about 8, and now there's about 50. And I think there's even more because this chart is a month old and they've been growing like crazy. So a little bit about the introduction of our team. We're about 20 people now, and our focus is on storable propellants. So we do not focus on cryogenic propellants. We focus on propellants like hydrazine, xenon, HTP, water. Eventually we might focus on the cryogenic propellants, but that technology is still relatively nascent, and we see a lot of value in things that we could do today. And so we had some experiments done on the International Space Station back in 2019. I'll share a video of that later in the presentation. We actually became the first private company to supply water to the International Space Station after we did our experiments. And we also developed a satellite servicing valve, which, let's see if we can see it here. And this is basically a drop-in replacement for a fill and drain valve on a spacecraft. And this allows for safe and efficient transfer on the ground, but it also allows us to dock to the spacecraft and provide that second, third, and fourth fill up of fuel. And I'll show some videos of that later as well. So what do? We supply the fuel. So we sell the fueling port, the service valve that goes on the satellite servicing vehicle. Then that servicing vehicle can, instead of servicing 3 missions, it can now go and service 10, 15, 20 customers with that single asset, dramatically reducing the cost needed to perform these services and lowering the barrier of entry for the broader commercial community to adopt these services. Eventually, we put these service valves on every spacecraft. That way, every spacecraft has the opportunity to refuel and reutilize and have more flexibility in its mission, and gives the company more flexibility in its business model, turning the fuel from CapEx to OpEx, lowering the amount of money needed to spend up front. And so to this effect, we are working to standardize the fueling port, as I showed you. We actually talked with 50 companies gathering their requirements, making sure that the fueling port's going to meet their needs. You know, I tell people it's not an orbit fab fueling port. We're more of like the surrogate for the fueling port for the industry. We've taken government requirements. We've taken companies from Europe, Japan, and all around the US, as well as the US government, to make sure that this product meets their needs. And it's actually flying at the end of this month on our first commercial tanker, which I'll talk about later as well. And so we've done, we have 3 contracts with the Air Force. So we're already working to flight qualify the low pressure version of the service valve for hydrazine HTP water. And then we're also have a contract to flight qualify the high pressure version so we can get xenon transfers in the next few years. And then as well as a flight qual for the space coupling half, which is our active side. So our hopes is by 2024, you know, we'll have done the first demo and people will start refueling and kind of being more sustainable with the vehicles they launch. And so here's the service valve. So it's the primary attachment. It supports a docking attachment as well. So we combine the docking and the fluid transfer into a single interface. As you can see here on the bottom, we have comparisons, which are the actual size. You have on the left, the Goddard cooperative service valve with its single port. You have the traditional fill and drain valve where they put the cap and the tie wire, and then it's never accessed again. Then you have ours, which is a dual port that you can have a pressurant and a propellant go in. You could use it as a blowdown, refill your blowdown, or you could just have two valves for a single propellant if needed. Oops. So here's our updated version. As you saw on the left, here is the updated service valve, giving it a little more robustness. And then we have our updated active side, which allows for more misalignment. We have 3-axis. We've done dockings on the 3-axis air bearing table that we have in our lab, making sure that the misalignment tolerance works. It's really cool. Like, I'll show you a video. So as you see, we have it off-centered here, and we're showing that you know, we have control as it comes in. We have the fingers latching at a certain speed. This allows the spacecrafts to align themselves as they get closer together, making sure that we're not going to hit the 2 spacecraft too hard. And then it adds for a nice soft initial latch. And then as you see, it starts turning the spacecraft here on our air bearing table. And then once the initial soft latch has been performed, there are actuators inside that pull the 2 spacecraft together, forming that hard latch that allows us to transfer the propellant from our tanker to the customer spacecraft. Once the refueling is done, the arms will open up. And there's a spring assist here at the once the arms open. That's not shown in this video, but this kind of helps push the spacecraft out with a nice nudge to make sure that they're separated and they can move apart from each other. As you see, the Kapton tape is holding down the spring there for this test. And to that effect, we've also been looking at some cooperative rendezvous proximity operations and docking. The last thing we want is for the service to refuel your spacecraft to cost more than the fuel itself. So we're actively trying to work to make docking simple and easy when it comes to the service valve and the RAFT interface, driving down the cost. Our end vision for this is you literally just press a button and the 2 will come together and dock with each other and then transfer the fuel. And then they'll undock and you can continue on your business. So here, I'll show this video here. So this was done under our National Science Foundation Phase 1. We should be hearing back from a Phase 2 to continue this development. You know, as a part of our vision for a bustling economy, we see satellites docking and undocking with each other, docking to commercial space stations, undocking, right? Like getting over the fear of having things touch in space. That's going to be one of the big areas that need to be, one of the big challenges that need to be overcome in the space industry. And, you know, that also plays into better satellite tracking, whether it's beacons or predetermined flight paths, you know, making sure that, you know, just like with airplanes, people know where things are going and we can coordinate around them. So this is our FurFeed test bed. We launched the first tanker here, the first test bed, which is our flex tank on the left. We launched that in December of 2018, within a year of our founding. We launched the second one here in March of 2019. This one was considered a catastrophic payload because it contained 3 gallons of water. And if there were any leaks or anything like that, the astronauts couldn't actually push the water away because of surface tension. So NASA really threw the book at us on this one. But we were able to get both of these up from napkin to hardware handover in 4.5 months, which was great. So this flex tank is a really interesting technology. We're hoping to do more development on it. It's really a key enabler for like larger CubeSats and microsats. We had a really fun internal discussion where if you put one of these on I think it's a 16 unit CubeSat, it takes up 4U. You can essentially refuel, you could fuel it in orbit and fuel it with 100 kilos of propellant. And if you had a 2,000 second ISP thruster, you could actually do a trip from the ISS to the asteroid belt, do a sample and return, and fly back to the ISS. Yeah, I think it was like 55 kilometers per second of delta V was capable on that little CubeSat with the flex tank. So, another part of the vision we're looking at is you don't even launch with fuel. You launch, you get deployed off the space vehicle, and then you get filled up in space, and you get one of these flex tanks allowing you to get, a lot more fuel to your spacecraft mass, allowing you to do a lot more fun and interesting things. So this was done in 2019. To build off that, we have our first fuel depot going up, our fuel tanker called Tenzing. We named it Tenzing after the first man to climb to the peak of Mount Everest. And we figured it was a fitting name considering it's launching on a spaceflight Sherpa vehicle. So what better name for that? And so this is carrying high test peroxide. So our initial experiment, we tried with water, and then we built up to our first kaboomable propellant, if you will, HTP. And then our next demonstrations will be with hydrazine and other more used propellants in the space industry. So here's that example of the flex tank. So this, we are understanding the slosh dynamics and how that plays into effect when you have a flexible tank. So you see it rotates over that center axis. Excuse me. So a lot of fun there. So here's our key personnel. Now we're missing a few people on this slide, a few recent hires. We're now about 18 full-time people, and we should be about 50 by the end of the year. We're going through a major growth spurt right now, which is always exciting. Working to bring more fuel valves and tankers into orbit to make sure the space industry moves forward in a sustainable way and getting out of this single-use paradigm that we've been stuck in for the last 50 years. Thank you. Oh, open for any questions.
Whoops. Terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna echo a comment in the chat. David says, great to see OrbitFab finally getting developed. We could have a whole session on propellant depots in the last couple of decades of the effort to get this approach accepted by NASA and the industry. So do you want to comment on literal decades of trying to develop this kind of technology? I know y'all have only been around for a little while, but this idea has been around for a long time. So what's different about y'all versus the, I don't know, graveyard of 500 attempts?
Yeah, definitely. So the first, gonna give kudos to SpaceX. As a marketing company that happens to build rockets, they've done a great job bringing in the broader non-aerospace community and getting them interested in space, which then, has a play on where politicians spend their money, and it's really brought the space industry back into kind of the limelight in the last decade. Along with lower launch costs, we see a lot more commercial companies getting into space. And I think one of the biggest difference between us and NASA and a lot of the other attempts is the primary focus for the fueling valves and what we're doing is all commercial customers. It's not government customers. I mean, for the first year of our company, we completely ignored the government besides one NASA SBIR that we won. And we only talked with commercial because if we didn't think that if we couldn't make this work with just commercial, it wasn't going to work with just government because we couldn't rely on the government to be our anchor customer. And after 2019, when we got into the Techstars Starburst Space Accelerator, that was kind of when we took our first step into the DoD world. And then we realized that, okay, there is a lot more interest now, with different actors becoming more prevalent in the space domain. There's a need for resiliency and a need for mobility. And really the best way to do that is through refueling. And so I think, partly it was the right place at the right time with just a bunch of different factors coming together. I think those past demonstrations like Orbital Express and everything that happened prior, really were the foundation and the bedrocks that allowed, people to take us seriously as a small company and to keep an open mind that, this could be possible if done by a smaller company who's venture backed. And, through our parts with Confers, with Brian on the call, who's the managing director, we want to make sure that, we're sustainable and that we put forward best practices. So one of the things we want to push forward is, anytime there's a refueling, like that's going to be broadcast to everybody. So everyone's going to know, like, commercial company A is going to get refueled in this orbit at this time, like no need to worry about it, right? Being very good stewards of space. And so I think it's just a combination of a bunch of different things.
Since you bring up Converse, I was going to bring it up a minute later, but bring it up now. Like, let's expand on Converse a second because most folks on this call are not aware of that.
Gotcha. So Confers is an amazing effort brought together by Brian Whedon and a bunch of other key people in the space industry, looking to make sure that as we go forward, there's a set standard of how we do servicing. And kind of what are the best practices, right? So we're all operating under a similar notion of best use of space. So, I mean, if you could imagine Delta, Southwest, and Spirit Airlines, they all do completely different things when they're flying through the air. That'd be havoc. And so you really want that common understanding of like, this is how you should go about a ConOps. This is how you should, do the docking. This is where you should do a docking. Your interface should kind of look like these things, so we don't have 1,000 different interfaces, and which renders most services unusable. Because unfortunately, we have the burden of being in space, and it's much harder to get to the things that are up there. Whereas if you have a plane and something's wrong, you just land it and fix it, right? We have that additional barrier. So Confers is doing a fantastic job of bringing together the satellite servicing community and making sure that we all have the same understanding of the best way forward to raise the tide for all of us.
So it's stuff that we take for granted now is when I go to the gas station, right? The pump is going to have a nozzle that's a specific size that's going to fit in my gas station, but somebody had to do that. Somebody had to determine a standard and a process, a flow rate for that gas. We all take that for granted, but that's our everyday experience. And we're trying to take that same standardization and ease and convenience for the customer up to space. I mean, that really is what Conference is about. You're right.
Right. Yeah. And that's exactly why when we started Orbit Fab, we focused solely on commercial companies, right? To understand the requirements. And we would go back every 6 months because, when you start a business, they give you some requirements, you become a little more real, and then they give you a little more of their actual requirements. You get a little more real, and then they give you like their actual requirements. So, it's very much an iterative process to, what the service valve looked like, what the space coupling halves look like. And we keep making it better. We are not the type of company that want to ship a perfect product. We want to, say, hey, this is what it is, poke holes in it, and like, let's iterate and make sure it's good. But make sure that, people who are flying the service valves today, things are backwards compatible and we can still dock with you and give you fuel when you need it. But, I'm not saying, oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I was going to say, my philosophy on standards, it's the market should decide, especially when it comes to space, because, I don't know if we have the best. I like the best fueling port. We have a fueling port. We've done a lot of work on it. We've run in a lot of commercial companies, right? And I personally think it's best, but I'm biased.
Right.
And I want to make sure that we do what's best for the industry, right? Just because we're in a place right now, especially with servicing, where we don't have the luxury of having competitors. If we have other people doing like gas stations, that's great. Like, it gives validity to fuel depots and refueling. And a win for them is a win for us. A win for us is a win for them. Anything that hurts one servicing company, it hurts us all. Right. And we need to get to that point where we pass that step, and we can have, a failure here, which there will be, because it's space, and space is incredibly hard, as everyone knows. So it's getting to the point where we can sustain, one or two of those, and people don't lose faith in servicing.
Without sharing anything that's inappropriate, are you to the point where you're working with clients to co-develop technologies, or to where they are already integrating your tech into their designs, or is that premature?
No, so we have several companies who have bought the RAPT service valve, who are planning on integrating it into their servicing vehicles. Again, like we've talked with over 40, 50 now commercial companies and government entities to really make sure it's what they want, right? Because we want to give them the product they need, not that we think they need.
And so you're pricing that already, and customers.
Yeah. So if anybody wants one of these service valves for your spacecraft, it's $5,000.
Okay, great.
So it's like, I think 30%. It's 30% the cost of a traditional fill and drain valve. Like, our goal is to not make money on this. It's to make sure that we don't keep launching single-use spacecraft, because that's like the biggest hurdle. And a lot of, and I'm comfortable to say for the entire servicing industry, like, the biggest hurdle for all of us is getting people to adopt these servicing interfaces. Mm-hmm. And so, like, one of our hopes is, refueling. It's pretty low impact on a spacecraft. So we're hoping, you kind of get your foot in the bath, and they do the refueling valve, and it's like, okay, well, that wasn't so bad, so let's add another one. Okay, well, that wasn't so bad. And then eventually, every spacecraft that goes up is fully designed to be serviced. And we get to the point where, we have immortal platforms, people swapping out payloads. I didn't share it, but like our main vision is to actually be the petrochemical plant of space, right? We want to buy lunar and asteroid mine material, and we want to start producing like propellants in orbit rather than having to bring them up. Take the raw material, have companies who are looking to convert that into feedstock for 3D printing in space. We can hold on to that as a depot. We want to be that one-stop shop for fuel and supplies that you need.
Absolutely. And I've known Daniel for a while now, so I know that's kind of the long-term plan, right? But exactly. It's not that far-fetched. It's not 10, 20, 30, 40 years into the future. It's 3 or 5 or 7 years where some of these things are happening, right? Right. Originally, when the idea of a gas station in space was first conceived, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we had mammoth, giant satellites, right? Car size, SUV size, semi-truck trailer sized satellites. Now we've got Planet with their Doves and SpaceX with Starlink. Those are designed to be deorbited, disposable assets because they want to iterate on their design and construction process, right? They want to, get better capabilities. So in an environment where we're going to have 40,000 satellites, but most of them are designed to burn up in the atmosphere, do you have a struggle convincing folks to build, what you said something a minute ago, not permanent satellites.
Immortal satellites.
Immortal satellites.
Yeah, so that's like, so the immortal satellites are more for geo. I mean, when it comes to Starlink, like, we're probably not going to be refueling Starlinks.
No,
but when you have a 1% failure rate a year and you're putting up 40,000 spacecraft, that's 400 dead spacecraft that are debris in your orbit.
Right.
And so when you have deorbiting companies like Astroscale,
right,
who are looking to remove those defunct satellites and deorbit them so they're outside of an operational orbit. But right now, like, if you go up with a single tank of fuel, you're only deorbiting, you know, a few spacecraft before you run out of propellant, and then you have to launch up a whole new asset. Whereas if you can refuel, you know, that goes from, you know, single digits to double digits for the deorbiting, which drastically lowers the cost. And I saw one here in the chat. Hydrazine and xenon are our nearest term fuels. Okay. A lot of spacecraft, especially in GEO, are going to a hybrid model where they do xenon for long transits and then they do hydrazine for station keeping. So we're looking at doing both in the near term.
Terrific. Jeremy, really appreciate you being here. Thank you. I'd love to keep this conversation going, but we got to shift it over. I'm going to pass it over to Lee. Thanks for joining us, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and looking forward to the panel.
Yeah, I was going to say we will continue the conversation in the panel in a little bit after our next two speakers. This group is really interesting, and that interoperability reminded me of a few years ago when I learned that the standard railroad gauge is the same as what Roman tire gauge was, the distance between Roman chariot tires way back in the day, and then it just never changed, and the ruts were there, and when we put railroad in, we used that same standard. Fascinating history. All right, our next speaker is Greg Mihalik. Greg is a senior project leader for the Aerospace Corporation, specializing in launch and propulsion technology concept development for the Civil Systems Group. He currently leads the company's technical support for the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center's Space Nuclear Propulsion Project. Greg's experience at Aerospace covers many aspects of the launch system design, performance, operation, and support, with specific focus on large rocket engine and advanced propulsion technologies. Greg is an expert in heritage, current, and future space access systems, and has supported over 48 space missions as the upper stage propulsion lead. For 30 years, he's been associated with the advanced propulsion community and has published numerous papers on novel theories for faster than light travel and the construct of space-time. Greg is an associate fellow for the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics and is the former chair of the Nuclear and Future Flight Propulsion Technical Committee. Greg, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to do an audio check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the introduction, Lee, and thank you for the Foundation for the Future team for having me here. This is kind of a last minute, insert into the program. And because of sort of the last minute inclusion of me in this, I didn't have a whole lot of time to present any charts or anything of that nature. But I am going to talk with you, or just talk about the concept of space nuclear propulsion and power, and kind of where that is, what it is, and how it might pertain to some of these great discussions that have been going on with respect to infrastructure and logistics and space access and so forth. And, propulsion and energy and launch access are kind of my thing. That's sort of what I've been supporting at the Aerospace Corporation for going on 20 years now. And that is definitely one of those things, or a few of those things rather, that sort of kind of get left into the details of, we'll figure that out later sort of thing, for some of these grand visions that are sometimes proposed about these great on-orbit systems and moving from point A to point B. And, when it comes time to look at the launch costs, the launch technology, the launch availability, the infrastructure, even on the ground that's required to support that type of cadence, and the costs and schedule associated with all that, it becomes a huge challenge to make sure that things like that are included in the trade space of the benefits of some of these additional systems. But as part of the aerospace considerations for all of this, our primary customer is the Space and Missile Center from the U.S. Space Force, and so there's the whole Department of Defense aspects of it as well, where we're looking at things are being looked at as far as cislunar space, operability, mobility, and logistics within cislunar, to LEO, from LEO to GEO and beyond, and then and other things. So when we come to look at those types of space environments, where we could operate in areas that we don't currently operate, it comes down to, one of the things it comes down to is how do we get there, right? Well, how do we move about in that realm of space in the most efficient manner, where we can put possibly things like space tugs or persistent spacecraft that are there to do certain missions, civil or DoD related. But how do we get there? And that comes down to propulsion, and that comes down to different levels of technology and propulsion, and how to launch, even get those things into space to the right point where you can, quote, start the engines, right? So that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit today, is some of the options that are being currently examined on space nuclear propulsion and power. Space nuclear propulsion and power goes back a long ways, right? It goes back into the late 50s, early 60s, when rocket engines were still sort of in their formative stages, and there were projects that were even predating the NERVA project, which I'll talk about in a second. But like Project Pluto, for example, was a nuclear-powered, air-breathing ramjet that was intended for use as a missile back in those days. And this is, again, late 50s, early 60s. And they actually tested a air-breathing, air-cooled nuclear reactor at the Nevada test sites back in those days that put out 35,000 pounds of thrust, solely based on nuclear energy. Then that kind of morphed into what became the NERVA project, which is the nuclear engine for rocket vehicle applications. That's what NERVA stood for. Which was basically a nuclear reactor inside of a rocket engine. And it looks, a nuclear propulsion in that regard, otherwise known as nuclear thermal propulsion, looks almost like a regular rocket engine that we see today. It has pumps, it has a propellant inlet to those pumps. The pumps basically move the working fluid, in most cases it's liquid hydrogen, right through a very, very hot nuclear fission-based solid core reactor. The reactor heats up the hydrogen and then spits it out a nozzle, and away you go. So I'll talk about these. I do have some charts I was able to scrounge around, and I'll show in just a minute. But that's nuclear thermal propulsion, and I'll talk about the pros and cons and challenges of that. But that's been around for a long time, from the NERVA program. But nobody's ever flown one in space. It's all been ground tested to various different thrust levels. And there's hardware scattered around the country and things like that. As part of that, too, there were things like the SNAP program, Space Nuclear something Accessible Power, I believe. Topaz, the Russians also put up some reactors to look at generating electrical power in space. Because if you could generate, this type of electrical power in space, you wouldn't need solar panels. You wouldn't need to have persistent exposure to the sun, battery storage, and all that. You would have it in a small self-contained reactor. And this is different than what has been launched on NASA probes, which are called radioisotope thermoelectric generators, otherwise known as RTGs. RTGs for the NASA space probes are basically reliant on a natural plutonium decay to generate electricity. And that's what's on Cassini and Galileo and a variety of others to go those far distances where solar isn't effective. But the kind of nuclear that I'm talking about is fission. It's an actual fission process that goes on. From inside a uranium-based core inside a reactor, which is not too much different than a smaller scale of what's on the nuclear submarines, nuclear power plants, that kind of thing. Although there are dramatic technology differences. So I'm not talking about any RTG-related things. I'm talking about nuclear fission reactors, and those have been launched, like I said, for the purposes of electrical power generation. And then there was the Space Nuclear Thermal Propulsion Project, otherwise known as SNTP, which was into the 90s and got shut down in the early 2000s, late 90s, which was a different kind of nuclear fission reactor concept called a pebble bed reactor, as opposed to fuel rods, which is what the the NERVA program and other reactors were based on. And then it kind of took a long hiatus. But now that there's been a resurgence of these new space domains, cislunar, beyond geo, whatever the name du jour is for these for these currently unusable or untapped realms, they're looking at different ways of getting around, right, for propulsion and power out there. And that's why there's this resurgence of interest in this. NASA has obviously been interested in space nuclear power and propulsion for a long time because of the ultimate goal of putting people and cargo on Mars, right? And there has been a number of different studies looking at how nuclear propulsion plays into options compared to solar electric propulsion or chemical and things like that. And so I'm just going to stop right there and go into kind of a definition of what these different things mean. So I talked about what nuclear thermal propulsion is, right? It's a rocket engine. It just happens to have a nuclear reactor at its core. It runs off of propellant, just like any rocket engine, except there is no oxidizer. And so that really helps to save a lot of weight in terms of tankage and propellant, which is what makes it so attractive. And I'll show a chart shortly on another reason why that is. But it's basically a large rocket engine. The other option that propulsion option using nuclear is called nuclear electric propulsion. And in this case, you have a nuclear reactor in space that generates, could be, 1 megawatt. It could be tens of megawatts. It could be literally hundreds of megawatts thermal power in space in a fairly small package. And the best we can do today is, 50 to 60 kilowatts with solar. But these would generate megawatts of electrical power. And so the sole purpose of the nuclear reactor is to be an electric power producer. So it's a closed loop system where a working fluid goes through the reactor, gets heated up. A power generation system takes the work out of that working fluid to generate electricity. The working fluid gets cooled down again and then sent back into the reactor. So it's kind of this closed loop. But there's a lot of other infrastructure involved with that: power generation, power conditioning, waste heat management, and all that. But it produces lots of electrical power. And then you can take some of that electrical power and port it over to conventional electric thrusters, like Hall thrusters, ion thrusters, things of that nature. You can obviously make them bigger now that they can handle these type of, extraordinarily large power conversions or power inputs. And then you can move around space that way under electric power, or I should say electric propulsion, but the electricity is coming from a nuclear system. And then there's something called solar electric propulsion, which is sort of the same thing, except there's no nuclear reactor. It's a direct solar conversion. That's also a technology that's being very highly looked at right now based on solar technology and the conversion efficiencies and things like that are constantly improving. But you feed the same type of electric propulsion system. And then, of course, there's chemical, right? The stuff that we've been doing for 70 years in space. Sometimes they're monopropellant, sometimes they're bipropellant. But either way, that's another option, right, of moving around in these areas. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen to show you a little bit about what I'm talking about with these things. And let's try this one, share. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see. Let me put it into presentation mode to see if I can do that. Okay, hopefully everybody can see the chart that I have that says comparing chemical and nuclear thermal engines. And so what I did here is put a chart together to show here's a conventional upper stage engine. This was my baby for 8 years when I was working in propulsion part of aerospace. And the RL-10B2 is on the left, and the notional nuclear thermal engine for Mars transport is on the right. So they have basically the same propellants. Liquid hydrogen is a very, very good propellant, not only because of its low molecular weight, but also it's an extremely good coolant. Both of these engines operate on the expander cycle. The thrusts are about the same, 25,000 pounds. The weight, of course, is a lot different. One is 750 pounds, the other one's several tons, only because that middle part of that engine is basically solid metal, right, with the reactor. But here's where things change. The propellant flow rate is half of the chemical engine for the nuclear engine. And when you have half the flow rate generating the same amount of thrust at roughly the same type of chamber pressure, which is basically the pressure inside the rocket, you have an efficiency that's almost twice that of a chemical rocket. And this is just basic thrust equation physics. There's no magic here. There's no new physics at all. This is just flow rate, thrust, and efficiency. And what this means is that basically that these nuclear engines can offer twice the efficiency or more, depending on the temperature inside the engine, as a typical chemical engine. So, that's actually pretty, okay. So what can we do with that, right? And so what does that mean for advantages of nuclear thermal over chemical? All right. And it all comes back to something called delta V, which anybody dealing with orbital mechanics and moving about in space is, that's kind of the bane of the existence is, do you have enough propulsive energy to do what you need to do? All right. Not only go where you want to go, but stop where you want to go, right? Because that doubles the energy almost, right? As having the energy to stop. So there's some myths about nuclear thermal that kind of have to get looked at, like the myth that it's faster than chemical. It is not faster than chemical. It's the same thrust, so you're moving at the same speed. All right, it's the same, like I said, same thrust engine. The trip times are shorter for the same trajectory. Well, they're not really the same, or they're not really shorter because the velocities are about the same, either with chemical or nuclear thermal. It's the same thrust. You're moving basically the same type of mass. So there's really no shorter trip times, right? It basically is that you're doing it more efficiently, as I'll show you in a minute. And then there's the big one. Oh, we can get to Mars in 6 weeks, which actually Voyager did. Voyager 2 went by Mars in 6 weeks on its way out of the solar system 40 years ago. And that was totally with chemical propulsion, right? But Voyager is extremely light compared to what we want to move into space with these new satellites and with these new payloads. So, you might be able to get to Mars in 6 weeks, but you're not going to be able to take much with you. The energy required to do that would be enough to get you to Jupiter, which is basically what Voyager was. And if you wanted to stop at Mars, you need even more energy, right? Because again, you got to stop and slow down. Forget about aerobraking. You just need to enter orbit, right? So anyway, those are the three sort of myths of nuclear thermal, that it's faster, and it really isn't. So here's what the truths are, right? It basically, if you had it enables twice as much energy to push the same payload for a given mass of propellant. And that's kind of what I'm showing in this middle of the slide here, where I have a chemical system on the left with a delta V of about 13,000 seconds, for example. And basically, if I wanted to convert that same propellant mass to only nuclear propellant, which is hydrogen, not hydrogen and oxygen, I would basically have almost twice or more than twice the energy. But I'm pushing the same payload, right? So I have more energy to move around in space, but I'm not moving anything faster. I'm not moving anything quicker. I can just do more with the trajectories and things like that. Or with nuclear thermal, I can possibly have more payload with less propellant, but the same energy to move around, because the propellant basically determines how much energy I have, right? And because I'm converting that energy differently into propulsive force in a nuclear system than I am in a combustion system, I can take more with me with less propellant. And that's essentially what the bottom says. It means more payload for more data collection, more science, because I have a smaller propellant tank, but I still have the same overall amount of energy to move around in space. So, those two things are advantageous depending on the kind of missions that are being traded. And again, this whole thing with nuclear means I have more propulsive energy to do things in space than with chemical. It doesn't mean I'm going faster. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean a lot of other myths. It just means I can do more, or I should say I have more energy to look at things like standard, non-standard mission trajectories and whatnot. And again, chemical can do all this too, but you need to take a lot of chemical if you want to do these things. So here's a comparison of chemical, solar electric, nuclear electric, and nuclear thermal. And again, these are pros and cons, all depending on the mission, right? These are very objective. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but obviously chemical has a lot of flight history, rapid transit times because of the high thrust, thousands of pounds of thrust, known performance. Cons of chemical is we're limited and tapped out of a maximum efficiency of about what they call 465 seconds of specific impulse. There's prohibitive propellant quantities if we want to do these high energy missions. We need large propellant tanks, that type of thing, which is all weight and things we have to carry to space. And then there's cost and schedule considerations, which we don't have to go through down there. Solar electric, it's very simple. You can get specific impulses or efficiencies in the thousands of seconds, which is sort of traditional for electric propulsion. But you only get pounds of thrust, which means that if you want to do something quickly, you're not going to do it quickly with electric propulsion of any kind, right? Because you're only dealing with pounds of thrust to move maybe thousands of pounds of mass because it's electric, right? You're just doing it very efficiently. And you're limited currently on kilowatts of power production. So when we move over to nuclear electric propulsion, now you have megawatts of continuous power that you could produce, still efficiencies in the thousands of seconds because you really haven't changed your propulsion system. It's still EP, but you can, but you're doing it very efficiently. But now you have, again, long transit times. You have large heat radiators that you need to deploy, which compared to solar radiators actually might be bigger, or not radiators, but solar collectors. Because you have waste heat from the thermal cycles using it to develop the electrical power. And then there's all sorts of complex infrastructures associated with power generation, thermal shielding, nuclear systems, all of which need to be independently developed, independently tested, independently system integrated, right? So there's all of those complexities as well. And then there's nuclear thermal, right? Which is what I had mentioned before about the giant rocket engine. So you're now back into the thousand seconds-ish of specific impulse. We have a lot of history from the NERVA program where they actually built and tested these engines in Nevada with large degrees of success. You don't have any large radiators, and you could actually, in some cases, convert the reactor to an electrical power option as well, otherwise known as bimodal, and that's been looked at for many, many years. It is heavy on the engine side, but that's just designed into the system. You just have to account for that. And there's also, one of the things I have is that there's several civil and government projects in work to look at nuclear thermal propulsion. But either way, whatever the choice is to move around in these new space domains, all of these have to be traded out, right? Looking at logistics. How do we test these engines? Because currently we don't have any existing facility to test a nuclear thermal engine, right? Those things have been developed demolished or dismantled. But now that the resurgence of interest is coming back, what can we do? How do we bring those back online? Maybe. How many launches is it going to take to get a system like this up there, right? To just get the engine up there, to just get the propellant tanks up there, independent of what it is you're trying to move around. Deployable systems, all those things have to be traded against, and the risk of all that as well. Mission operations, architecture and support, cryogenic fluid management, if we're going to have these, propellant depots for a nuclear thermal system out there to where you can have a nuclear powered space tug. Well, that all takes logistics. It all takes technology development to keep liquid hydrogen on orbit for months, right, without boiling off. So those are the kind of things that have to be traded for the specific missions where any one of these could potentially satisfy that mission. So there's no winner. There's no clear winner unless it's specifically traded against missions with all these other things. The last, space mobility and logistics. This is just a chart. I'm not going to go through this in detail, kind of outlining the SEP where you have, the baseline of non-persistent power, but low thrust, longer transit times. NEP offers persistent power, but again, low thrust, longer transit times. NTP offers high thrust and rapid transit, but you go through a whole lot of propellant, right? So there's things like that have to be looked at. These are just two notional missions where you could maybe go from cislunar into geo and then back again. Or maybe you could go across the geo regime in some way. And obviously we wouldn't do it, this is a cartoon. We wouldn't do it that direct way. But then there's all these other critical support technologies that have to be developed, right? Propellant management, propellant depots, bimodal operation, for NEP, power production and so forth. And again, mentioned down here, chemical can do all this as well, but the propellant load would be impractical for the energy that's required to do this, the delta V that I mentioned before. Right. And then you have to launch all of that propellant and you have to keep it stored until you're ready to put your payload on. So there's all of that needs to come into play that needs to be traded into these systems. The final chart I have here before I move into maybe another topic, because I know I'm getting towards the end of my time, is why now? Why can we do this now? Why has it kind of sat in the shadows for the past 30 to 40 years? Just as a side note, back at the end of the NERVA program, they were having such success with the NERVA program on the space nuclear, the nuclear rocket engine, that it was considered to put a nuclear upper stage on the Saturn V. back when this Apollo era was going on, because doing so would have tripled the payload to take to the moon because of that nuclear upper stage. Tripled the payload. I mean, that's extraordinary to just change an engine, right? And that's direct from Stanley Gunn, who was the project manager of these things in the 50s back at Rocketdyne. But, and that was looked at in 1972. That study was done. And then someone had this crazy idea for this weird thing called a space truck. Oh, maybe, space truck's too, egalitarian sounding. Let's call it a space shuttle. And they went, ooh, let's go do that. Cancel Apollo. Let's go do the space shuttle. And so the nuclear engine took a back seat for a while, right? But now, after 40 years of technology improvements, or I should say 60 years here, we're looking at, instead of looking at highly enriched uranium, looking at low assay enriched uranium, which is easier to obtain. It's non-weaponizable. And then there's these other things I mentioned down here, looking at different reactor designs, different fuel forms. So this is really, over the past couple of decades, the materials manufacturing technology associated with nuclear systems in general, not just for space, but for terrestrial, have really allowed us to come back and revisit this concept again. And since 2016, the NASA Marshall has been really actively pursuing this, and has a completely separate, very active, very public program on space nuclear propulsion that they're following right now. We're actually producing fuel samples. We're looking at possibly where to ground test this type of engine and so forth. So anyway, that's the last chart I have, I believe, just to kind of give you an idea of why we're doing this now. And, I need to be very careful of, my position of what aerospace is we're not advocating for any one thing, right? Because the mission trades have to be done, right? That's kind of what is so important about knowing this is, things, to the notion of fast transit times or other missions or other orbits or whatever, that all has to be traded with the possibility of having, a nuclear reactor on board your spacecraft. What does that allow you to do? Does it make you more visible to the adversary? How much is it going to cost to develop, compared to these other systems? What are the infrastructures that have to be put in place, like, depots, the quick disconnects and docking and auto refueling? How long does the core last? How much fuel is on the spacecraft? Can you do one missions, or do you have to do one mission, go back and refuel every time? There's all sorts of things that you have to consider for any one of these particular propulsion options. So I'll stop sharing and go back to this. But, one of the other things I will also mention before the end of my time here is that we've also been actively looking at fusion systems. Those, again, need to be traded into the technology and mission trade space. Fusion offers extraordinarily hot temperatures within the engine, which is always good for efficiencies and so forth. But it brings also another huge set of challenges, right? It may be awesome for propulsion, but when you consider what kind of fuel it uses, how do you keep that fuel storable? How do you gasify it? What kind of coolant systems does the engine take? Who runs the coolant systems? Where does it get its power? All the things you have to wrap around the engine to get the engine to work could become very mass prohibitive and very research and very cost and schedule prohibitive, because those need to be all independently developed. So things like that need to be considered. And then there's fusion power, same type of thing, right? Fusion, that's always a big one. But it definitely has its place within the trade space for mission capabilities. It offers a lot of definite advantages over nuclear thermal, or I should say fission systems, as well as chemical. But again, it all comes down to the trading and the subsystem and the system integration of how to make it all work, not only on the ground, but then making that all flight weight, launching it, and making it work in space with no one there to put out the fire, right? Anyway, I think I might have diverted quite a bit from what I wanted to talk about, but I think I sort of covered it.
No, that was
as far as the overall topics I wanted to cover, but just to make folks aware of space nuclear propulsion and power. Thank you.
Super interesting, Greg. Really appreciate you being here. I'd never heard the idea of tripling the mass for the Apollo before. That's boggling to me. I'd never heard that one before. So that's fascinating. I'm going to look that up. And I confess I have fallen into some of those myths about faster transit. So I appreciate you clarifying that as well. That was particularly helpful to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, especially when folks talk about, the Mars missions, we need to get to Mars faster and this and that. And it's like, well, if you take a different trajectory, you could get there quicker, but chemical can just as well do that same mission. You would just need a lot more chemical, right? I mean, chemical meaning, your typical bipropellant, but nuclear can do it, with half the size, but you still takes the same, So anyway, it goes back to the same, thing about it's more just energy available, right? Than and how that plays into what trajectory you want to take and how long it's going to take to get there. But chemical is just as capable, right? But then you have to do all the mass trades and so forth.
I was in an event last year where one of the phrases came out that said, power in space means power in space, right? So whatever the mechanism of getting the energy, it allows you a lot of different options. So thank you for clarifying that. We have to switch over to Lee, but really appreciate you and the Aerospace Corp being a part of our event today. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree on the power versus power. Had that thought with Nami's new book that she's working on from yesterday. Is it about space power or is it about space power? All right, our next speaker is Pete Worden. Simon Pete Worden is the chairman of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation and executive director of the foundation's Breakthrough Initiatives. Prior to joining Breakthrough Prize Foundation, Dr. Worden was director of NASA's Ames Research Center at Moffett Field. He's a retired U.S. Air Force general and was research professor of astronomy at the University of Arizona, Tucson. He's a recognized expert on space and science issues, both civil and military, and has been a leader in building partnerships between governments and the private sector internationally. Dr. Worden holds a bachelor's degree in physics and astronomy from the University of Michigan and a PhD in astronomy from the University of Arizona. Dr. Worden, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Lee. I'm going to switch to a topic here of maybe a little more even futuristic than fusion power, although fusion may be relevant to that. Let me see if I can share my screen here, and I've got a short presentation. And
we can see that just fine.
Okay, let me go ahead and. All right. As I said, I'm going to talk about technologies that might take us to the nearest star and why we might want to go there. As noted, I'm the chairman of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation and the executive director of our initiatives. A few words from my sponsor. The Breakthrough Prizes are the largest prizes in science. They're $3 million US, and there are 7 of them in fundamental physics, mathematics, and life sciences. As I said, the largest prizes in science were almost 3 times the size of some Swedish prize I'm not supposed to mention. And we also have some early career awards, about 7 of those in mathematics and in fundamental physics. And this started about a decade ago. How I got involved when I was the director at NASA Ames about 10 years ago, Vanity Fair came to talk to me, and my executive director said, or secretary said, "You'll never guess who's here to see you." And I said, "I probably wouldn't. Who?" She said, "Vanity Fair." And I said, "Well, am I the best dressed center director?" And she said, "No, you're kind of near the bottom actually, but it turns out that Vanity Fair does the post-Oscar party, which never having been invited, I wouldn't know about it, but it's supposedly the coolest party in Hollywood." And they had been enlisted by our sponsors, which included Mark Zuckerberg, Sergey Brin, Yuri Milner, our principal sponsor, Anne Wojcicki, and at that time, Jack Ma from China. So as I said, these are they're called the Oscars of Science, and they are really cool. They're sort of, as I understand, the only really big black tie affair in Silicon Valley. We had to explain to some of these people that black tie didn't mean black T-shirt and backpack, but such it is. It's a really cool event. We had to cancel it this last year because of COVID, but we hope this fall to be continuing it. But I want to put this particular scientist here. This is Professor Jocelyn Bell Burnell. And in the 1960s, she was a graduate student at Cambridge University. And she was at that time, noted some funny signals in some of the early radio telescope data. And despite the fact that her advisors told her that they were rubbish and to let them go, she looked at them in detail and ultimately proved to be the first detection of the first pulsar. Now, her advisors all received the Nobel Prize for it, and she did not at the time, I think, for a variety of reasons. Our selection committee for fundamental physics felt that this was an injustice and awarded her the Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics, a special Breakthrough Prize. She, to her very great credit, took the $3 million and donated it to a series of fellowships for underserved students in sciences, particularly women. And so we're really greatly honored that to have granted her this prize. Now, I want to put this up because this is kind of the most fun one before I move on to actually the main topic. We have a Breakthrough Junior Challenge where we we ask high school students between the ages of 13 and 18 to do a 3-minute video on some science principle. We've had 6 winners in the last few years. The winner gets a $250,000 scholarship. The school gets a $150,000 laboratory. And probably to me, one of the most interesting things is the teacher that inspired the student gets a $50,000 check. Well, the first winner of it, a young man from Ohio, didn't tell his teacher he'd been nominated for this. And so when we called the teacher to ask where to send his $50,000 check, his first question was, "Is this a call from Nigeria?" But at any rate, we finally persuaded him that it's for real. And but this is very fun. I'm the chairman of the selection committee, and so it's pretty cool. What I'd like to talk mostly about are the breakthrough initiatives. These were announced at the Royal Society in London in 2015. You see our principal sponsor there, Yuri Milner, a physicist and an investor, a Russian-Israeli citizen. And you also see Professor Stephen Hawking. Hawking was our senior science advisor until he passed away a couple of years ago, and played a major role in helping define our projects. But at any rate, we announced several initial projects. We now have a number of them I'll tell you about. But these are really to address the fundamental questions of life in the universe. The first one is there intelligent life anywhere else than the Earth? And of course, this raises the question, is there really intelligent life here? My answer to that usually is the farther away you are from national capitals, the more likely you are to find it. This it used to be called SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and now it's called Technosignatures, Search for Technological Civilization. But the second question is there any life elsewhere in the universe? Forget about intelligent life. Just to remind everybody, today we don't know of any other life. And finally, the one probably most relevant to this discussion is, can we figure out a way to travel between the stars, or at least send probes interstellar distances? The first project is called Breakthrough Listen. We started that in 2015. It was our primary announcement in the Royal Society. And this is run for us by the University of California at Berkeley. There's $100 million that are dedicated to a 10-year project to find any evidence of a signal. We are looking across many different spectral bands. We have time on most of the world's large radio and many of the large optical telescopes to look for signals, including some space activities with the TESS satellite. This has been going on almost 6 years now, and But I want to talk about a particular signal. This is the Parkes radio telescope. It's a 65 meter, it's the second largest receiver in the Southern Hemisphere, in the outback of Australia. It actually turned out to be Halloween, I think it was. I was informed by the principal investigator that they had found a signal, which is this one, which is the first signal that passed all their basic tests. It potentially being an alien signal. It's at some 960 megahertz. We designated it Breakthrough Listen Candidate 1. The really interesting thing is it came from the very nearest star, which I'll talk more about, Proxima Centauri. This caused quite a furor, and it didn't take long before it leaked to the press, and we had lots of interest. We are now virtually certain, not quite 100%, but virtually certain that this was produced by a terrestrial interference, radio interference. But it did have all of the right features of a very narrow band, and it drifted in frequency as a way that something outside the Earth or off the Earth would. But we've learned a lot about how to look for those signals. Now, let me talk about this nearest star system, because it's increasingly fascinating, and maybe give you a motivation why we want to go there. The star system is it's only visible in the southern hemisphere. If you're in the southern hemisphere, it's the second brightest star in the sky. It's far to the south, and over 60 degrees south declination. But there are 3 stars in the system. The 2 of them are about the size of the sun. One's a little bigger, one's a little smaller. They orbit around each other with about an 80-year period. But there's a third star that is very distant. I mean, its period is hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years, called Proxima Centauri. It is a small star. It's maybe a tenth the mass of the sun, and it maybe a 10,000th the energy output. But the interesting thing, it's the majority of stars in the galaxy are red dwarf stars like Proxima, and not solar type or bigger like Alpha Centauri A and B. So we have a program to kind of study that system. Interestingly enough, we about the same time we started this, we announced our interstellar probe effort. But a few months after we announced it, this is a sort of an event that proves sometimes it's better being lucky than good. The European Southern Observatory in Munich announced that they had detected a planet orbiting Proxima Centauri. The interesting thing is the planet was indirect measurements, but it appeared to be about the size of the Earth, and it appeared to be in the distance from the star that it could have liquid water on the surface, so as in what we call the habitable zone. This star has been designated as Proxima B, small b. In fact, you can see an artist's conception of it, in my background. The astronomy artists do a great job, so this is what the surface might look like. So I guess we don't have to go there because we already have a picture of it. But at any rate, we now have at least one planet that could be somewhat like the Earth, although arguably it's a lot different environment. It's very close to its parent star. It orbits around the star in an 11-day period. It's probably what they call phase locked, where one face always faces the star and the other faces cold space. At any rate, this showed the system is very interesting. This, by the way, is the Very Large Telescope in Chile. It was used to detect some of the data. It's the European Southern Observatory's main observatory. Now, I might parenthetically add here that I'm an astronomer, but I'm somewhat embarrassed on how good we are or bad we are at naming things. This official name for this facility, which consists of 4 8-meter telescopes, is the Very Large Telescope, VLT. Now, the European Southern Observatory is building a new telescope, which will be the world's largest. It's 39 meters in diameter. And they ended up naming it the Extremely Large Telescope, or ELT. And I have to say that, and I'm not kidding, that initially they wanted to build this thing to be 70 or 80 meters, and at that time it was called the Overwhelmingly Large Telescope, or OWL. So we need a little help in our naming. But at any rate, we had 100 hours on one of these instruments that was outfitted with what's called a coronagraph that blocks the starlight, but then is able to very carefully measure things near the star. We measured it at 10 microns, which is the thermal maximum output of the Earth. We were looking for Earth-sized planets in the habitable zone. We didn't find any, but we did find evidence of a giant planet, something the size of Neptune, orbiting Alpha Centauri A in the habitable zone. Now, I put this picture up because it's a screenshot from the movie Avatar. And it was about a decade ago, the movie came out, and it postulates a giant planet orbiting in the habitable zone of Alpha Centauri A, which has a moon that is Earth-sized, and not only is inhabitable, it is inhabited. So what's kind of interesting is it may be that science fiction precedes science fact. Now, we have an annual conference, which we had here about a month ago, called Breakthrough Discuss. It was an online conference, and we were very fortunate to have the producer and director, James Cameron, for the movie Avatar, and he's very excited about this because he tries to do, to make his science fiction works of art to be really technically correct, and he thought it was quite exciting that maybe that they were more prescient than they thought. In fact, I might say that the ship that he sent there was partially sent by one of the means that we're looking at. Well, the means we are looking at is called Breakthrough Starshot. This was started in 2016, and this was announced, and I'll show you a picture in a second. But the idea was, can we send a probe to Alpha Centauri, and can we launch in the middle of the century and get there in something like 20, 25 years? And so we made this announcement at the New World Trade Center on April 12th, 2016. Again, you can see Mr. Milner, and this was Professor Hawking's last trip to the United States. But again, Milner committed $100 million to a 10-year project to begin to research the technology that might result in an ability to send a probe. Well, the first thing we had, this is a big challenge. And so the first thing is, how big a challenge is it? Well, it turns out that you need to go about 1,000 times faster than you can go today. You need to go about 20% the speed of light to get to Alpha Centauri in about 20 years. And this is a pretty big challenge, although we point out that in the middle of the 20th century, for about a half century worth of time, we increased the speed we could go by 3 orders of magnitude. So the question is, can we do that in the future? And we looked at a lot of different ways, and the first answer was, oh my God. But it turns out there's a very old idea, which I'll talk about, is, and this was, again, our challenge was to send something to see if we can find evidence of life there and get the data back. But there's a very old letter from Johannes Kepler to Galileo in 1610, which suggests we sail on heavenly winds. Now, there are solar winds in space that probably aren't powerful enough to get us to Alpha Centauri, but there's also photons. And so the solution to go really fast is that if you can make a really small spacecraft, and I'll show you a little bit about what we mean by small spacecraft, and you can attach this small spacecraft, sort of Graham-class spacecraft, to a light sail, maybe a 10-meter diameter light sail, and hit it with a really powerful laser. And when I say powerful laser, it's 100 gigawatts of power. For about an hour, you can accelerate it, and it's a pretty fast acceleration of tens of thousands of Gs. We can get it to 20% the speed of light, and it can coast to Alpha Centauri in a couple decades. So this is our basic program. It turns out that what makes it feasible is that the microelectronics are making it possible, and I'll talk a little more about this, to cram a really small package in what we call a starship, a full spacecraft. Photonics, the communications primarily, is increasing the capability of lasers, so that we think that we could potentially build a big enough laser in the next few decades for an affordable price that can do this. Now, I want to point out that light sails do work. This was actually the first light sail program that I think was sort of well known as the Planetary Society, privately funded effort. About a decade ago, has done one, and they have more in the works. Since then, the Japanese Space Agency has sent the Icarus probe that went by Venus that used sunlight. Trouble is, sunlight's not powerful enough to accelerate to 20% the speed of light, although it may be able to get us to a few tenths speed of light. So there's certainly strong potential for solar-powered light sails. But now to turn a little bit to the star chip, if you have an electronic watch, that chip in that watch does just about everything a spacecraft does. So we started to look at, can you make a chipsat, something that's Graham class? And this is Professor Zach Manchester of Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. He actually came to me almost a decade ago when he was still a graduate student at Cornell. And he had these, he called them kicksats because it was funded by a Kickstarter. And to build these were like 10 grams. These have since been very successfully launched on this booster. This is an Indian booster, and that we actually put one of his chipsats on I think it was a Latvian satellite launched integrated by the German company OHB and launched on an Indian booster. So a truly international effort. And there's since been other programs launched from the International Space Station that have demonstrated 120 chipsats being released. Now, this is an artist's conception of what our laser array would look like. And this is a really, to use a technical term, humongous laser. It's kilometers in scale. We'd like to figure if we can build this for sort of reasonable amount of money, like 10 billion. It turns out that we can build solar collectors for that much money. And the question is, can we build these laser systems? And, we have a cautious yes based on our research to date. And of course, when this thing's fired, this is an artist's conception of firing it. Now, I have to say, when we showed Mr. Milner, who was a physicist, he said, this is an incorrect picture. And we asked him why. He said, well, you're going to use 1 micron radiation, right? He said, yes. He said, well, you wouldn't see the beam, would you? And I said, well, it turns out there's probably dust in the atmosphere that it would heat up enough so you'd probably see it glow. And he said, okay, that's a good artful dodge. So he let me get away with it. But the interesting thing is that this would be a lot cheaper if we just fixed it at 1 azimuth. There are, of course, big policy questions of firing hundreds of gigawatts into space. But we've begun those discussions with the international community of how to do this with proper fail-safes and policy protections. But this technology, I think, within a couple decades is going to be mature enough that that laser-driven light sails are going to be very feasible for not just going to the nearest stars, but a lot of other transportation around the solar system. And of course, this is another artist's conception of hitting a light sail. In this case, this shows accurately that we'd probably have a spherical sail. That makes the control and keeping the sail in the beam a lot easier. This is a National Geographic artist conception of the light sails flying by a life-bearing planet in the Alpha Centauri system. Now, we'd launched thousands, but they wouldn't all arrive simultaneously. But this is accurate in the sense that you'll see there's a lot of holes in the light sail. There's a lot of dust in interstellar space. and these are going to get hit by it. Our best estimate is that only a fraction would actually make it where the central chip wasn't destroyed. But that's another reason we've launched thousands of them. The return signal comes via a laser beam that's probably coupled to the light sail as a focusing element back on the Earth, and that needs one of our greatest challenges. Well, there's another question is, can we personally go to Alpha Centauri? This is certainly an open question. Can we send things bigger than chips that can stop at the other end? I'm pleased to say that we're working closely with a sister foundation called the Limitless Space Institute in Texas. Among other things, they're looking at fusion systems. One of the very interesting ones, just to follow on the last talk, is Helicity Space is one of several companies in the U.S. that are developing plausible fusion systems. Fusion is just capable of sending in a multi-stage system something to the nearest star system that might take 50 years to get there, but it could stop at the other end. I might also say that Limitless Space is also looking at more exotic propulsion, and including things that involve far more speculative physics. But we are pleased to see a variety of private sector efforts that are going. I'd like to sort of close with a discussion about life in our own solar system. There are, when we have discussions with the astrobiology experts, there are at least 5 places that a lot of attention is focused on. Of course, Mars is the obvious place, and I think that there's pretty good consensus that there could be extant, probably microbial life underneath the surface of Mars. There are apparently large aquifers of water, and I think that hopefully by the end of the decade or early next we'll have an answer to that. But a lot of the attention is focused on the moons of the outer planets. At least 3 of them are water worlds, that there's a deep layer of water overlying a stony crust, and on top of that is ice that's from a few kilometers to a few tens of kilometers thick. The most interesting moons I've listed here, there's Enceladus is one of the moons of Saturn, inner moon. Europa is the smallest of the large moons of Jupiter. And Titan is the biggest moon in the solar system. It's a moon of Saturn, all of which appear to have the ocean worlds. In addition to the ocean world, Titan has an atmosphere, and it actually has on the surface above the ice crust, lakes of liquid hydrocarbons. Europa, or Enceladus and Europa, have plumes of water that are being ejected into space. The ice crust appears to crack. So one of the ideas is you might go and sample that. Indeed, our foundation has funded a couple studies. But to me, the most interesting planet is actually Earth's evil twin, Venus. And when I was a kid, I used to read science fiction books and I was a kid in the 50s, so that was a long time ago, that talked about Venus having oceans and people sailing on on these oceans. But when we actually managed to peer through the clouds with various infrared and radio detectors, we discovered the surface is anywhere from a paradise, very far from a paradise with oceans. It's about 500 degrees centigrade on the surface, hot enough to melt lead. But it turns out the atmosphere is become really interesting. At about 50 kilometers above the surface, the pressure and density is about the same as it is on the Earth. And there is some increasing evidence that there could be interesting processes, even including life there. Last fall, there was a paper that has been highly controversial, but at least from my perspective, it's pretty good evidence there is the gas phosphine in the atmosphere at those levels. Now, phosphine is a highly poisonous gas, but it's also on Earth only or almost always associated with life. And so this has raised the possibility that Venus is the abode of life. And I think a renaissance in Venus studies is beginning. Just last week, NASA chose 2 Venus missions. So we're quite excited about it. But I also want to emphasize private missions. This is a private mission to go, 6-7 years before NASA does, by Rocket Lab. And our foundation is working with Rocket Lab, but to see if we can put life detection systems on board this. So it may be by 23 or 24 we'll have some evidence of life in the atmosphere of Venus. If all goes well, sometime later this century we may have our first image of a planet orbiting another star, our first direct image, and perhaps we will even find a life-bearing planet there. It's probably too much to hope for that it has intelligent creatures on it. And there are many people that worry that if it did have intelligent creatures, they could be hostile. But I think we're going to find that the universe is teeming with life, probably most of it microbial. But the next generation of scientists, the next few decades, I think are going to get some of these answers finally to what I think are mankind's biggest questions. Well, I'm going to stop there. I don't know if we have time. I think we have some time for some questions. If we have a process to do that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
General Warden, thank you so much. This is fascinating. It's a fascinating conversation. I'm gonna echo Lieutenant Colonel Dahlman. I dream of a space-based industry could position such an array where it belongs in free space. So he was referencing the power beaming system. There were some comments in the chat about, could you have multiple probes using the same system? I think you answered that. That's yes. But then his comment about he'd like to take that array and place it in space so you had a lot of options. I think that's pretty forward thinking. That's where I'm at too. Tell us a little bit about that array. I'm suddenly getting a lot of feedback, so somebody could mute. That'd be helpful. Tell us about the array. Tell us about.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I hear some sort of echo here. I think the first kind of follow on one of your comments there. The initial paper that we based a lot of our analysis on was done by Professor Philip Lubin from UC Santa Barbara, and his initial proposal was to place the array in space. And we looked at that and we felt that at least for the foreseeable future, if you can do things on the ground, it's a lot cheaper. In our first phase of the laser research, actually some work that was just published by the Australian National University for us showed that we can actually phase these lasers over kilometer scales and get them through the atmosphere. So at least that looks feasible. I was always learned that if you can do things on the ground, they're a lot cheaper than putting them in space. There's another problem with things in space is there's policy issues. If you have a 100 gigawatt or more laser array, people are going to be concerned that 100 gigawatts puts out the amount of power that's equivalent to a small nuclear device. Wouldn't that be a problem? And that's another reason we wanted to put it in the ground. Although there's an idea, and Professor Lubin has talked a lot about this, which I strongly support, that in the long run you would put this on the far side of the moon. And that would be actually constructed of lunar material. and involve space manufacturing. This could be because then it can't reach the Earth, and could be used for not only interstellar transportation, but also interplanetary transportation. I've seen some analyses that said that, well, actually you could have you would send things to Mars very high speed, and then at the other end you would decelerate them with a similar array. It could be there on the Martian surface or even on the Martian moons. And this would enable a very substantial two-way, very efficient transportation system. So I think that in the longer term, laser-driven light sails are going to be very promising. The array that we are postulating, you could send, if you can send, grams, sublight speeds, you can send, tons at much faster speeds than you can today. So I'm quite excited about it. Another part of our research is being led by Professor Harry Atwater at Caltech, who's, I think, effectively the Dean of Engineering there. And the light sails look very promising, and including some very interesting technology. So I think we could access the outer solar system quite easily. One of the more interesting set of projects that could use this technology is if you can go 500 astronomical units from the sun, there are locations where the sun, if you line the sun up with a nearby star system like Alpha Centauri, the sun would act as a gravitational lens. Yep. So you might be able to actually focus the light on some of these nearby stars and image these planets directly. Although I think in the end, we're going to want to go there too. But the other thing is there's Planet X, which is, about 500 astronomical units out. And Dr. Ed Witten from the Institute for Advanced Study suggested that Planet X may be a mini black hole. And the best way to do that is to fire a laser-driven, nanosatellite and have it fly by and look for the gravitational deflection. So a lot of very exciting technologies that can be done, long before we get to the interstellar phase. I might also add that Lubin has published a few papers that if you did have an array this capable, particularly on the far side of the moon, it would be the ideal planetary defense system. If we had an incoming potentially hazardous asteroid, you could push it out of the way with this much power.
I think retired Lieutenant Colonel Garretson, but that he's a big fan of that topic. Yeah,
a very good co-conspirator.
Yes, absolutely. I know this wasn't really a part of your prepared talks. Do you want to talk about lunar development? I am a big fan of developing out different parts of the moon. I'm more of a near side guy than you are, but do you want to talk about that at all?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I mean, I don't know if everybody's aware. I advise the government of Luxembourg. That's why I'm in Luxembourg right now, and on space resources. And I think that it's interesting that kind of the two countries that have led policy discussion and also a lot of the investment is the U.S. and Luxembourg. So one of the world's biggest countries and one of the world's smallest countries. I might add Luxembourg is very rich too. I think it's the richest per capita country on earth. So, this is I think the era of commercial space development, starting clearly with water, and water that provides the necessities for human settlements, which I think are going to happen again privately by the end of this decade. But also, I think lunar water, it's obviously its first function is probably going to be for fuel, and that you crack it into oxygen and hydrogen. Clearly, Elon Musk, Mars settlements, I mean, he's talked about the necessity for refueling in space. And I think lunar water is going to be the resource that's going to make that feasible. The energetics are very promising for water. Luxembourg sponsored a value chain analysis here about 1.5 years ago, and that was the primary conclusion. And so I think that we're going to begin to see very significant development by the end of this decade in lunar water production. We'll also see about the same time, I think, lunar settlements. That my favorite place for lunar settlements is actually inside lava tubes, uncollapsed lava tubes, and some of which may even have big water deposits in them. As you might know, I've been involved in several missions that were able to detect and confirm the water. The first one was the Clementine mission, almost 30 years ago, and that found preliminary evidence for water. And then the L-Cross lunar impactor that we did when I was the director at NASA Ames, about a decade ago, was able to confirm that the substantial water deposits in the shadow craters on the lunar pole. So, to my mind, the exploitation of the moon is beginning and is essential.
I love that. I definitely agree.
Let me add. I mean, you mentioned Pete Gerritsen. Pete and I have discussed this quite a lot, but it's extremely important that the U.S. I think encompass in a sphere of economic concern all of cislunar space. And one of the things that I've had a lot of discussions with is how to guarantee the economic surety of that, and I think that's a very positive goal for the U.S. Space Force, frankly.
Absolutely. We had on our event about 2 months ago and 3 months ago, we had several conversations about strategic development of space, and we had a lot of different definitions of that. One of them was military, but there were also positional strategies and commercial development and academic development. So,
I think the point is that the role of navies is much more applicable than really warfighting concepts in space, because it's where they can assure economic, it's economic surety, that you have confidence that an investment is not going to be arbitrarily, taken away, and that's essential. It's so I think that this is one that it ultimately, I mean, obviously, it's something that nations will do cooperatively.
Absolutely. I said earlier in the conversation earlier this morning that I'm a globalist with being a former Marine. I have a very American perspective, but I am a globalist by nature. We're going to start switching over to the panel here in a moment, so we can kind of explore these kind of bigger ideas. Before we do, I want to swing back a little bit more onto Starshot. Personally, I'm really excited about that mission. How did you transition from NASA Ames into this? I mean, honestly, it seems like a big culture shock. So I was a little surprised when I read that, when I read the announcement.
Well, I have to tell you that ever since I was a little kid, the first books my mother gave me were one called Planets and one called Stars. And after reading those when I was about 6 years old, I decided that I wanted to be an astronomer. But I thought the planets one was kind of boring. I thought the stars are more interesting because there wasn't any evidence of exciting aliens or anything in the solar system, but there might be in other solar systems. I always had a strong interest in the nearby stars. And when I was the director of NASA Ames, I conspired with a good friend of mine, Dave Nyland, who worked at DARPA, and to do what's called the 100-Year Starship Project.
Yeah. I saw Mae Jemison on your panel. That was great.
Yeah. So we both got, almost fired or actually fired over doing that. And it turned out that, we concluded on that we needed to find private sector funders, that governments were not going to take that much risk. And, it turned out that controversy ended up, finding the billionaire for me. Yuri Milner came to us.
Okay.
And he said, he wanted to, he was interested in other science projects, but he got my attention. He said, I want to help you build your 100-year starship. And he said, are you interested in running this program I'm thinking of? And I said, well, I don't know. I'll get back to you. And a few months later, I had my nth discussion with the NASA leadership about something I had done they didn't like. And I said, okay, they're about ready to fire me. So I called him up and I said, is that offer still open? And he said, yes. So that afternoon I filed the papers with the lawyers at Ames and said, okay, I'm beginning my post-employment discussions.
Wow.
And I was gone within a month. So he didn't have to twist my arm very much.
I didn't expect that dramatic a story, but that's amazing. You have a bit of a history of being a maverick and a little cavalier, so I'm pretty impressed by that. I like that quite a bit.
I guess I'm well noted for the statement that NASA is a self-licking ice cream cone.
Yep, you are. All right, General, we'd like to bring on our other panelists that spoke earlier this morning. Jeremy and Greg, can you guys pull up your screens, please? And General, can you clear your screen sharing, please?
Yeah, how do I do that here? Let's see. Let me see. Why don't I just log out of this?
Sure. Yeah, but don't leave. While he's doing that, I kind of want to set a little bit of the stage here. So we have about a little less than half an hour, a little more than half an hour. And what I'd like to do, since each one of you is working on kind of a different part of the future, right? However you define that, I'd like to start thinking about the future. I'd like to think about, it's 2021. We had a pretty weird 2020. We're moving on to things are changing, right? They're changing. It feels like by the day, a $650 million announcement from one of the space companies 2 days ago, an announcement from Virgin a couple of days ago that they're going to fly, an announcement from Bezos personally that he's going to fly. I mean, a space community that we have been crafting and developing for, really 20, 30 years, is finally starting to happen, and stuff that, as Pete mentioned a minute ago, was science fiction in the 50s and 60s and 70s. That's stuff that we're actually doing now. Like Jeremy has hardware, right? Greg's got hardware. Pete's got hardware. So let's look at the very near future of just 2025 first. I'd like each of y'all to tell me a little bit about where you think y'all will be in 2025. Anybody go first?
Yeah, so by 2025, we'll have done our refueling demonstrations in LEO and in GEO. So we will be operationally available to refuel satellites. And so hopefully at that point, the hesitation for adopting fueling ports or refueling into baseline mission architectures starts decreasing, and servicing and serviceability starts increasing rapidly by 2025.
Do you have an idea how many clients you're going to have, how big your company is going to be?
So by 2025, we should be over 100 people. Hopefully the DoD finally takes refueling and other servicing components on, and to make sure that they're resilient and capable. And with commercial companies, having that business model flexibility, taking your fuel from OPEX to CAPEX, from CAPEX to OPEX, and enabling you to do a lot cooler things. The thing I'm really excited for is not so much what we're doing, but what are the crazy ideas that come about when you're not really fuel restricted, right. And what can you do with that? So, I'm optimistic about what's going to happen by 2025 when refueling becomes more mainstream.
Terrific. Greg, where will y'all be in just 4 short years?
Well, that's actually, I will be with aerospace, still doing what I'm doing.
Good.
But as far as where the technology is going, there's actually a number of different things with respect to nuclear propulsion and power that are supposed to be really close to some sort of demonstration system by then. DARPA has the Draco program, which has been widely publicized, where they actually want to launch a nuclear thermal propulsion demonstration mission by 2025. And we're involved with helping them look at launch acquisition and some of the other technical aspects. And they want to go actually do things in cislunar space, which is the CO part of Draco, cislunar operations. The NASA project that's being run out of Marshall will hopefully be having be almost complete with developing their demonstration engine for nuclear thermal systems at a half scale for what they want to do for their ultimate Mars vision, and that engine will be a ground testable engine to be tested sometime in the 2027 timeframe. And then there's also a couple other terrestrial nuclear power projects. One of them is called Pele, being run out of Strategic Capabilities Office, where they want they're looking for a small micro-fission nuclear power plant that fits in a shipping container, that they can drop anywhere at different forward bases and have 1 to 10 megawatts without the use of, without the use of any diesel fuel or anything like that. When they're done, they shut it down, put it back on a truck and tow it away. And that they want to have an operational system by around a demonstration system by 2024. So interestingly enough, a lot of the same players for nuclear fuel development, nuclear reactor design are all involved in these multiple projects. So how they're being firewalled with each other to not work on this or work on that is interesting to see. But the point being is that there is active hardware that is in the design phase right now for some of these programs that will hopefully come to fruition in the mid 2020s. And we've actually shown that you could do a flight demonstration in the mid to late 2020s of a nuclear thermal system as well. So yeah, we're hoping that that's going to be a thing.
Do you have a price tag for that flight demo? Because I'm super enthusiastic, but I didn't think that was on the table just yet.
It was an option that was being strongly considered, and that was the way the initial NASA project was going. And then they've shifted gears to that, but they've never taken it fully off the table. So that is still an option. And one of the things that has to be traded with is the cost of reinvigorating, resurrecting, or building from new a ground test facility for such an engine versus just going directly to flight test, right? As far as the scale of the engine, the size, what kind of data you want to collect, so that all those trades need to be looked at as well, which we're helping with.
Is that, do you think that's an offshoot of the, I don't know whether it was National Space Council or Department of Energy, just at the very, very, very end, late December of last year, before the administration swapped over, there was an announcement to promote nuclear power in space. Do you think that's a result of that, or was that already in place before that document?
Good question. Yeah, they were all the efforts to do most of these things were in place well before those documents. There's been a number of executive orders, a number of initiatives and so forth coming from the Washington D.C. area, and modular reactors in space, and cooperations of different agencies to kind of come together to collectively look at technologies and find common interests for space nuclear power and propulsion for national security, as well as civil missions. So yeah, those types of initiatives have definitely. I mean, there's at least 6 that we've been tracking since 2018. But what is interesting is that there's 6. Over the past 30 years, there's been like 0, right? And now there's 6 at least, and all focused on, I should say not focusing, but mentioning the words nuclear, propulsion, or power, right? And that's actually pretty telling. Yeah. That they're because of this domain awareness of space now, and how that space mobility and logistics are becoming a worthy topic of discussion. Now it's okay. Well, how do we get there? How do we move around? What do we do up there? What's best? What's not? And that's sort of where all these are coming from. So it's not saying, there's nothing out there as far as I know that's saying thou shalt go do, right? But it's more a go look at this and let us know what you find out. So that's kind of where things are.
There has been recently in a document that came out about July last year from the National Space Council, there's a lot of thou shalt language in that document, and that's pretty darned exciting. I'll post a link to that one. Pete, where are you gonna be in 4 short years?
Well, I think it's that there are a couple things that the technology is moving very rapidly on. The first one is these chipsets.
Okay.
We're seeing a lot of interest in these. That I suspect in 4 years there'll be hundreds of them. Now I know there are certain people that one person's chip satellite is another person's debris.
I've heard that.
And that's obviously been a concern with regulatory agencies. But I think chipsets will really come in their own by the middle of the decade, in terms of things like planetary exploration, where you'll put a lot of things. I mentioned the Venus mission that we're doing studies with the Rocket Lab. We're looking at chipsats on that we actually wouldn't deploy until after we got in the atmosphere of the upper atmosphere of Venus. So I think there's going to be a huge interest in chipsats. The second thing is I think the light sailing, particularly solar sailing, is you're going to see a fair bit it's really a combination of being able to have, multi-gram class spacecraft and light sail technology that we should see by the middle of the decade. I think, probably a handful, but maybe dozens of light sail missions that primarily, well, they could be useful in cislunar space for station keeping at the Lagrange points. Particularly the L1 and L2 are unstable points, and light sails are going to be very useful in station keeping there, but also for looking at asteroids scientifically and for resources for that matter. So the second thing I think is light sails. The third thing is, and we're looking at about that time some preliminary laser-driven light sail experiments, probably from small satellites or CubeSats, that begin to demonstrate the laser-driven light sail effort. So I think we're about to see, 20 years ago, CubeSats were regarded as toys.
Right.
And of course, now they're the mainstay of economic development space, the sort of kilogram class. So I think the number one thing that we're going to see by the middle of this decade is that grams and tens of grams class spacecraft are going to be extremely important, particularly as you get further into space.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So Pete, I have 2 questions for you on this, on the solar and the light sail concepts. Is there anybody that's doing any active work on the deployment mechanisms for these things to ensure that they're 100% reliable when they get up there? So otherwise, you just have a piece of something that may not be very useful if it doesn't deploy correctly. And the second thing is, has anybody considered the visibility from adversaries that could take down something the size of a light sail or solar sail that might be doing national security missions in cislunar space? Because they're going to be very huge and very bright. And I know that, stealth in space, given these types of systems, large radiators, solar panels, even the nuclear reactors that are being considered maybe all have, signatures that need to be, masked in some way. but the physical size of some of these sails may be prohibitive from that standpoint.
Well, I think there's a couple things. Deployment obviously is an issue, and you know, the things done to date had deployment problems. We're beginning to look at the deployment issue of, you know, we've waved our hands a little bit, but I think that's and one of the we've just begun, or we're in the middle of our sail phase 1 research, and one of them is looking at the, you know, how do you fold these things up so that they can be deployed, and even looking at a question of, can they be, you know, refurled and then redeployed. I think, you know, obviously, you know, my foundation isn't really looking at the security implications, but one of the things that is kind of exciting about light sails is that the material they're made of are highly reflective. So the main way you're going to interfere with them is to hit them with a laser. And so, I mean, in some sense, it's sort of a natural shield that the lasers are going to bounce off these things rather than doing damage. In order for our case, in order to make these things work, we have to have the absorptivity at like 10 to the minus fourth, 10 to the minus fifth. So if you hit it with a megawatt laser, you know, most of it just bounces off. Now it does push it, but so I think there's a lot of potential for this technology is a defensive mechanism rather than an offensive one. The other thing is, you know, there is we've begun to, there's a little bit of, and I hesitate to raise this because I know it's a controversial one, but when I was a professor at the University of Arizona, I did some work with Professor Roger Angel there, and we wrote some papers about, and actually got some NASA funding to look at using light sails as a way to mitigate global warming. If you put these things at the Earth sun, L1 point actually internal to it, and you use the solar radiation pressure, you can reflect, you know, they have to be big, these are thousands of kilometers across, but it seems to be feasible, you can maybe reflect a percent of the sunlight. And, you know, so you can turn down the thermostat, you know, from space. So I think we're going to see, and that's probably something for the second half of the century, but again, obviously for some things, you know, a giant sailboat isn't the most appropriate military technology. But I think for others, it's a very promising thing because it does enable you to navigate cislunar space with essentially no expenditure of fuel. So, you know, there's obviously advantages and disadvantages. You know, some things that you don't want the adversary to see, you probably wouldn't use a light sail.
You're on mute.
I know, right? We've been at this a year, right? And we still can't figure out when to turn the darn mics on and off. Sorry. In some, you know, abstract way, each of y'all are working on power and propulsion, right? You've got nuclear. You've got, you know, a very theoretical laser propulsion system. And then you've got, you know, no slight to what Jeremy's working on, but you've got a pretty conventional propulsion system. But at the end of the day, it's all about logistics. It's all about getting from where we are to where we want to be. When, you know, over a lot of yesterday, we were talking about, you know, there's an ideation phase, right? Where you decide, you know, this is a gap. It's a gap in the market. It's a gap in defense intelligence. It's a gap in capabilities. It's a gap in knowledge from academia. And that gap spurs the path that you're on, right? So let's talk about that ideation moment, that gap that you decide, okay, this is the thing that we're going to work on to solve a logistics problem. So in the same order, Jeremy, how did Orbit Fab come to exist? What was the gap? I think it is somewhat obvious given your talk earlier, but I'd like to hear it from each of the three of y'all at the same time. So what's that ideation process? What's the gap?
Yeah, so when we first started OrbitFab, actually even before OrbitFab was founded as a company, Daniel and I were looking at Space Commodities Exchange, which is still going on in the background, but a platform essentially to buy and sell in-space resources. Mm-hmm. And one of the first ones that we thought would make sense is propellant, because it's easy to get up, it's inert, and you can get water from asteroids and use that for propellant. So we went out and we started talking to a few commercial companies, and we were like, well, what could you do with like an extra tank of propellant, right? And the response was overwhelming. Like we had one customer say, for every kilogram of xenon, we would see over $1 million in revenue. And wow. We remember we went to ULA and we were like, well, you guys seem to be interested in fuel depots. Why aren't you doing this? And they told us that they couldn't, and we asked if we could. And they were like, yes, go for it. Like somebody needs to do this. And we, when we heard the revenue amount of $1 million per kilogram, and we thought we could get launch the fuel up there pretty cheap. We were like, okay, there's probably a good business somewhere here in the middle. And the more customers we kept asking, like, what could you do with an extra tank of gas? The more the response just kept building and being overwhelming. That this is like a real pain point that people wanted, and that when Daniel was at DSI, they made their Comet water
Daniel,
thruster.
your business partner, was at Deep Space.
Yeah, Daniel Faber, my co-founder, former CEO of Deep Space Industries. They tried to buy a thruster. They couldn't get one in time for their missions, and it was hard, so they decided to go out and build a thruster themselves that could run on asteroid-derived materials. And so, that thruster has low ISP, but if you have a refueling network, the ISP kind of becomes negligible at some point when the price of fuel gets down. And to the comment, MEV1 was a total watershed moment for the entire servicing industry, proving that it's possible and that there is value to be derived from services. And so, it was just a constant iteration, talking with customers, finding their pain points, and it still is, even to this day, an iteration. Like we continue to talk to customers, and we continue to get their new requirements as their business evolve and our business evolves to make sure that we are meeting their needs.
It's amazing how the last couple days and the last couple months, it's always been about meeting customer requirements, right? I think as an industry, we've evolved away from let's go there and plant some footsteps and flags. It's now evolved to let's go do something that's useful to the world or to somebody. Great, terrific.
Exactly. The
Greg,
first thing we think about when we wake up is the customer.
Right.
The last thing we think about when we go to bed is the customer.
Well, so then I'm going to expand on that a second. You didn't ask, do you want to buy a liter of water or fuel? What you asked was, what can you enable with an extra kilo of fuel? Like that question by itself, there's a lot of nuance behind that question. It's a very clever approach. And you had 50 different responses. Did those 50 different responses stack against each other? Were they consistent? I'm not saying they all said yes, right? They all said yes, but
well, not all. Some said no, right? No. Some were because we surveyed the entire industry. Like we were talking with thruster manufacturers, we were talking with people wanting to mine the moon, we were talking with geocom satellite operators, we were talking with satellite integrators. Like we surveyed the entire value chain to figure out, is this something that customers want to be just included in a thruster bundle, so they don't even have to buy it. It's just they buy a thruster, the Rapti's attached to it. Or is this something that the satellite integrators would want to offer to their customers? Is this something that the geocom satellite operators want to flow down as a requirement when they go out and select a bus provider?
Okay.
So we really wanted to take a holistic view of what the industry was at the time we started the company, and then we've been doing the survey basically every year. We started in 2018, we did like 30 companies. Then we had Techstars, and in Techstars, we talked with 150 stakeholders in 6 weeks. And then we had the NSF I-Corps, which was another 150 customers, but that was on our cooperative RPOD. And now we're in the Catalyst Accelerator, and now we're surveying probably 50 to 75 government stakeholders, and continuing that iteration.
That, by the way, that program at the Catalyst Accelerator in Colorado Springs is terrific. So congratulations on that. Greg, what was the ideation process, the hole that you were trying to solve when you start looking at nuclear propulsion?
Well,
there's a lot of topics, so just pick what you want.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can only speak in assumptions for what the customers that we support are thinking on that. We aerospace as an FFRDC are coming in a support and technical role.
Explain that a little further, because there's a lot of people on the call that don't know that.
What's that now?
FFRDC. And your role.
Sure. Yeah, the Aerospace Corporation is considered what we operate as a federally funded research and development center, where we don't make widgets, we don't have stock. We're a nonprofit company. Essentially, we're the think tank for all things space related, especially supporting the Space Force and a variety of other customers. In this case, about 40% of our business or so is in the civil realm, where we're supporting NASA, DOE, and a variety of other agencies with the knowledge that we have. But for 60 years, we've been providing direct technical and programmatic support to Space and Missile Center, Space Command, and a variety of other defense-related agencies on space issues, launch, acquisition, satellite design, CubeSats, that sort of thing. So we're doing the same type of role as NASA's non-sponsored FFRDC, especially at NASA Marshall, in supporting them with some of their projects, and then making connections with them and other government agencies at the policy level in the Washington area and a variety of others. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. As far as the NASA project goes, that really actually started back in 2016, and there was kind of the kickoff meeting, which most major projects have. And over the course of those past couple of years, it was more of there was a couple of reasons, obviously, that NASA wanted to do that, obviously going to Mars, right? Putting the boots and the flags, the kind that you mentioned earlier. But why now? Why all of a sudden are they bringing back nuclear now instead of, 15 years ago or 10 years ago? And, even as soon as 10 years ago, as soon as you couldn't even get the word nuclear out of your mouth completely before the doors would close in your face, right? And, we don't, get away from us, get off our lawn kind of thing.
Right.
But now there's a new interest in that, again, because of this whole space domain awareness with the operations in cislunar and what you could do out there. But I think also that there's been some policy changes about nuclear systems, nuclear launches, things like RTGs that have helped that process from the NRC and the DOE, kind of more regulatory to make it, quote, easier to get into that process to where you can launch something like that. And then there's also some of the technology aspects of it. There's the use of high assay, low enriched uranium, which is uranium used that's only 20% or less enriched. And what that means is that if an adversary were to somehow get a hold of this low enriched uranium, it could not be re-refined to become a weaponizable form. Okay. Whereas anything above 20%, so to speak, could be re-refined and become a weaponizable resource. And so things like NERVA, the Pluto project, SNAP, and Topaz, that was all highly enriched uranium, right? Which is much more difficult to obtain. There's a lot of security and safety protocols associated with that. But low enriched uranium is not. And you get the same temperatures, you get the same performance of the engine as you would expect. You just need more uranium. Because it's low assay, right? There's not as much there in the kernel as a high assay, or I should say the highly enriched system. So, the studies right now have shown that your engine size only grows like 15 to 20%. It's not like a huge double your weight or anything like that. And I think that the technology with nuclear fuel forms, nuclear fuel enrichment, and by nuclear fuel, I mean uranium, especially in the terrestrial power plant industry, has really enabled the technology for nuclear power and propulsion to take new forms, new reactor designs, and so forth, accompanied with additive manufacturing, new ways of modeling things that we couldn't do with supercomputers 20 years ago, but now the DOE does on a regular basis for nuclear design codes and things like that. So there's all these different technologies that sort of came to a head in the 2016, 2017 timeframe, along with policy, along with just the basic physics of highly enriched versus low enriched uranium, to make this, to allow NASA and other agencies to revisit these options again. So
cool. To me, it's kind of a fascinating journey to hear all of y'all. The gaps in the market has always been something I've been curious about. Pete, what about you? Maybe the gap in the market is really Yuri's vision, I'm gonna guess, but how did the decision to fund your 100-year Starship? We'll talk about your 100-year Starship program a little bit for context, and then talk about how this gap in knowledge, this gap in the market made Breakthrough come to life.
Well, the beginning of of course, I've always been interested in interstellar stuff, and I've kind of sought out people like science fiction. I became a good friend of Arthur C. Clarke, and it was a big inspiration. Actually visited him in the late '90s in Sri Lanka. But when I was at Ames, as a center director, the center directors aren't watched as much as the mission directors. Although after a while they changed that with me.
After you, they changed that, sir.
But I was in Washington, and I was having beers with Dave Nyland, at DARPA, and I think after a second beer or third beer, he said, "Look, don't you think it's time we start thinking about interstellar stuff?" And I said yes, and we had another beer or two. And he said, "Look, as a DARPA office chief, he could spend $1 million without getting in too much trouble." And I said, "Well, NASA's watched more closely than that. We're not as rich an agency, but I can spend, $100,000. In addition, I have thousands of people, and I can donate them." So we started to put together this 100-year Starship idea, and we had a couple, sort of scoping conferences, and we found a lot of creative people in it, and we decided that what we really wanted to do was to have a major conference, and in the meantime, and this was mostly my fault, there was something that the Long Now Foundation has called the Long Conversation. Yep. And it's a couple-day thing every year, and so what they do is you're on for an hour, and you overlap one person, that's the second half of their hour, and then another person comes on, and the second person, and I forget his name, but if I said it, I'd probably be in trouble anyhow. Asked me, he said, "Look, we were talking about NASA stuff, and asked me if we ever thought we'd ever go interstellar." And I said, "Well, funny you should ask that." I said, "We have this 100-year Starship project that we're working with DARPA, and there was a blogger in the audience and got it all goofed up, but that went viral." And NASA's doing a 100-year Starship project and to go to Mars or something, and it got all sorts of bad publicity, and I think Senator Shelby's office complained that you don't have enough money to build the SLS while you're doing Starships, and so I had one of the less pleasant discussions with the NASA administrator about what I thought I was doing, and I had told the innovation guys at headquarters, but apparently nobody bothered to tell him. So that was a tense discussion. At the same time, somebody very senior, I think it might have been the Deputy Secretary of Defense, saw this and said, what are we spending money on this for? So both Nyland and I were in a lot of trouble, and the first thing that happened was I was directed to take the NASA logo off this meeting we were having. And then the DoD logo went off too. And so there was a meeting with 1,000 people sponsored by no one in Florida, but it was very exciting. And there was some money left, and that ended up being competed, and the N. May Jemison's Foundation picked it up and had a number of meetings. And it was at one of those meetings I met Phil Lubin, because we were sort of casting about how do we do this. I mean, my first idea was based on an old NASA NIAC thing that said antimatter is what we should do. It turns out, though, that when you went through the actual calculations, it looked like you needed kilograms of antimatter, not micrograms.
Right.
And we can produce 10 to the 12th particles per year now, and so we were, I don't know, 20 orders of magnitude off or so. So at any rate, the light sail was kind of looked very interesting, and we had established a working group under Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard, who has gotten very well known lately as claiming that the Oumuamua was actually an alien light sail,
right?
Probe. And he makes a good case. I mean, I don't believe it, but he makes a good case. And when we saw the light sail stuff, we said, this is it. We brought Mr. Milner in, and after about 6 months, we interacted with Stephen Hawking quite a little bit and other experts, and said, look, this looks plausible. But I have to say that the primary objective of my sponsor is that his point is that he and his colleagues in Silicon Valley have made several $1 trillion over the last decade or so, and it's based on science discoveries that were made a century ago or more, in terms of quantum physics and so forth. And his point is, who's going to make those discoveries now that are going to power a century in the future? And so his point is that it's a responsibility of the high net worth people to fund things that are inspirational, like Starshot. And so he felt, rather than just asking him, he was going to start it. And that's what he did. And we are now seeing a number of other high net worth people put money in this stuff, and I mentioned the Limitless Space Institute. The person there is Cam Kafarian, who actually I knew pretty well, that has put, I think, $5 million into that. So we're beginning to see substantial private investment that is carrying this ahead. And this also serves as a pathfinder and makes it acceptable for the government. I mean, it's interesting now that NASA has actually got programs to look at interstellar activities that JPL and other centers are looking at. And we're also seeing significant interest around the world in this. We mentioned China. That 4 or 5 years ago I was there, and they are doing some of the similar things with chipsats and light propulsion. And you ask them why they're doing it, and they say, because you were doing it.
You are, right.
And so I think that we're seeing the European Space Agency and other space agencies begin to look at this. A number of our programs are jointly funded by us and space agencies and science agencies around the world. So I'm particularly interested in Australia. Yep. They've really taken to heart, not only of the universities doing some of the major efforts, it's increasingly being funded by the Australian government. So, and then we're seeing private sector groups like Rocket Lab, want to go to Venus to look for life. So I think that, somebody has to be first, and I'm really pleased that Mr. Milner was the first, and I think he's very pleased that we're seeing, this catch fire.
Amazing. It's an amazing future that we're building. Y'all, I really appreciate you being here. We're going to turn it over to Lee for our next segment, but really, this is the kind of stuff we want to hear, right? This is the stuff that kind of builds the future, but we're actually doing it right now. Like, these are the building blocks. So thanks a lot, y'all. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
It's a really fun section and panel. Thank you so much, guys. And Michael for moderating. That was really well done, as always. Next up, we have our highly anticipated space traffic management topic. But first, for just a few minutes, we're going to have a little audience participation. You can participate in the chat or just raise your hand to tell us to unmute you so you can tell us a little bit about yourself and weigh in on one of our space logistics topics or a project that you're working on. So we'll have to unmute you, so be careful, be patient with us as we experiment with this format. Yesterday it was a pretty quiet segment on screen, but it triggered a lot of discussion on the chat through the afternoon. So we thought we would give it at least one more try. So for the chat, go ahead and put your LinkedIn in there or make a comment about your space interests and raise your hand to introduce yourself. Oh yes, and I am supposed to tell you that in the more button, let's see, if you maximize your screen, you'll see an emoji at the bottom right that has reactions. And one of those reactions is the ability to raise your hand. So Leo, would you unmute Terry Trevino, please? Oh, and then we got Ben. Okay, it's already faster than yesterday. All right,
Lee.
Terry, take it away.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Awesome. That was an awesome chat. I really, really enjoyed that. That was brilliant. Thanks again for doing this. This has turned out to be another spectacular event. You guys are doing amazing. And it's turned out to be quite professional as well since December of last year. Just saying. Name's Terry Trevino. I'm a master's student, almost done. I'm working on a thesis right now. I'm an exoplanet hunter. I work as an observatory assistant manager. I also can sell you property if you need to here in San Francisco. If anybody needs property, let me know.
If only we could afford it.
It is absolutely crazy right now, I have to say. I'm really into the next topic particularly, and Dr. Jha I consider him a mentor, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say. I think I would be at a loss to say that it would be a terrible thing if we were to lose any satellites whatsoever in my house, because I could say that losing any type of technological advantage in this house right now would be a horrific experience for me, as all the children are out of school. And anyway, just the terror alone scares me. But interested in all things space, literally everything. And you guys are doing amazing. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Terry. Great to see you again.
See you around.
Hey, Ben. What you doing?
Hello, I'm Ben. I've worked on lots of satellites that have gone to space and lots of telescopes to look for new planets. And I've been building a company called LifeShip for about 3 years. And our first mission is we're sending a capsule to the moon on 2 upcoming landers with DNA of all different people and people's stories as part of that as well. And the big mission is to preserve Earth's genetic code and send it to the stars. And yeah, so it's both a solar system wide backup of humanity and Earth's DNA, and then a bigger mission to expand life outwards.
That's great. And I noticed your customer numbers, even from last month, there was growth. It's exciting.
Yeah, we have a few thousand customers already. We have a product that's for $100 you can put your DNA on the moon, and so yeah, really making space accessible to a broad market and inspiring people through it.
Great. Well, we're glad to have you on board and excited to have you as a member of Foundation for the Future. That's certainly exciting for us. Who else would like to jump on? Hey, Garrett, you've been real active in the chat. Thanks for doing that. And David, Shuvrant, really enjoyed seeing some of your comments as well. All right. Well, Foundation for the Future is, as you know, the only nonpartisan organization advocating for financial tools that will make getting capital for space infrastruccture easier. To support our work on the Space Corporation Act, or if you're just excited about today's programming, please join our growing community of members at F4F www.space. And let's get started with the excitement of space traffic management. Can't wait. So Dr. George Neild is the president of Commercial Space Technologies, LLC, which was established to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space activities. He served as the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation at the Federal Aviation Administration for 10 years. Dr. Neild has over 30 years of aerospace experience with the Air Force, at NASA, and in private industry. A graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, he holds a master's and PhD in aeronautics and astronautics from Stanford University and an MBA from George Washington University. He's also a flight test engineering graduate of the U.S. Air Force Test Pilot School. George, so glad you're here.
Thank you very much, Lee. Let me try to share my screen here. Okay, thanks so much for having me on.
It's our pleasure. We can see your slides just fine.
It's a pleasure to have a chance to talk to the group today about space traffic management, and in particular, how we got to where we are today and what kinds of things we need to be doing to get back on track and headed in the right direction. All right. Let's start with a definition of space traffic management. There are a lot of different definitions about STM around there, but it's important to remember that this is not just up to the United States. This is an international issue. And the international group of space stakeholders, I think, is well represented by the International Academy of Astronautics, who developed a definition for STM in their report that was published back in 2006. And they define it as the set of technical and regulatory provisions for promoting safe access into outer space, operations in outer space, and return from outer space to Earth, free from physical or radio frequency interference. So why is action needed now on space traffic management? Well, there's a lot of different reasons. First, space is becoming more congested. DoD is attempting to keep track of objects in space, but being a space traffic cop is really not part of their core military mission. There are no universally accepted rules of the road for the safety of space operations. And I think it's clear that an increase in the number of collisions would put astronauts and important national security and other spacecraft at risk, and even potentially make some orbital regimes unusable for future activities. If we take a look at the numbers, we are now well in excess of 20,000 objects being tracked on orbit, with no sign of that starting to taper off. And it's not just the number. If you look at the estimates of the mass of objects on orbit, those now exceed 8,000 metric tons, again, with no sign of that starting to level off. Now, one thing that I think is very interesting is that in recent years, there's been a lot of interest and engagement from the general public in this topic, from movies, TV shows, the mainstream media, and so forth. I particularly enjoyed the movie Gravity, although it's certainly true that there were some aspects in terms of orbital mechanics and the laws of physics that were not necessarily rigorously adhered to. I think the movie did an excellent job of graphically conveying what a bad day in space looks like when two massive objects come together in a collision. The Washington Post has had a number of stories over the years, including a front page article complete with color photograph of a chip in one of the cupola windows on the International Space Station, apparently caused by a fleck of paint that was headed in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Even the Wall Street Journal has gotten in on the act with a provocative headline there's a speeding mass of space junk orbiting Earth, smashing into things. Of course, the trade press has had a fair number of stories over the years, including this front cover article on Space News. Space traffic management, heavy traffic in the forecast, but precious little management. Very subtle there. There have been a number of congressional hearings over the years, and even some very vocal members of Congress, including, for example, Congressman Jim Bridenstine from Oklahoma, who was one of the speakers at the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs back in 2016. And he said, quote, "I am a conservative Republican and I am not an advocate of more regulation. In this particular case, if we don't regulate, we are in essence regulating ourselves out of having access to space," unquote. So pretty interesting observation on his part. As you know, Congressman Bridenstine went on a couple years after that to become the administrator of NASA for the next 3 years. And he continued to be an outspoken advocate for reforming our regulatory framework for safety in space. So let's talk a little bit about what that looks like today. Today, there are a number of different parts of the United States government that are involved in regulating space activities. The Federal Aviation Administration, where I used to work, is responsible for licensing commercial launches and reentries, but not what happens in between. The FCC is responsible for licensing radio broadcasts from space. NOAA is responsible for licensing remote sensing operations, such as taking pictures of the Earth. And of course, DoD and NASA are key players in space, but they're not regulatory agencies, and they don't want to become regulatory agencies. Now, this framework has worked pretty well over the decades when most satellites were either telecommunication satellites or weather satellites or things like that. But recently, we're starting to see a lot of different kinds of purposes, especially for commercial activities in space. They're often referred to as non-traditional commercial space operations, things like commercial space stations, satellite servicing, asteroid mining, and so forth. When I was at the FAA, I would frequently have somebody come in, knock on the door, and say, "Excuse me, Dr. Neal, we've got this company, and could you please tell us who we're supposed to talk to get permission to create a commercial base on the moon?" And have to say, "Gosh, that sounds really exciting. We'd love to help you, but unfortunately, the FAA doesn't have the authority to approve that type of an activity, and no other government organization does either. So good luck with that." And so that was kind of frustrating for them. And the reason for the concern is something called the Outer Space Treaty. The activities of non-governmental entities in outer space shall require authorization and continuing supervision by the appropriate state party to the treaty. That comes out of Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, which was developed back in 1967. It now has more than 100 countries that have ratified the treaty, including the United States. And the problem is that today, in law and policy, the United States does not clearly identify who, if anyone, is responsible for authorizing and continuing supervision for those types of operations. Now, in order to try to answer some of those questions and to deal with those issues, there has been a lot of activity over the years within the executive branch of the government. That particularly kicked off right after the publication of the 2010 National Space Policy. The FAA was given an assignment to pull together an interagency team and do a study to identify options, requirements, and potential implementing structures for providing space traffic management services. And so we got all the organizations together that touch space in any way: Department of Transportation, Defense, Commerce, State, NASA, National Intelligence, FCC, And over the next couple of months, we talked about who was doing what, where the gaps were, what kind of options might be reasonable, and pretty much came to the conclusion that the right way to go was to have a lead agency for this area. That didn't mean that agency would do everything. It wouldn't get all the dollars, wouldn't have all the people, but it would coordinate, it would guide, it would identify conflicts and gaps and potential issues that needed to be dealt with. And so that was, I think, a good step forward. And as the group continued to meet in the years ahead, there got to be a pretty strong consensus within the interagency community that the right organization to serve as that lead agency was the FAA. I remember very clearly a meeting I attended with all the players around the table, and the co-chairs of the meeting, a representative from the National Security Council and one from the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And they went around the table. NASA, do you guys want to lead this effort? No, not us. DOD, do you guys want to take it on? No, not us. Commerce, no. State, no. ODNI, no. FCC, no. They came to FAA representing the Department of Transportation, and we said, this is important. It has to be done. We think we might be able to be successful with the cooperation of the rest of the community. And so, yes, we'd be happy to take this on if it could be arranged that the department and hence the FAA could have congressionally approved authority to share data that would be needed, immunity from any lawsuits that might result, and the resources to do the job. So we started paying a lot of attention to that. Meantime, Congress was hearing a lot more about this, and in the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act of 2015, they directed 3 different reports that were related to space traffic management. One report was assigned to the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and they asked OSTP to come up with some legislative language that would allow the Department of Transportation to grant mission authorizations, like we were just talking about, and also language that would direct DOT and DOD to work together in advising operators on how to prevent collisions. And so that was signed off by the director, sent to Congress. Another report was prepared by the Department of Transportation, and the assignment there was to look at all the issues involved, talk to all the players, and see if it was really feasible for the FAA to collect and release safety-related space situational awareness data. And after looking at all the data and talking to all the people, the answer was, yes, it is feasible to do that if we have the authority, the immunity, and the resource to do the job. The final report was tasked to NASA. They were told to go engage with a systems engineering contractor and have them take an independent, objective look at possible frameworks for handling space traffic management. Should it be the military that does that? Should it be an international organization? Should it be left up to industry? Or should it be a civil agency? And the response back was, no, the right answer is a civil agency to do that. And they didn't identify which particular agency would be the right one. So based on the positive feedback from the interagency community, the FAA continued to refine its plans for what a civil space traffic management system would look like. We developed program plans and schedules and estimated the costs associated with that. We held an industry day back in October of 2016 to lay out some of our plans and to get feedback and questions, concerns from all the stakeholders. We also were able to provide some initial funding for the development of Astriograph, which was put together by Dr. Maura Bajaj, whom we will be hearing from in just a few minutes at UT Austin. And that's a fantastic tool. And if he doesn't talk about it in his presentation, please ask him some questions, because this is one of the screens from that. It's an amazing capability to be able to see what our situation is and what's going on in space. So then in November of 2016, we got to what I thought was a pretty important milestone. We had a big meeting with the National Security Council Deputies Committee, and after some discussion, the group approved the Space Safety Engagement Work Plan, which had a lot of different topics in it. One of the most important for us, though, was direction for DoD and FAA to cooperate to create a civil space traffic system. And it went on to direct the accomplishment of a pilot program by 2019 and achieve an initial operational capability by 2020. So pretty ambitious goals there, but also exciting. We thought, hey, we're finally going to transition now from talking about this to actually doing something. Unfortunately, with the change of administrations, all that activity, including the pilot program, was put on hold. Of course, the president in June of 2017 signed an executive order that reconstituted the National Space Council, which was a very positive step. And then a year later, in June of 2018, the National Space Council put together Space Policy Directive 3, which was signed by the president, and that had to do specifically with space traffic management. Now, based on the lack of progress for the last 3 years, I think it's a fair question to ask, so did SPD 3, was that a missed opportunity or a turn in the wrong direction? And I know there's different opinions about this, but I think the answer is yes, it was both of those things. And let me tell you why. I think there are 3 fundamental flaws in SPD 3 and how it was put together and rolled out. First, lack of collaboration and follow-up. You can't just sign something and expect things to change. Second, DoD, at least under some interpretations, was essentially left in charge of the data with direction for them to maintain an authoritative catalog. And finally, I believe that the safety aspects of STM may not have been fully appreciated, and that could have led to the wrong office being chosen as the lead agency. So let's quickly talk about each of those. Lack of collaboration and follow-up. If this lead agency is going to be successful, it has to have those 3 things that we talked about. Authority to share the data, just like DoD has, immunity from lawsuits, just like DoD has, and the staff and the dollars to do the job. And unfortunately, because the previous administration and Congress were never able to come to an agreement on the recommendations that were contained in SPD 3, departments and agencies across the government have not been able to move out on implementing an appropriate framework for civil space traffic management. So that's why we're basically at a standstill right now. Secondly, at least under some interpretations, DoD is still essentially left in charge because of their assignment to maintain this authoritative catalog. And the current system in which DoD maintains the catalog and they send out notices of potential conjunctions or collisions, it really no longer meets the needs of the user community. Specific concerns include the completeness of the catalog. There are hundreds of objects out there that you can see with your telescope in your backyard, which are reported on by the Europeans, by the Russians, by others, and they're not in the DoD catalog. I wonder what's going on there. Accuracy of the data. You can find an object and you look in the catalog and it says it's one place, but there's a GPS on the satellite and the operator knows exactly where it is, and it's not where the DoD says. And it's not intentional, but that's just the nature of the data that they have collected. Timeliness of information. When SpaceX launches 60 different Starlink satellites, it can take weeks for DoD to figure out what's where and who's going in what direction and what's that object. That's not good enough. And finally, an excessive number of false alarms. Anytime satellites are coming anywhere near each other, based on the uncertainty of our knowledge of their position, they send out an alarm, which sounds like a good idea. But when you're getting thousands of alarms, oh my goodness, it's a cry wolf situation where I guess I better just cross my fingers and hope that nothing bad happens. So those are the problems with what we have today. Any system that leaves that in place with reliance on legacy government sensors and softwares is going to have the same problems. And so, frankly, I think it's the worst of all scenarios if you're now going to put a civil agency in charge of this, but they actually don't do the catalog. They're using the DoD data, and now they're a middleman to disseminate all this information. That is not helping the problems that we're encountering today. Finally, in my opinion, the safety aspects of space traffic management are not fully appreciated by all. I think the emphasis, both by the National Space Council and then by the follow-up study done by the National Academy of Administration, of Public Administration, we're focusing more on data management rather than on safety. And that misses the whole point, in my opinion, of space traffic management. And so why do I say that? Well, the designated office, the Office of Space Commerce, today, it does not have the expertise or experience in conducting real-time space operations, performing system safety or risk management assessments, or developing initial regulations. Now, Congress can say, go hire the people you need to do that. That's fine, but that's going to take time. And they're going to have to gain experience and work together and build relationships and all that. And for context, last year, OSC had 5, count them, full-time positions with a $2.3 million budget. In my opinion, taking on this job is going to require about 10 times that in terms of staff and budget. Finally, assigning STM responsibilities for the office to the Office of Space Commerce is not consistent with how we handle safety in other modes of transportation. You look at what we do for cars and buses and trucks. We don't have an Office of Motor Vehicle Commerce doing safety. We don't have an Office of Railway Commerce doing safety. We don't have an Office of Maritime Commerce doing safety. We don't have an Office of Aviation Commerce doing safety. Instead, there are organizations within the Department of Transportation which focus on the safety of those modes of transportation. So my question is, given the important role that safety has in space traffic management and in space operations, why shouldn't we handle the safety of commercial space operations in the same way? So a year after SDP3 came out, SPD3, one of our colleagues, Brian Whedon, whom we'll hear from in just a few minutes, put out an op-ed with a proposal for a compromise on how we should handle space traffic management. And he may have changed his mind. We'll have to ask him and see. But at the time, he put forward the idea that, hey, let's create a Bureau of Space Commerce in DOC by elevating the Office of Space Commerce that would be the lead agency for promoting commercial space and being its advocate within the government. I say, great, that's what commerce is supposed to do. Brian also suggested then that we create a Bureau of Space Transportation in DOT by elevating the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation, and that would have responsibility for providing civil SSA data and services, creating safety standards, and so forth. Now, one rather sad sentence in the op-ed was, which was written in March 2019, the risks of letting the status quo go on for another 2 years are just too high. And you know what? It's been 2 years and 3 months since that was put out there, and we haven't seen any progress. So very sad situation. So where are we now? If you look at the number of communication satellites deployed since the SPD3 was put out in 2018, it's gone up by an order of magnitude. A lot of that, of course, was OneWeb with now 218 satellites, and Starlink, put up by SpaceX, which now has 1,635 satellites, and there's going to be thousands more going forward. Safety. Last year, ISS had to change its orbit 3 times because of a potential collision with a piece of debris. And just last month, we saw photographs of a hole in the Canadian remote manipulator system, the mechanical arm. Fortunately, it still seems to function all right, but it's a reminder of the hazards of orbital debris and why we have to get our arms around this issue. And then finally, view from the Space Force. What does General Raymond have to say? Space is the wild, wild west. There really are no rules. Sad but true. So how can we get things back on track? Well, I like Brian's ideas. I would like to draw from that and say, we need to create a new Bureau of Space Transportation within DOT by elevating the Office of Commercial Space Transportation out of the FAA. And that Bureau would have 2 important new responsibilities. First, to be able to authorize and continuously supervise non-governmental activities in space to fill that regulatory gap. And then secondly, to develop and operate a civil space traffic management system. And the mission of that civil space traffic management system would be to enhance the safety of space operations and to preserve the space environment. And how would it do that? Well, it would have guiding principles of collaboration, transparency, use of an open architecture, and continuous improvement. Those principles, by the way, are not currently used by the DoD in their operation because they're focused on national security. So my to-do list in terms of an action plan for what that office should do is, first thing out of the chute, conduct a pilot program to show that this can be done. The FAA was ready to do it in 2016. There's no reason why the Bureau couldn't accomplish that within 6 to 9 months of a go-ahead as soon as they're given permission. Second, and at the same time, they should work to establish a nonprofit public-private partnership, I believe under the leadership of a university or an FFRDC like Aerospace or MITRE, that would encourage, facilitate, and support space situational awareness and space traffic management collaboration between government, industry, academia, and the international community. Next, once the pilot program is done, then we can start transitioning responsibility for sharing this information from the DoD to the Bureau of Space Transportation. And they should use a crawl, walk, run philosophy to make sure that all the stakeholders are on board and comfortable with the implementation details. Are they getting the kind of service that they need? And of course, completing this step will need authority to share data, immunity from lawsuits, and the resources to do the job. So Congress has a role. Next, as part of a whole of government effort, let's see if we can maintain US leadership in development of standards, guidelines, and best practices for in-space operations. Next, need to provide funding and support for university research on SSA and STM, very important. And then finally, as part of a long-term remediation strategy, provide funding and support for the development and testing of active debris removal technologies. So that's the kind of thing that Astroscale is doing now, but the government should be involved, coordinating, supporting, encouraging, and investing in those kinds of capabilities. So bottom line, given the importance of space to our national security, technological leadership, and international competitiveness, I believe it is vital that the United States act now to ensure the safety of space operations and preservation of the space environment. Failure to take immediate action on these issues will likely result in the US losing an opportunity for international leadership in the space arena, because other countries are already stepping forward to define the problems and propose solutions. So I look forward to the next couple of presentations and to answering your questions. Thanks again for the chance to participate today.
Thank you so much, George. Wow. Since 1967, countries have been responsible for regulating everything that goes up there, and we haven't figured out how to do it yet. That's a disappointment and a tall order, I guess. Can you just in 2 minutes talk about some specifics of another country or two and where they are in their bureaucratic juggling?
So I think Brian will be able to do a real good job of that, but just briefly in summary, I know the Europeans are very interested in this. Jan Werner is a real star, and he recognizes the importance of this, and so they are starting to figure out how can they do space traffic management. The entire world, frankly, would love to have the US play a leading role, but since we haven't been, they're trying to do the best they can on their own. And of course, Russia and China are volunteering to do things. Whether they have the capabilities is another issue. But again, I think the US needs to play a part in that. And that means we have to be willing to step forward and take on those responsibilities.
Great. Well, thank you so much, George. I look forward to further discussion in the panel. And next up is Moraba Jha. Dr. Jha is an associate professor of aerospace engineering and engineering mechanics at the University of Texas at Austin, where he is the holder of the Mrs. Pearlie Daschle Henderson Centennial Fellowship in Engineering. He's the director for Computational Astronautical Sciences and Technologies, or CAST, a group within the Odin Institute for Computational Engineering and Sciences, as well as the lead for the Space Security and Safety Program at the Robert Strauss Center for International Security and Law. Moraba came to UT Austin by way of the Air Force Research Laboratory and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory prior to that, where he was a spacecraft navigator on a handful of Mars missions. Moraba is a fellow of multiple organizations, including TED, AIAA, AAS, IAASS, and the Royal Astronomical Society, and the Air Force Research Laboratory still. Moraba, thank you so much for joining us today. The screen is yours.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It was great to hear my colleague and friend George, very supportive of what he was able to say. And so so some things may be a bit repeated, but sometimes when multiple people independently say similar things, and maybe there's something to it. So let's go through this. All right. So interestingly enough, so I'm going to talk about this idea of norms of behavior for near Earth space for sure. I know with space logistics, we're not just focused on near Earth space, cislunar, that sort of stuff, but take it that these are going to be relevant to that as well. And I'm going to frame things in terms of safety, security, and sustainability issues. And interestingly enough, I just did a Google search, as all good researchers do, for the term norm. And the interesting one that I saw here was the mathematical definition, of course. This idea of this product of complex number and its conjugate equal to the sums of square. Yeah, so that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the mathematical norm. I'm talking about something that we'd like for people to standardize across the spacefaring, space operating community that will help bring more safety, security, and sustainability to the environment. So amongst other things, what are things that we want to avoid when we send things in a space and act and do some activities in space and that sort of thing? For sure, and borrowing words from United Nations treaties and conventions, we want to avoid harmful interference. But that's not really clearly defined. It's loosely interpreted by many countries. And so I guess in general, we'd like to avoid the loss, disruption, or degradation of space services, activities, or capabilities. We'd like to be free to use space, unhindered way, but we want to be able to do so without harmfully interfering with others in this kind of, let's call it, for sure, near space is a commons of sorts. So, instead of out of many one, we're out of one many. So one common environment, many competing needs. Safety stuff, we're talking about hazards that could cause loss, disruption, or degradation of these services and activities. From a security perspective, we want to minimize escalatory behaviors and the notion of threats. And from a sustainability perspective, in terms of like space environmental sustainability, what is the environmental impact of our actions? So anthropogenic environmental impacts, and can we come up with sustainability metrics that, if were put in place, could basically help prevent detrimental environmental impacts of space resource utilization. One of the things that I've talked about before is this idea of a carbon footprint analog, which I call a space traffic footprint, which basically could be loosely interpreted as the burden that any given object, dead or alive, poses on the safety and sustainability of other stuff. And I guess the case in point is, when I get into my vehicle and I back out of the driveway, I am now a burden to pedestrians and other drivers. Even though people see me, they have to take my presence and existence into account in order to keep themselves safe. So even when we know where objects are in space exactly, and we can predict with zero ambiguity who's going to do what and when, it is still a burden that we have to take into account their existence and their actions to keep ourselves safe. So everything has a non-zero space traffic footprint. All right. People talk about threats. This is a picture of me in my early years, my youth. I was a cop in the U.S. Air Force at a nuclear missile base, Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana, to be precise. And a threat required the concurrent existence of three things: opportunity to cause harm, capability to cause harm, and intent to cause harm. And so one of the things that I want to say to the space logistics community is the importance of norms in many ways is to try to remove the ambiguity surrounding intent. We don't want to appear to be threatening if we don't want to appear to be threatening. And so the thing is, what kind of practices can we put in place that would remove the ambiguity of what our intentions are in space? And so this is one of the reasons why we need to develop these norms or protocols. But as with many things in space, especially with on-orbit servicing and these sorts of things, many objects have the opportunity and capability to cause harm. And so I call those hazards. So hazards are things that have opportunity and capability for harmful interference, but don't have intent. Intent is the piece that converts the hazard to a threat. And many people, unfortunately, because it's ambiguous, they apply prejudice to the space traffic problem and just assume the worst out of people. That's the default action, is to assume the worst. And so everything's a threat until proven otherwise. And that's going to lead us to very undesired consequences in using this domain. Let's see. Some things that we can do to help development and maintenance of multi-sourced information. I'm going to talk about data sharing here in a little bit. Being able to monitor, verify, and assess the behaviors and activities of each other and share that monitoring and assessment data. Coordinating and planning the use of that common resource, orbital space. Capacity building, which I'll talk about here in a little bit, how that fits in. And certainly at some point, enforcement of compliance. And I think that, states or countries have a responsibility to do that. So the assumed space object population that's trackable, we're talking over 26,000 objects ranging in size from cell phone to the space station and a few different orbital regimes, out of which about 3,500 are things that are working, providing some sort of service and capability, and everything else is garbage. So about 96% of all the stuff we track on orbit is garbage, and 4% are the things that work. And out of that 4%, SpaceX owns and operates a third of that at this point, just to put things in a context. So we track a lot of stuff, as I said, and this is just a a plot of where some of those objects reside, but if there's time, maybe I'll show you the real thing kind of online. But basically, we got initial funding from the FAA, thanks to George and others when he was, working there, that basically had the forethought to try to develop a multi-sourced information platform that could harmonize disparate sources of information to try to quantify the who, what, when, where in orbital space. We have a number of people launching stuff in space over the next few years from different companies. These circles overlap a little bit, and so that means that they're sharing common orbital altitudes. And so that just underscores the need for coordination and planning, for sure, to manage those space logistics in a safe way. So what we need for that is we need awareness. What is the decision-making knowledge that allows us to achieve safety, security, and sustainability? And so we call that space domain awareness. On the bottom floor of this is just a space environment that is very dynamic and is hazardous to operation of these objects, and certainly motivates how these objects behave or move. We call that astrodynamics. And so how the orbital motion is driven by the space environment to a great extent. For most of the stuff up there that's dead, that's not actively controlled. Some of these things pose hazards, as I said earlier, but at the same time, threats do exist. And so I don't mean to say there are no threats in space. Of course there are. We just want to be careful with applying prejudice to just assume automatically that something that we didn't expect is a threat. We want space domain awareness to provide transparency. What is it? Who does it belong to? What can it do? We want for it to provide predictability. Not only what's the relationship between the anthropogenic space object population at any given moment or over the next few hours or weeks, but in a given scenario, how are any two space actors going to behave? So, if there's some collision probability or some close proximity between Acme Incorporated and Das Vidania LLC, what are these two actors going to actually do? How will they behave? Will they contact each other? Are there cultural nuances and context that need to be taken into account? It's not a given that we actually can predict that. And so that's an issue. And then the last one is accountability. What is the body of evidence that we need to develop to basically be the checks and balances on each other, back to that idea of monitoring and assessment and verification? So one of the ways that I like to put this into context is with this sort of Johari window, and to borrow from then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. So that is to say, there are things that we know, and there's things that we don't know. And so it's kind of funny, but there is a thing to that. And so I think what I'd like for you to think about is that, known knowns, the two terms, the first term is what you are aware of, and the second term is what you have measured. So one of the mantras that I have my students recite is, if you want to know something, you have to measure it. And if you want to understand something, you have to predict it. So measurements are the foundation. So things that we know are things that we are aware of having measured. That's where ideal decision-making and really quantifying the risk is at its best. But there are also things that we are aware of that we have not measured, and those are the known unknowns. So we have to throw uncertainty and ambiguity onto that, so that because it affects our decision-making process, our decisions are mired in uncertainty. But I think, to me, the most interesting ones are the bottom quadrants, which, the things that we're unaware of and we have not measured, those are unknowable by definition. These are enigmas. And so what can we do about those? Well, this is where crowdsourcing and aggregating massive quantities of disparate and heterogeneous data is something to do. So that's big data. And through that aggregation, we hope that we, in the mutual information that exists there, that we have unknowingly measured something that leads us to discovery. And then, by asking the right questions and discovering things that were otherwise hidden, then we can move the unknown knowns to things that we are aware of having measured. We can't measure everything in space. And so, we can't use descriptive statistics. We need to use inferential statistics, which is all about measuring samples of an entire population and then drawing conclusions about the entire population from the samples, hoping that these are statistically representative. So that means that anything we infer is in the context of uncertainty. So uncertainty is something we have to live with. One of the things that I had talked about earlier is this idea of capacity building, and this is where this comes into play. From my own experience, I can tell you that knowledge about space operations and how to do that and do it safely and all that is not even across planet Earth. And even across just the NATO alliance where I've done lecture series, I can tell you across the NATO countries, the knowledge base is uneven. So uneven knowledge for sure means uneven practice. That's an issue. So what we'd like to be able to do is we want the knowledge to actually be common knowledge. And if we can make things common knowledge, then that facilitates common practice by harmonizing this with the norms of behavior and these sorts of things. So capacity building is precisely the headed in the direction of trying to make individual knowledge more common knowledge. That's what the capacity building is about. And that's why is foundational to being able to achieve norms of behavior in space. One of the things that's unfortunate about space domain awareness is that given evidence, especially when it's very limited, many hypotheses can satisfy the same evidence. And by this, I mean, if your satellite experiences an anomaly, did it happen because Mother Nature did something or because Jimmy schwacked your satellite when you weren't looking? And so these are the things that we have to try to find, what evidence can we bring together that leads us to one-to-one causal relationships so that we can avoid some of this ambiguity. But the ambiguity is very real. And this is one of the reasons why it's dangerous to just use prejudice to remove the inherent uncertainty and ambiguity that exists in the domain awareness. We want to move towards tracking things better. And so, most objects don't self-report their identity. So we have an identity crisis in space. From a logistics perspective, any information that space operators can provide to the public square to help put a first and last name to all objects helps, because detecting is simply that. You're just detecting a dot. You don't know what it is, who it belongs to, what it can do. Tracking is detecting and identifying. And so we want to be able to do both, detect and identify. Said yet another way, if you have a bucket of detections over time and space, how do you reconcile the unique identities of those objects across those buckets? That is a non-trivial inverse problem to solve. Back to if you want to know what you have to measure it, starting from the far left, these are examples of things that we can measure. And so one of the questions is, given what we can measure, what combination of those measurements gives us insight into physical properties of these anthropogenic space objects, satellites, as it were? And then what combination of those physical properties gives us insight into functional, operational properties? And moving further to the right, can we get to a classification or a taxonomy for these objects and then unique space object identity? That's where we want to go. When we don't share information, this is what it leads to. I've been in rooms with vociferous and vehement arguments of two parties. They were talking about the same thing, but each one of them had data that revealed an aspect of something, but not something that was more comprehensive or holistic. So we have to share. We have to share data so we can jointly come up with a better picture of what's in space and how to better manage that resource. One of the interesting things provided by John Boyd in the late 80s with this idea of this OODA loop, which is observe, orient, decide, and act. And so observations by themselves are not that useful. And I can point to many examples of people that said, I have the best data in the world. I'm from Acme Incorporated and I can measure down to blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, turns out that it has a lot of systematic errors in it and it's not as good as you think because, well, you're the self-licking ice cream cone. So the thing is, we need to map all of these observations into a common kind of lingua franca. It's the orient part to make sure that the comparisons are apples to apples, as it were, to borrow this cliche kind of thing. And then once it's in a consistent, harmonized framework, then it can be exposed to different applications so that it can facilitate, desired decisions and actions. One of the things that we use to help us in this endeavor are ontologies or schema, where we semantically describe the domain, and then we can incorporate this into a computational framework. And this is a way to ingest and link these disparate heterogeneous data sources. Again, thanks to the seedling of the FAA and helping develop Astrograph, we have a 3-tiered system. And it's on the far right, you see these 3 layers: a bottom floor, a mezzanine, and the penthouse. The bottom floor are just raw sources of information. These can be space environmental information. It could be stuff from the US Department of Defense. It could be Acme Incorporated providing data or information about their objects. The point is that we can get this, both physics-based and human-based source of information. That's the landing zone. Then we develop interpreters that can pull the salient information from each one of those sources and map that into the mezzanine layer. That is the logosphere. That's the most important part of this. And so the middle part of this graph shows you an example of the semantic relationship in the graph, where the nodes are entities and the edges or lines are relationships between these things. Then that exposes it to the penthouse, which is the apps layer. And this is where people can query. And basically, we've set this up to be like a digital library, a curated set of information that policy people and scientists can both query and get utility out of it. It's a consistent, harmonized set of information. Then we can use, clustering algorithms and that sort of thing to try. Remember, I talked about the unknown unknowns. So by linking these disparate sources of information and asking interesting questions of that aggregated data set, can we find patterns and similarities across these depending on the sort of inquiry that we have? How inconsistent are things? Well, if you went to the Department of Defense and asked for the public truth and going on in space, you might see this is the Waze space traffic map, for instance. But if you ask the Russians, that might be what you see. What is that Sesame Street song? One of these things is not like the other, right? So one of those deals. So it just underscores the importance of sharing information, because who do you believe? And even when it comes to a single object, here's like flock 1C10, we have 4 different opinions. These things are separated from each other by, hundreds of meters, which you might not think is much. But when it comes to a collision probability, it could be, the difference between the things really going to hit, and you shouldn't really worry about it. So we need to find a way to aggregate the data and somehow achieve some consensus. We've been asked to monitor some of these behaviors. So we've looked at compliance of people disposing their objects, let's say at GEO. So we have a use case that we developed there. And we also looked at the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, and how are people actually registering, implementing and adopting the Convention on Space Object Registry. Are people compliant with that? And if so, how are they doing that? And so we came up with our own rating system. I kind of like the 5-star system, restaurants, hotels, that sort of thing. So I applied that with Space Object Registry. And interestingly enough, this is what the data show. I've done no massaging of anything. I just grabbed all of the Space Object Registry data from the UN and just looked at country by country. I applied this ranking system, and countries that have, just like with reviews, right? If you have 5 stars in one review, that probably doesn't count as much as 4.5 stars and a gazillion reviews, kind of thing. So it's weighted in that sense. But the words in the treaty are register your object as soon as it's practicable. So we looked at the lag time between launch and when it was submitted by the country to the UN. And as soon as it's practicable by some countries is consistently, on average interpreted as several years. My guess is that as soon as it's practicable was not intended to be, hey, you know what, 5 years after the thing's on orbit, we get around to it, submit it to the UN. So the thing is, even when we have common law of stuff in space, there's no common interpretation or common application. And this has serious consequences for space logistics as well. So we need to understand, again, you can't manage what you don't know, and you don't know what you don't measure. So measuring and quantifying has to be the foundation of how we can understand how we're all interpreting and applying these things before we can get to decision making. So with that, I'm going to leave you with some famous words from Rudolf Emil Kalman, the co-inventor of the Kalman filter. Whenever a model is built, it's always proper to basically ask yourself, is the model really reflecting the data, or is an artifact displaying the prejudice of the creator? So we should all be for prejudice-free inference. Love that. Love that. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moraba. That reminds me of some of my modeling work that I like the quote, all models are wrong, some are useful.
Nice, nice.
It's really wonderful work that you've done, and I enjoyed getting to see the various developments and the ways that it's put together. The game of celestial chicken that you described is, in my newcomer shoes to the space industry, I certainly follow all of the data analytics pieces, but human behavior isn't a factor in subsurface operations as much, and in real time at 17,500 miles per hour. So that's a new consideration for me, and maybe for some others as well. And you addressed, I had some questions about, specific accuracy, and you showed that it's hundreds of meters sometimes, so very helpful there. I wonder if you wouldn't mind going back to an earlier comment about the space traffic footprint, and talk a little bit about how you might compare that to a carbon tax credit. Is there a system that you've proposed to apply that footprint to regulation, or is it just in its initial stages of being described and defined?
Absolutely. So it's in the initial stages of being described and defined. I will say that it's very useful to talk about it in the context of things like orbital carrying capacity. Just like there's carrying capacity in ecosystems and highways, we do have orbital highways, and we have not, as a global community, come up with a definition for that. The European Space Agency has come up with an initial kind of concept for that, and we're looking at that as well. But one of the things that I've told people is that you can loosely understand the orbital carrying capacity as being saturated when our decisions and actions can no longer prevent some percentage of losses and disruptions, right? So if we can say, hey, in this sun synchronous orbit, we're experiencing 10% of losses and disruptions that we have no idea what to do about it, because we can't decide things to make that smaller, to reduce it. So that is saturated. We should not be launching more things in that orbit, because we already know that there's this percent chance that the thing could be, suffer this kind of ill consequence, and we could do nothing about it. And I think that in context of the orbital carrying capacity, then, and I'm going to be a little bit bold here, just like the ITU allocates spectrum to people launching stuff in space, there could be an equivalent that would allocate carrying capacity to people going through their own national space law, launching, licensing kind of things, where you say, hey, look, you can't put something in this orbit because the capacity is saturated. Somebody needs to provide capacity back by removing this percentage of the space traffic footprint. And in fact, now there's a business case to be made for providing capacity back or for minimizing space traffic footprints.
Do you think the burden for removing that lies with the person who wants that spot in the orbit or with the person who put the thing that needs to be removed?
So I think I'm going to also just kind of put myself out there. I think the burden should be on the owner of the junk. Just like, look, it's like if I'm going to get on a highway, and then when I get on the highway, there's a bunch of cars that are just like without drivers. If I have to remove the cars out of the road just so that I can use the highway, that's not effective. And at the same time, from a liability perspective, I, as a private citizen, would probably upset the owner of the car on the side of the road if I just got in and just like drove it off, right? So I think that there's some analogies that we can make that are useful to kind of an international body to say, look, now we've quantified the space traffic footprint and carrying capacity. We can identify specific nations that are taking up the capacity, and we can then approach them to say, look, here's a country that wants to make use of this space, and it can't do that because you have a bunch of dead stuff that serves no purpose that's taking this stuff up. So maybe you have so much allotted time to remove it. And if you don't do that, then we're going to pay a third-party space tow truck company to remove the thing, right?
Yeah. Enter Astroscale. Wow.
Could be.
Great. I think I will save my other questions for the panel because I think it would be interesting to have those answers from all three panel participants. So thank you very much. I'm so glad you'll be joining us for the panel, and we'll go on to our next speaker.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Brian Whedon. Dr. Brian Whedon is the Director of Program Planning for Secure World Foundation and has more than 20 years of professional experience in space operations and policy. Dr. Whedon directs strategic planning for future year projects to meet the Foundation's goals and objectives and conducts research on space sustainability issues. He is a member and former chair of the World Economic Forum's Council on the Future of Space Technologies, a former member of the Advisory Committee on Commercial Remote Sensing to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the Executive Director of the Consortium for Execution of Rendezvous and Servicing Operations. Prior to joining SWF, Dr. Whedon served 9 years on active duty as an officer in the United States Air Force working in space and intercontinental ballistic missile operations. Dr. Whedon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lee. Happy to be here today. And also happy to say I think our three sort of different takes on this have been able to work out a little bit here. So George led off this block talking about sort of the process in the US that on the space traffic management, how this all got started and a lot of the interagency work. And then, Marie just gave a great overview, as it always does, on sort of the data challenges in doing this. I'm going to touch on some of both of those, but I'm going to focus most of my remarks on the international piece, which is sort of the other aspect of this that we haven't really touched on so far. It's really important. So my subline here is this is really complicated. This whole subject, there is not going to be one easy answer. There's just so many different moving pieces here. You've got the legal issues, the policy issues, the technical issues, the economic issues. There's stuff at the at the national level, stuff at the international level, private sector. It's just a hugely complicated issue, which is part of the reason why it's taking such a long time to kind of get progress on it, much to, my frustration and, George and others, we've all sort of expressed our frustration with how long it's taken. So I'm going to start here just to recap. One of the big things that has changed, and this is a significant change just the last couple of years, is the number of commercial payloads that are being launched in there. Sorry, payloads in general, but commercial payloads especially being launched into space. This is a chart from the European Space Agency. They put out an annual state of the space environment report that sort of documents what's up there. And this is a huge change. And this is just sort of year one of what we expect to be a continuing accelerating trend over the next decade plus. And what's driving that are small satellites. And this is a chart from a report done by Bryce Space and Technology. They do a lot of really interesting analytics on the commercial space world, and in particular, so the rise of the small satellite world. So you can see here sort of the things less than 600 kilograms or what are driving this change. But in particular, mega constellations, right? The sort of the colloquial term for these large constellations that serve satellite internet. This shows the current constellation for Starlink that's on orbit. I think we're up to 1,600, 1,700 satellites, something like that. You can see some really interesting features. You can see they're all their inclination is shaped so they're all focusing over the more populated areas of the Earth and not really offering service over the equators just yet. You can see some close lines in here, which are the more recently deployed strings that haven't yet spaced themselves out in their particular orbits. This is what's driving it. And this snapshot is just the initial part, like phase, I think is 1.5 of 5 of the first part of Starlink. So you're looking at, like I said, roughly 700 satellites out of proposed upwards of 100,000 satellites between multiple different countries, multiple different companies. So let's say maybe half of those make it to market, 50,000. That's just a massive, massive change in the number of satellites. So there's not only an issue of are they going to collide with each other physically? There's also an radio frequency spectrum interference issue between themselves, with the satellites and the terrestrial services. There's a light pollution angle to this that we're really just starting to even think about, and back to what George was talking about, all of that sort of hinges on who is authorizing, who is overseeing, who is managing these from a Article 6 oversight perspective, as well as sort of avoiding collisions. That's sort of the challenge here. These are just a snapshot of some ones that are planned. So we got OneWeb that is out of the UK. They're looking at initial 6,000 plus maybe another 48,000. Starlink is well on their way to deploying their first 4,400, and then they've got plans for 30,000. Kuiper, which is backed by Amazon, also in the US, 3,300. Lightspeed, which is being done by Telesat in Canada, they're looking at 300. And just in the last couple of weeks, the Chinese government has officially approved another satellite constellation of roughly 13,000 satellites that'll be built by a couple of their big state-owned enterprises. So all of this is what's coming down the pipeline. Oh, by the way, sorry, just in the last week, the European Union said, oh, we need to get in here too. And they want to develop some sort of large constellation of their own to get out there. So just to recap sort of a little bit what George said, a little bit what Mariba said, when we talk about space traffic management, we're talking about the airspace interface. So how do we minimize the impact of all these space launches on aircraft operations, so we don't have aircraft and spacecraft running into each other, and then cooperating spacecraft and aircraft in some cases on the same facility, things like suborbital tourism, air launch spacelift. Then there's the orbital congestion piece, which is preventing collisions between objects, managing the congested altitudes, that footprint, and the carrying capacity, as Mariba talked about, and probably how do we close approaches to crewed objects like space stations and maybe in the future hotels. How do we manage that? And then there's this third piece, which is the oversight of all the private sector commercial stuff. Our Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, each country is responsible for authorization and continuing supervision. What does that mean? How does that flow down to the regulation, licensing, and the actual monitoring? So roughly, these are the three big parts of space traffic management. I know George started talking about a definition. I want to go back to the minute to talk about it because this has emerged as sort of one of the sticking points in the international discussions. Back when this all sort of first started, several years ago, the debate that one of the terms being thrown about in the U.S. government was actually space traffic control. We have air traffic control. Why not space traffic control? And it turns out there's a lot of good reasons. One, as both George and Rita pointed out, 95+% of the space objects are not under any control whatsoever and will never be under any control whatsoever. So this notion that we can control things is a little bit over the top. So the US government then settled on this term space traffic management, which is meant to be sort of a little bit softer way to think about that. We're sort of managing things. We're sort of making sure things are going on. But in the last year and a half or so, that itself has gotten some pushback within the international community. There was actually a International Organization for Standards, ISO, the working group that focuses on space operations. There was the U.S. floated developing an ISO standard on space traffic management, and one of the big pushbacks from several of the European countries was that management is even itself is too strong, because the things that are being talked about, we're not actively managing. They're sort of more of passive things. So that floated the idea of space traffic coordination. Maybe what we're really talking about here is, I've got stuff on space, you've got stuff on space. We're going to pick up the phone, and we're going to talk to each other and coordinate it out. And somebody actually floated a space traffic coordination and management as sort of a way to bridge this whole thing and come up with a compromise. Ultimately, within the ISO, that hasn't flown yet. There were several countries that voted against starting up work on a new standard. But just to highlight that, even though space traffic management has become a sort of the colloquial term we use, there is still debate in the community over what's actually going to happen here. And one of the point of mine, going back to the air traffic control analogy, we often try to analogize space to air traffic. There's a lot of big differences here. First, space happens at much higher velocities. The typical close approach in LEO is in excess of 10 kilometers a second. And so if you have sort of, from the air traffic world, you would have some like visual flight rules. That's just not going to work. A, most spacecraft don't have people on board, and B, they're going to interact in a way that is just moving at speeds and distances beyond what humans can react to. As Mariba was getting at, the current state of the art is you don't have a definitive yes, no, if two things are going to collide. You have a probabilistic analysis that says that, there's a certain percentage that they may come close, and they're going to come close and they may collide. And so you have to make decisions based on what your risk tolerance is as an individual operator. As I mentioned, less than 5% of space traffic have any ability to maneuver, compared to pretty much all of air traffic. There's no such thing as national airspace in orbit. States have jurisdiction over their space objects, but not over regions, which makes it challenging to do things like zones and sort of, manage who gets access to what. And then finally, there's no international framework for harmonizing the national regimes. And that's what we get to think of this thing ICAO for space, which has come up in our community. The International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, does exactly that harmonization. It was created by international treaty, the Chicago Convention, and it is an international entity that sets global standards for air traffic that are then implemented at the national level through the different administrations in the US, the FAA. So people have talked about, should we have one of those for space traffic management, some sort of international entity that is setting those standards. ICAO itself actually does have a space transportation working group that's been active for the last several years. They are more focused on the airspace interface than they are focused on activities in space, because that's sort of that's the link, that's the hook for ICAO to get involved, is the impact on air traffic. And discussions are going on for a few years. I'm actually not aware of a specific change coming down the pipeline. I think it's been mostly sort of just a discussion. Somebody asked earlier, sort of, what do other countries think about this? And the answer is they're still working on it. For most countries, this is a very new topic, and they're just starting to sort of get their hands around it. And I'm going to spend the next few slides talking a bit about the Europeans' perspective on this, because of sort of the rest of the world, they've probably put the most thought into space traffic management. As we're going to see, they're still working on it. And I'll say that, the Europe's focus on space traffic management really got underway in 2019, and it was in response to the public announcement and signing of Space Policy Directive 3 in 2018 that George highlighted. Unfortunately, a lot of the European stance on this has been, I would say, fairly hostile or combative for what the U.S. approach. I think they see the U.S. National regime first as sort of antithetical to what they would prefer. A lot of the European scholars have talked about a multilateral first approach. So start with that thing that looks like an ICAO for space that's going to set global standards and work downwards from there. Whereas Space Policy Directive 3 was more of a bottom up. It's a sort of a national first. We do the national regime first and go from there. A lot of the Europeans are skeptical of this idea of, letting the industry set the standards that then become the baseline for the regulations, which is what is encapsulated in Space Policy Directive 3. And I also think that a lot of this pushback is tied to it's flavored by the broader Trump administration hostility towards Europe. That was sort of the broader context, unfortunately, around space traffic management. Is, even though much of the substance that was in Space Policy Directive 3 was not partisan, was not controversial, it was largely similar to the things that were talked about and mostly underway during the Obama administration. I think it's been caught up in this broader political issue. So in 2019, there were 3 European-led organizations: the International Association for Space Law, International Institute for Space Law, the International Astronautical Federation, and the International Academy of Astronautics, all signed an agreement that they were going to jointly study this issue. That's been going on sort of behind the scenes. Just in the beginning of this year, the European Union launched a few different studies under their Horizon 2020 program, specifically to look at space traffic management. There are a few. It's kind of hard to keep your hands on all of them, get your hands on all of them. But 2 of the primary ones are the Space Traffic Management for 21st Century Space Operations, and then the European Ways Forward Space Traffic Management, Spaceways. Those are their links here on the go to the actual project page under the European Commission, and they have $1 million or so in funding to kind of do a study. In addition, the European Commission's Director General for Defense and Space, DG DEFIS, has launched an EU pilot project for STM. All 3 of these are on like a year to year and a half sort of a time scale. So that would be finishing up end of 21, first part of 22, before they start making any recommendations. As to what those recommendations might be, well, it's complicated. This is taken from a statement put out by the Council of the European Union just last week. Talks about how space traffic management is an important issue, highlights how complex it is, and in particular, this issue of multiple levels of competences. So the European Union has the authority to coordinate foreign policy, which space kind of would fall under, but the individual member states retain regulatory authority over their industry. So any kind of industry regulation would have to be at the European member state level, not at the EU level. Then there's questions about where do you put the research, where do you put the R&D, the capacity building, all that kind of stuff. So this is where they talk about the second paragraph here about this. There has been agreement on the Commission to create a space traffic management flagship project to build some sort of European STM capability. And that is going to draw from the studies that I mentioned that were underway. And as you see here, they're, end of 2021 through mid 22 is when they're going to be coming out. So that was sort of a brief look at, by the way, there's another entity, before I get to the end here, United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, UN COPUOS. They're sort of the UN forum that talks about space issues. They've talked about space traffic management a little bit. There's nothing specifically underway there at the moment. COPUOS spent from 2010 through 2019 working on voluntary guidelines for long-term sustainability of space. that touch on a lot of the things related to space traffic management. They talk about improving SSA data sharing, improving debris mitigation. They talk about countries improving how they provide oversight of their national activities. But there was not a proposal from UNCOPIOS on space traffic management specifically. And it's still just essentially basically a discussion point. So to wrap up, Space Policy Directive 3, even if fully implemented in the United States, and George talked about sort of the challenges just in doing that, which I think we can expand more during the policy discussion, is only going to be the first step. There's also this broader conversation over international norms and standards of behavior that is what would be implemented to the national regulation. And if we adopt the ICAO model for space, what that means is even if we get this international entity that helps set those norms and standards, every single country with satellites would need to have their own version of SPD3, would have to need their own national regime and administration. That's over 60 countries at this point. That is a huge lift. If we've seen how long it's taken the U.S. to get its hands around this, that's a huge thing. Meanwhile, commercial space activities are ramping up, and are going to be continuing sort of regardless of what happens on the governance side with the space traffic management. So that's it. I will end there, and more than happy to talk about questions. If you want to save those, we just go right into the panel. Up to you, Lee.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's just fascinating, this evolution. Can you talk a little bit about, well, you haven't minced words on Twitter about the behavior of some countries and the effects of those behaviors on their launch prospects and allowing them to do that. Talk about how we use other issues and policies and political influence on other things to encourage compliance with, it seems, the only rules that are out there, which is the registration with the UN. And maybe, Moraba showed the quality, 5-star ratings, 4-star ratings. Can we at least start working with these countries about going from 3s to 5s, using a little bit of a, massaging with other policies?
So honestly, I think the registration convention is one of the more difficult ones to kind of get more specificity, more compliance with. The words that are in there that Maria talked about, that's what we call strategic ambiguity, right? Think about when these treaties were being negotiated in the 60s and the 70s, the primary thing that we were doing in space was national security. We had, the U.S. is putting up Corona satellites and the first spy satellites. We had, very classified military things going on. Soviets doing some of the same things. We have ballistic missile testing. Both countries, U.S. and the Soviets, there was a desire to kind of not have the nuclear arms race extend into space. So they both wanted to kind of cap that off, but they both had things going on in space. And they both wanted to publicly demonstrate they were, all for humanity and peace in the world and using space for good things, but they also had very classified, secretive things they wanted to do in space. So that's why that ambiguity is there. It's actually even worse than what Maria talked about, because if you look at, every single military satellite registered by the U.S. has the same very bland euphemism. Satellites engaged in basic things such as weather or communications, something along those lines, for every single satellite. And the same thing with the Russians, right? Every single one of theirs military government satellites has this sort of very bland euphemism. That is an issue that touches on national security, which is always the hardest to get countries to abide by. In a lot of these discussions, we've tried to split out sort of the security and the safety civil things, because the safety and civil in some ways can be easier to talk about. So that's one. The other thing I would say is, some of us in the private sector and the NGO community have been vocal about trying to pressure countries on this, because countries often aren't the ones doing that. And that's because it's hard to find, I would say, a country that is sort of a stellar actor on these. If you look across that chart that Mariba showed, none of the major space powers are really standouts in terms of really doing great jobs in registering all their satellites. If you look at the numbers being put out by the European Space Agency on who's complying with these debris mitigation regulations, like the 25-year guideline, yeah, there's no country really stands out as doing a great job out of all of them. The best ones are basically the commercial operators in the geostationary belt are the ones doing the best job there, because they have the most incentive not to screw up the orbit that they're currently making $100 billion in revenue a year from. So that's part of why this is tricky, is getting countries to kind of back things up and actually take action is challenging, mainly because of the national security issues.
Yeah, I feel like it eventually, if things stall out with countries, because either reticence to push policies that would disadvantage each individual country in some way, there's a disincentive to succeed at that. At forming, deciding the FAA is going to do it, and forming and protecting them from lawsuits. Yep. There's a disincentive from making that happen, from a DoD perspective, I guess. And so it becomes pressure from commercial companies in a way that really pushes that.
It can, yeah. And we've seen some of that, right? So there's something called the Space Safety Coalition, which is a group of 40 or so organizations, and mine is one of those, but most of them are satellite operators, commercial satellite operators, who have all come together and put together a list of practices that go beyond the bare minimums that the governments require them to comply by. And they've said, we will voluntarily abide by these. So there has been some of that pressure and some of that industry leadership. But they have their own sort of areas where they're reluctant to commit, right? You then look at what's been going on. The FCC for the last 2+ years has been running a public comment period debating what the debris mitigation requirements should be for these large constellations, right? Are we going to treat Starlink just like Intelsat, just like everybody else? Or are they special, and do they require some special requirements? If you look through the industry filings in those, over the last 2+ years, there's a lot of pushback from companies over making any of this mandatory and having any sort of additional requirements. So that's sort of what's challenging. It's easy for me working for an NGO to put out there and say this, do the right thing. It's a little bit harder to say that when you're talking about your bottom line or you're talking about national security.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I also wanted to go back briefly to one of your early points about the definition of and terminology for space traffic management. And, you pointed out a lot of reasons why maybe different words could be chosen. And, even the word traffic, I think, seems to connotate that each individual item has agency of some kind and autonomous ability to respond and move. And that's not the case. Can you talk about that for just a minute?
Well, I would just say, look, the debates over definition terminology go back at least 20 years, if not longer than that. I think George might remember there's a Czech scholar who, probably in the 70s talked about this issue and sort of coined some initial terms. For me, it's sort of like cyber, right? I think all the experts and scholars will agree cyber is like a terrible word, but it's become the term we use to talk about all of that.
Yeah.
And at some point, the wonks like me just got to give up sort of this argument over definition, just say, fine, just go with what's out there, because that's sort of the accepted term and everyone knows kind of what we mean. We say the word cyber. To me, I think I'm sort of in the same position on space traffic management. To me, that's the thing that is become the term of art in the community. I got a thumb up from George. Become the term of art. It's sort of what's permeated the political space and even the public space to some extent. And so while we can continue to argue and debate over, well, is it control, is it coordination, is it something else, I think we just go with it, right? Because all the time we spend arguing over the definitions is time not spent actually implementing it and making progress. And I suspect a fair bit of the European pushback on the terminology has more to do with politics than the actual term itself, which, I mean, that's something that's just unavoidable in some cases.
Yeah, I completely agree. Once you have a term in place, ousting it in favor of another just takes ink that you could otherwise be using for policy and advancement of good answers to the problems. Yeah. Well, let's see. I think it is just about time for us to now jump back into our panel. Morba's just logging back on. Thank you for jumping back on, Morba. George and Brian, we're all going to be in a discussion together. So I thought I would start with cheerfully the worst case scenario, right? So does Astragraph or the individual countries' programs that are equivalent to Astragraph in their own attempts to characterize what's out there, do they create ongoing predictions of the likelihood of Kessler syndrome? And if so, how do those change over time?
Well, I can tell you what, based on the best of my knowledge. So I know that at least on behalf of the European Space Agency and probably to some extent, NASA, and maybe even with help on the U.S. side with the Aerospace Corporation, they're always updating their predictions and that sort of stuff based on their models. The interesting thing is that the numbers between the three of them don't agree, even statistically. So so that's a concern. And I also have to say that for the record, I'm not a believer in the Kessler syndrome. So
talk about that for just a minute, but unless Brian wants to jump in, I'm curious to hear.
Well, I think what Marie was getting at is the Kessler syndrome, as originally discussed by Don and his co-author Burton Kerr-Palais, is different than what's become into the popular rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
So what they talked about was that eventually we're going to have enough stuff on orbit that the debris on debris collisions will create more debris than what gets cleaned out by the normal atmospheric thing. We're already kind of seeing that happen, right? That's sort of the increase in the catalog that we saw earlier. I think what's come into the popular notion is this issue that it's a runaway effect, almost like a nuclear chain reaction, which is not the case. For one, I often liken it more to climate change in that this thing, the Kessler syndrome, happens on the order of decades or longer in terms of the time scale of what we see its effects. It's not like in the movie Gravity that George mentioned earlier, where one thing is going to accidentally set off this chain reaction that all of a sudden everything's gone, right? That's not what's going to happen. I just dropped a paper into the chat from the European Space Debris Conference from a couple months ago. And the paper is about stress testing the debris mitigation guidelines by a guy named Hugh Lewis, is one of the researchers in the UK. He did an interesting scenario. He basically took the top 50 most threatening, dangerous, massive objects and detonated all of them at once, and then ran a simulation to see what happened. It was bad, right? We had lots and lots of collisions, not an environment you want to operate in, but you did not see this, exponential runaway growth that some have been fearful of. So I think that's sort of, maybe you've been on it a couple of times. I think that's sort of what you're trying to get at here. The way I would suggest thinking of it is the amount of debris we leave on orbit is going to lead to a future equilibrium of debris objects that poses a certain threat to satellites. And the question is, are we good with that or not? Right?
Yeah.
let's say if you leave 10,000 objects, the collision threat is going to be X. If you leave 20,000 objects, collision threat might be 3X, something along those lines. But it's sort of making up numbers here. The question then is that a risk we can live with? What is the implications then for human spaceflight, for commercial business models, for just government funding satellites and protecting national security satellites to keep that on orbit? That's what we're really worried about in the community.
Yeah, that becomes part of the economic risking of any project. As your launch costs go down, you can take on a little bit more risk. Very interesting. Thank you for making that distinction for me, and I'm sure for a few others. George, did you want to weigh in on that topic as well?
I think both Marva and Brian have explained that very well. That doesn't mean that there's no risk or that
of course, right.
addressing these problems, but it doesn't mean that we are within days of never being able to go to space again. So have to keep it in balance.
Yes, that's a very helpful point. Can you talk a little bit about what Brian and I spoke about just in his Q&A about the disincentive for countries to actually succeed at making their own regulation, because it forces them into kind of a catch-22 in terms of national security. Have you run into those conversations in real life, in your role at FAA, in those conversations, or do those go unsaid?
So when I was at the FAA, I often found myself in a position that the FAA was looked up to, and the United States was looked up to in terms of its regulatory frameworks for handling things like commercial space and launch safety and so forth. And that was a good thing. And that led to many requests for workshops, tutorials, meetings. How did you guys do this? Because we want to have our own space law. And they didn't want to start with a blank sheet. Here's what we did well, here's where we're still struggling. Here's where we probably didn't get it right first, but here's what we can advise you. And we were always happy to do that. And I think that is a common and very good way for our relationships to be with our international partnerships. Individual administrations or individuals may want to head in different directions at different times, but certainly this is the kind of issue that absolutely has to be based on transparency, collaboration, trust, and so forth. And so the question is, what's the best way to do that? And having an ICAO for space, wonderful idea. Yeah. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to do it? What is the technical basis for all that? My attitude when questioned about that in the past has always been, we love international collaboration. We want to do it. We want to be open. But because that is so hard and it's going to take so long, let's see if the US can get its act together first, and then we're happy to share and then to invite in partners from the whole world to do that. So not trying to be on top, not trying to be in charge and direct people, but rather let's figure out how we can do it for the US, because we're going to have to do that anyway, even if there is an ICAO for space. And once we've got a system that works, let's share it and encourage others to participate. And there's lots of ways to incentivize collaboration along those lines. So I'm interested in Marva and Brian's thoughts along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, and certainly I think that there is a way for the U.S. to figure it out. I think it's possible. It just has not happened yet. And when I look at the evidence, it seems like we're stuck in a gyre. We're just moving around, and there's a lack of decision making. And I can tell you, I think one of the more frustrating things is now it seems like the House science folks want to revisit this whole thing of which is the civil entity that it's like, we've been down here, we've spent money, let's just do something, right? It's yowza. So
yeah, no, I I share that frustration. I think I've written that exactly thing, I think, at least a couple of times in the last year. The other point I would make here is I don't think this is an either or, right? That's why I sort of brought up the ICAO and the air traffic, where even if we had and something like an ICAO for space, we still have to have national administrations to actually do the regulation and the licensing. And even if the US did put this scheme in place, that only works for the stuff licensed by the US government. So you have to have some sort of international coordination. You're going to have both parts of it. So to me, it's not a matter of either or. It's more of a matter of where you start from. And I tend to agree with George that, we start from what is a little bit easier to handle, and that is the national administration piece. But I'll just point out that, the three of us are all three Americans. So maybe, it's just sort of in our, we're just sort of more amenable to sort of that approach than others might be.
Yeah, that comes back to the crawl, walk, run. When things are difficult, just start with something and move it ahead. Can you describe where you think the Biden administration is as of today? I think the nomination of Bill Nelson was fairly well received in the industry, with some pros and cons, but at least he's knowledgeable and some people are big fans. So curious where you think they are on these various policies and their knowledge of where things are headed and what needs to be done.
The starting point is, Administrator Nelson is, essentially the only appointee so far in the space policy world. And so it's sort of hard to get your hands around what their position is. They don't really have anything out there. A lot of us had interaction with the transition team. The thing that my organization and a lot of others sort of pitched to the transition team was consistency. A lot of the substance of the things the Trump administration did on space policy was good and was in line with things that started during the Obama administration. And so, don't be making huge changes just because it happened to come from the Trump administration. Trying a lot of the substance should be okay, and let's move forward, right? Let's not go back to revisiting these decisions that were made a few years ago and just have yet another delay. I wrote recently about this issue in the context of one of the concerning parts, though, is the Office of Space Commerce, which of course is sort of the centerpiece for this, as established by the Trump administration. Has had sort of an exodus of a lot of the people that were involved in the space traffic management issue. Kevin O'Connell was the only appointee there as the director. Of course, he had to leave. He was not held over, but a lot of the other experts have since left the office as well. I think that's very concerning for myself and others. That's not a policy decision by the Biden administration. It's just sort of part of the transition. But some of us are also concerned that in the absence of active political involvement, sort of the traditional organizational behavior is going to reassert itself, and it's going to go back to, well, no, it just looks at remote sensing licensing and not this broader vision that was espoused for space commerce. And really that goes back to Congress, because Congress, despite our pleas for something like a bureau, did not do that. Right? They did not pull off-space commerce out of NOAA. It is still down inside of NOAA, and that presents organizational challenges in terms of creating a different culture, creating sort of a different vision, and really instilling that in the organization.
Yeah, thank you, Moraba. I think you wanted to weigh in on that as well.
Well, I was just going to say, look, Space Policy Directive 3 has been out there since June 18th of 2018. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think pretty much anybody in the space community will agree that it's something that makes sense. So it's like, just do that. Like this whole idea of like the Etch-a-Sketch model of, SSA STM doesn't make sense. Oh, new administration, let's shake it up and let's just like see what we can make up all over again. No, SPD3 makes sense. There are other things that have been put out there that make sense. I think one of the biggest thing that that saddens me, and before I even became an academic and I was part of the Air Force Research Lab, is the blatant disregard of the importance of scientific investment in space situational awareness and space traffic management. The fact that people think, oh, just companies can figure it out. No, there's a lot of science that needs to be done. There's a lot of hand waviness that I've seen companies put out there. There's a lot of junk and complete and utter nonsense that many companies have put out there. Where's the independent checks and balances? Where are the research institutions to provide the scientific underpinnings for this to be successful? It's the spray and pray model. It's like the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. It's let me throw a couple, tens of thousands of dollars at the wall and hope that something sticks. It is really bad. And I think that it's to our detriment. We are being left behind when it comes to this sort of thing. So that's one of my biggest concerns.
Just quickly to add on to that, just this morning or yesterday, the Senate passed that there's a huge bill tied to competitiveness with China and computer chips. Buried in there is a Space Act. There's a NASA authorization, and then the Space Act. Part of the Space Act, is my understanding, includes funding for these space civil SSA centers of excellence that would be housed at universities or NGOs to do some of the work that Mariba just talked about, right?
But is that law now, or is it just?
So as I understood, it just passed the Senate today. So it still has to go through the House and go through the rest of the process. And it is just an authorization bill. It's not actually an appropriations bill. So there's a whole other piece, but it's a couple steps further than it was 6 months ago.
Sure.
So just another
go ahead.
Perspective on all this. Frankly, I think this may be a little bit like the challenges associated with the formation of the Space Force. Yeah. In that right now, there is no office that worries about this. There's nobody, there's lots of people that do little things. NASA does great things and DOD does things and FAA does things, but it's nobody's job to look at the big picture and make sure we've got research, we've got agreements, we've got operational procedures, we've got investment. And so we're seeing the results of that. So although change is hard and it's maybe easy to, let's just keep going in the same direction. If there is a way to have a step change that would institutionalize some of that thinking, I think that would be worth it. So
yeah. Morva, can you go into a little more detail about the costs of having bad science driving policy in this specific instance?
Yeah, I mean, look, right now, the greatest source of information into stuff in space is the Department of Defense, and unequivocally, they model every single object like a cannonball. You know what I'm saying? Really? It's like make the horse look like a sphere kind of thing. Yeah, please. And the thing is, that just does not support space traffic management needs. We don't even have a classification scheme or a taxonomy for the types of objects. Right now, a CubeSat is as spherical as a rocket body, is as spherical. It's like, that doesn't make sense. We don't treat oil tankers on the ocean the same as we do kayaks. We don't treat Vespa scooters the same way as we do semis. So why should we treat CubeSats the same as, Long March 5B rocket bodies and stuff? Like, that's a problem. And there needs to be some science that underwrites and underpins this sort of thing, and it's like, it's just very scary. And when you go to, and I'm probably going to pay a price for saying this, but so be it. I've never been known to be the fly on the wall. When you go to places like the National Science Foundation and that sort of stuff, SSA is somebody else's problem. Oh, that's too applied. It doesn't fit within a single discipline. No kidding. It's transdisciplinary. You know what I'm saying? So because it doesn't fit nicely within astrophysics or within material science, everybody says, well, I can't solve that whole thing. So there's back to what George said. It's nobody, that's no entity single problem. And so science is suffering as a consequence of that.
And that's why you started your transdisciplinary program.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And because the science is suffering, it is difficult we don't have that scientific knowledge base to then sort of leverage for the policy discussions and the actual implementation.
Yeah. Yeah. What about, we've talked a lot about policy. What about enforcement? Is that another disincentive to make policy, is that we don't believe we can or maybe should enforce it? How does that come into play in this discussion?
So let me start with a few comments. When I was at the FAA, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation had a very unusual twofold mission by Congress. First, to ensure public safety during commercial launch and reentries, but also to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space transportation. And that drove a lot of people crazy. That's a conflict of interest. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. We want to have safety, but you don't want to just sit back there and say, no, you can't launch. That is not the right answer.
Right.
And so I think there is a way, if you have the right organization and you give them the right instructions, don't just say no. Let's figure this out. We may well need some regulations, but before you can have a smart regulation, you have to have information.
Yeah.
And we don't have good information, as Moraba has been talking about. First, let's get some better accuracy and completeness and timeliness in the information we have and share it. And then that'll inform potentially the need for better regulations. But again, right now, we don't know where these objects are very accurately. And so we have to have huge buffer zones around all of them because they might be close to one another when they might not. So there's a definite sequence when in terms of how we should head towards regulations. We may well need regulations, but that should not be the first thing that we grab for in the toolbox.
Did SPD address funding for the right research to solve some of those problems? No.
No.
Yeah, it was a policy document, right? It doesn't address funding. It doesn't, because the executive branch doesn't have the authority to do that. That's reserved for Congress.
Yeah. Kelvin talked about some of those things the other day, George. And there's, he described document 60, I think, which is consolidating various regulations that all were trying to do individual things. And now it's makes better sense, but that's just for the stuff that FAA has been regulating for decades, right?
Correct.
So the idea that the new stuff is ready to be solved is a tall order, especially when we don't have the foundational science completely done.
Yeah, and I'll throw sticks at Congress again, because honestly, they really have been sort of the ones holding some of this thing up. So yes, Congress most recently did authorize off-space commerce to do this commercial SSA pilot program and did appropriate money, but they did not address the expanded authorities issue that we talked about, right? Yeah. So that is still an open question, and they didn't address the organization issue in terms of they're still down inside of NOAA and NESDIS, and thus, again, as George said, sort of similar to the Space Force, right? If you're down inside another organization, can you really, and your priorities are not the same as the parent organization, how much real priority can you give to those things? And I'll also say, with George used to work off space, commercial space transportation, I think has the same issue with the FAA, right? The big FAA has not always been all that supportive of space stuff. And AST is a small little organization of 100 people and $20 million inside of a much bigger organization that has a different focus. So that's why we were talking about sort of elevating both the Bureau of Space Commerce and the Bureau of Space Transportation to solve both of those challenges. Just on the regulatory, on the enforcement piece, that's sort of the thing that you don't really, but nobody wants to talk about, right? It's bad politics for the government to talk about enforcing things. That brings out all sorts of antibodies. The commercial sector generally doesn't want to talk about enforcement because that means they might have to comply with things or get penalized. We really aren't there yet, right? We're still in the discussion of let's just get some basic data and authorities and a basic system in place. Then we'll figure out what sort of the rules are, and then we'll talk about sort of how to enforce them. So there really hasn't been that much question. And internationally enforcement, I mean, that's then we can have a whole post-Westphalian discussion of the international order and whether or not enforcement is even a concept in international politics.
Yeah, the UN doesn't seem to think so. So
they don't have the authority to, right?
What about the Space Safety Coalition and funding for the science? Has that been a discussion yet? Do they, with these companies coming together, and many of them with active satellites and real revenue streams and real customers, unlike some space companies, is this a pathway to funding the science?
So here's the thing, right? So I have an opportunity at UT Austin to actually put together what's called an industrial affiliates program. The IAP, the cool thing about UT Austin having this sort of thing is basically none of the funding incurs any sort of indirect and overhead. So at UT Austin, when I get a sponsored project, FAA or a company, usually the 58% is indirect and overhead, right?
Yeah.
But the vice president of research has said for this kind of industry consortium, it's pre-competitive work, so there's no IP involved. It's treated like gift money, and there's no indirect and overhead. But you need at least 3 companies and $150K to get this going. I have chased, as everybody's like, oh man, you're like the rock star of SSA and STM. We love your work. You're doing saints work, man. It's like awesome. It's like, okay, will you join this consortium to basically, no, I'm telling you this, it really upsets me. I have individual companies getting a hold of me saying, we will fund your research if the research shows that our business model for LEO is the right one. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Show that our aggregated collision probability is the thing that makes sense for the, no, like give me the money, I'll do the science, and the science will speak for itself. But you can't say, well, I'll give you a dime only if it like demonstrates that we're the most awesome, most sustainable kind of thing out there. I'm not going to do that. I refuse to sell my soul to do that sort of thing. I refuse to do that. And the other thing is, then these companies are like, oh, well, they're arguing with each other. They're trying to one up each other out in the media, or, oh, the FCC filings, this, that, or the other. But none of them are willing to come together to, again, just fund the science, because they'll blame the government for not doing this, but they have resources that they could bring together as a consortium to fund the science and let the science speak for itself. And they still refuse to do that. And so I have to tell you, I see a lot of companies speaking out both sides of their mouth on this one.
Yeah, that's fascinating, because having been in the oil industry for a long time, funded a lot of wildlife studies, those kinds of things, and never have seen any company demanding a certain outcome of research in combined funding or company funded programs. That's a little bit shocking that the space industry, speaking of it being the wild, wild west, which we heard earlier, that maybe is borne out. Would you say that it's more likely happening with larger companies or smaller companies that's an issue?
I think I'm going to stop speaking at this point. But the thing is, everybody on this call has heard at least of a few of them. And I will have to say that most of this is not being driven by scientists and engineers at the company. This is being driven by lawyers at these companies.
Yeah.
So
I think Moraba makes some excellent points, but I'm not going to blame industry for this problem, because this is why. It's not one company. It's not one university. It is bigger than that, which is why the United States government needs to be leading and encouraging participation and investment by the private sector, as well as partnership with academia. We don't have that piece today.
Right. Yeah, I tend to, there's a long history of the U.S. government, buying into the public good of investing in S&T all the way back to, Innovation the Endless Frontier and Vannevar Bush and all that stuff. This is an area we haven't done a lot. We haven't done a lot of that in this part of space, right? We do it a little bit for some of the pure space sciences. We do it for, astronomy and other things, but there's not really, in terms of this aspect of space activities, public funding for this sorts of research to do this sort of a thing. That's partly sort of part of the maturity of the space sector, right? We're just starting to now sort of get in some of these challenges, but I tend to be, as much as I would like the private sector to kind of step up there, I wouldn't expect them to do that because it's not directly related to their business model in most cases, right? And even though Space World has made a lot of leaps in terms of the business world, it's still a pretty small sector, right? The entire space sector is like half of Walmart or, half of, any other number of really big firms out there, let alone what Apple pulls in a given year.
Yeah, yeah. Well, for a final question, just a brief answer. Some of you have made real inroads with the general public about this issue. George, you talked about gravity more, but you're giving talks to much larger audiences. You're hitting 2 million views on some of your video material. Talk about the role of the general public. Is it beneficial to continue to educate them on this problem, or does it remove some of the inspiration of space to feel disheartened about our ecological impacts? Or is it beneficial to build constituencies to ensure that we do generate policies going forward? What's your idea about the general public?
I think the general public needs to be enrolled in the vision. They need to understand how people are using the sky and that there are consequences to them, even if the consequence is nothing more than seeing more dots go by at night and that sort of thing. So yeah, I think the public needs to be enrolled in this. And I gotta tell you, speaking at space venues and stuff like that doesn't get us there. The space the space community in general tends to be very insular, and to a great extent, there's a lot of elitism in that sort of stuff. Oh, you're not good enough. You're not part of the inner clique. You go to the space conferences, it's very cliquey. Oh, there's a special meeting and you're not invited and only this separate circle. And we still treat each other this way. Right now I'm in Richmond, Virginia to support my spouse working at a birth center. And the cool thing is I'm walking down the streets. I'm like, wow, hardly anybody knows anything about space. It feels weird to be in a place where there's just non-space people. And it just makes me realize, wow, I have a lot of work ahead of me to basically enroll these people, So the thing is, I can do a quick talk at a space conference and I might get like 10,000 views, but then I do like a TED thing, which reaches a lot more, 2 million people. So it just underscores that science communication and space need to be performed better if we want the public to be enrolled in what we're trying to do.
Yeah, to add on to that, I think the public outreach and education is an important piece of this. I would just caution that it is not the route to political decisions, right? That if you think about that, the grassroots route on this is just it would take a very long time. But I just can't imagine a scenario where people would make political voting decisions on this over, education or the economy or whatever, terrorism or immigration or whatever else happens to be out there, right? But look, I do think it is an important piece of it, if only because they're the eventual users, right? The whole reason we're doing this is because space provides benefits to humanity, right? And helps improve the economy, helps us get to the grocery store on time, and all sorts of other things. And that's why we care so much about the space environment, is because of those benefits. So I do think it's an important piece of it. let's just not make that our strategy for how we're going to get the politicians to take action.
So just to build on both of those comments, because space is so important, our notional mission for the civil space traffic management system was to enhance the safety of space operations and to preserve the space environment, because again, space is so important to our everyday life that we need to pay attention to this.
Thank you so much, all of you. We are certainly hoping that this will reach a broader audience, our work here, and inviting you all to give your expert opinions. Really appreciate your time, George, Brian, Moraba. Look forward to having you back. And we will move on to the student spotlight here in a minute, but I think Tim Chrisman managed to make it to a place where he can speak to us. So Tim, why don't you hop on about space traffic management?
Yeah, no, I had a question for Moraba about the funding sources for the research. Have insurers talked with you at all about doing the research to help them better understand the risk?
No, they want the results that show them how they can make more money, but they don't want to pay for the research to get there.
Fair.
Booyah, my brother. I'm still eating with breadcrumbs. Yeah.
All right.
Cheers, folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. So yesterday we had our first student spotlight, and today we have a new one. Let's see. Gavin McDermott. He is 17 years old. He's a junior at San Luis Obispo High School, and he is part of their ASB class. And apart from that, he takes physics and computer science courses. He's had an interest in space since he was young, and he's going to give a little presentation today. So Gavin, thank you for joining us. I saw you jump in earlier.
Yeah, thank you. You guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Alrighty.
That's showing up just fine on my end.
Perfect. All right. Yeah. So I guess I'll start out a little bit about me. So, yep, I'm a junior in high school. I like to spend time playing Minecraft. That's one of my pastimes. I also run track. Really fun. I do hurdles. The weirder hobby, I make mechanical keyboards. Anyway. Yeah. So I guess I should probably start off by saying that I'm rather young, right? I'm a student. I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to topics, and I'm speaking to people who are very knowledgeable about these topics. I just kind of want to acknowledge my gap in knowledge and kind of just say that outright. But yeah, I guess I'll kind of start off by saying some of the things that I find really interesting about space, right? One of the bigger things that is more relevant today, right, is the privatization of space, right? The private sector. And it's not only SpaceX and Blue Origin, but those are the two big names out there, right? And I'll admit that I do have a little bit of a bias towards private companies. I think that private companies can operate in ways that are sometimes more efficient than the government, not always, of course. And I just really, I think that the importance of having this private sector is very, it's telling, right? So, SpaceX has been in the news for producing a bunch of rockets, like their Falcon rockets. And that kind of like news coverage, right? It really helps people look at space as something that's going on in the moment, right? And so that's super beneficial. So yeah, but of course, there's always caveats, right? So these are private companies, and at the end of the day, one of their top priorities is to make money, right? And that can come at the cost of the environment or the labor rights or whatever. But just thought that was something I should note. And one of the other really, really interesting things that I've been learning a bit more about with my computer science classes, right? So artificial intelligence, right? Computer sentience, computers that know that they are computers and can operate on their own free will, right? I think that's something that's very dangerous, right? And scary, but can also host a lot of benefits, right? Giving a sentient program power and access to information globally could lead to well-being, right? Of course, there's always the the Terminator outcome, but I think I think that artificial intelligence will become more relevant for more people, right? It seems that nowadays, if you have a problem in any major field of technology, the solution is just like throw AI at it, right? I think it'll become more useful for more people in the general public, and it'll become better too, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of Moore's law. It states that computing power, there's a couple different rules, right? They're all different, but the general consensus is that computing power is growing exponentially, and it has since the 70s. And with that, more computing power will lead to more powerful sentience. And that's something that I really, really find interest in. So I just thought I'd share a bit about that. Now I'm going to talk about the general importance of NASA, right? So this picture right here really hurts me. It shows the budget since the 60s, right? NASA's creation. And, you see the spike right here. Of course, that was the space race against the USSR. But ever since then, it's kind of just plateaued, and it's not really, becoming one of the major issues compared to, when it was in the 60s. It makes up about 0.5% of all federal spending, which, is a lot, but not comparable to, things like military and defense spending. So yeah, I thought I'd show that. Another thing, so I had an argument recently with one of my teachers who was saying that, space spending, tax money going to space seems kind of useless, right? I'm sure that you've all heard that argument in some form, but I pushed back on it and said that, a lot of the benefits of pouring money into solving problems and, creating solutions and, leads to a lot of things, right? So I'll show this right here. This is this, graphic that I found. It shows, general things that have been invented through, money, putting money into space, right? So you have stuff like camera phones, wireless headsets, LEDs. These are very useful. I mean, it's kind of incredible, just the general stuff. And, it's not only the basic stuff that you might see, around the house, right? But it's also, it's bigger, right? So, groups that have been collecting data through satellites are able to use that data to interpret many things, right? And so one of the things that is being that data is being used for is to predict weather patterns in some third world countries, right? So that is huge. I mean, for these farmers that don't have the means to waste all of their water or time, right? That kind of foresight is massive, and it allows for higher efficiencies and everything, right? So I thought I'd mention that, right? Yeah, all of these just kind of show that, NASA and space doesn't all have to do with space. And of course, you guys probably already know a fair bit about that, but thought I'd mention it. Another other thing, right? Public opinion of space and NASA in general is very, very high. I mean, you only have the average, only 17% of the average person, dislikes space, and most of them supports funding in NASA. But I remember, I think it was, Mariba was talking about how we need to engage more people into supporting space. We already have that level of engagement, and yeah, I think it's now just passing that on to the politicians who are able to fund these types of things. So last kind of thing, right? Space is our future. There's no, it's not like we're ditching Earth or anything like that. But in order for our our collectivity to expand and grow our knowledge, our power, our everything, it'll take a lot of effort from everyone, and the efforts of this generation will directly impact the generations hundreds of years to come, right? It's kind of crazy to think about it that way. And a lot of it just comes from people that are willing to push the boundaries and do good for the world and cause change. So one of the last things I kind of want to show, right? So this is editorial from December 8th, 1903, right? This says, hence, if it requires, just kind of, I'm not going to read all of it, but essentially what it's saying is it's a journalist talking about how spaceflight will be, it'll take the combined efforts of, the combined and continuous efforts of mathematicians and mechanics from 1 million to 10 million years. And this is for space, or not space flight, sorry, just flight in general, right? So airplanes and mechanical airplanes. So this is December 8th, 1903, right? December 17th, Orville and Wilbur Wright made the first mechanical plane. That is 9 days after this came out. It's pretty ridiculous when you look at it like that. But these expectations that are set are often wrong, right? People saying that we won't be able to go to Mars until 2050, or we need to constantly be willing to push the boundaries in order for our species to evolve and do better. It's kind of the gist of my interest in space and stuff like that, right? And I think I'm gonna open it up to questions. So
Thank you, Gavin. Great job. Really interesting to see your perspectives and your choices about what to present. Can you maybe talk a little bit about more about your conversations with peers? What do you think the average high schooler is thinking about space, and are they thinking about space at all? And if so, in what way?
Yeah, I will say that I think, the general consensus of space in our school, at least my school, right, is just, it's there. It's not really anything that most people will try to, go for, right? It's a sector that is, how do I say? It's there. It's just, I think a lot of my friends, right, my people in my class are generally not thinking of space as a viable career path or really thinking about it at all. Which is pretty sad to say, but.
Yeah, that's one thing that we talk about a lot, is that reputation that it's for only STEM fields. And it definitely limits the number of people who can come into the industry if they're not prepared, whether it's through becoming a lawyer or writing or journalism. What are some ways that you think might be effective in changing that, interacting better with a younger audience and sharing the news that there's more opportunity than they might think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I guess you could kind of look towards like the military, right? At least at our high school, right? And they have, every once in a while, they send out this somebody from the military, and they do like a pull-up competition. Not saying that that's necessary to get people to want to do space, but maybe raising awareness by going to schools, and that maybe that is out of reach of the space sector or NASA, but creating opportunities for kids to want to learn about space as well. These are big tasks, right? But I think that generally, like going to the kids and explaining things to them, because admittedly, not probably like a year ago, I had no idea that private space existed. I thought it was all just the government. I've learned a lot since then, but there's so much more to learn. And I think a lot of it just comes from me wanting to learn, but not everybody has that same aspiration. See, I think that, sorry, I'm kind of tangenting, but I think that going to students and asking their, seeing their knowledge and then explaining things, I guess, would be the simplest way to do it, but that's also a large task.
Yeah, to go into every school. Yeah, Tim, our executive director of Foundation for the Future, I think may have a couple questions for you as well. Tim, do you want to jump on? We love hearing the birds chirping where you are. Or is it cicadas?
It's loud is what it is, and windy and hot. I'm from Alaska, so. Yeah, no, Gavin, thanks for being on here. I've got bad feedback. Is that me?
We can hear the feedback.
Let's see, is that better?
Yes.
All right, that's weird. Anyway, so I wanted to hone in on one of the things you were saying about your class.
Oh, sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Sorry. Yeah. We'll try this different. Honing in on something you said about your peers in your class, namely that space isn't cool, real.
Yeah.
And what would in schools like that lets people know you can join the military, but it doesn't necessarily signal that it's something they want to do.
Yes.
So what would convince people that whatever they want to do can also be done in space?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it comes from knowledge, right? I mean, when people think NASA or, SpaceX, they think STEM, right? And that's kind of what Lee was saying earlier. But I don't know, maybe just awareness about possible opportunities for jobs outside of STEM, right? And you said there were lawyers and, obviously there's more than just that, but that's what comes to mind. And just, expanding people's perception of space to not just that, through means of, social media or, presenters or, there's so many options, but yeah, I think one of the main pitfalls of, students in my grade are, they aren't really thinking about space as anything other than STEM.
Right. And it's not their fault. Like we're, as more of us said earlier, we're an insular community. Cool kids get in. So.
No, that's true. I remember. Yeah, that was a good talk.
All right. Well, that about cuts our time. Gavin, really appreciate you participating. Really enjoyed your comments and presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
All right. And next, I want to bring on our colleague, Emily Mischler in the Development Office for Foundation for the Future, just for a few minutes. Emily, welcome back.
Thanks so much, Lee. How are you?
I'm good. Emily, take it away.
So no worries at all. Thanks so much, Tim, and thanks, Lee. It's so cool to see everybody so involved in this conversation. And I think that's the whole point of Conversations for the Future. So it's truly a pleasure to meet you all and be here today, Lee. Thank you again for this generous introduction. And all of you who are here, thank you so much for being here. As Lee mentioned, my name is Emily Mischler, and I'm affiliated with the Foundation for the Future's Philanthropic Development Arm. My background is the intersection of corporate philanthropy and creative solutions for revolutionary ideas. Nobody dreams in conventional thinking. Didn't get us to the moon, doesn't ring the bell on Wall Street, and it certainly won't build a future beyond our world. Here at Foundation for the Future, we're activating and unleashing new possibilities. We're dreaming unconventional dreams, building never before seen infrastructure, passing bills that have never existed, and disrupting the status quo. This future that we're actively building in space and beyond is being built one relationship, conversation, and connection at a time. In order to continue this momentum in building and contributing to this caliber of event, conversation, and community, we need your help. This June, Foundation for the Future is doing a membership drive. Join us in creating a community of space and financial industry leaders, organizations, educators, and students who are dedicated to building a solid foundation for the future in space through becoming a member. The Foundation has recently launched a corporate and individual membership program whose mission is to connect like-minded and passionate individuals who see the near-term potential in space. We're recruiting everyone from students to CEOs to join us in creating a dynamic ecosystem of young enthusiasts, investors, entrepreneurs, students, and larger industry partners inside or outside of the space industry. We welcome all who want to join and contribute to this urgent conversation, which obviously impacts us all. The benefits are vast, comprehensive, and we're just getting started. For more information, please visit the Foundation's website, f4f.space/membership. So consider this your official invitation to join us in making outer space accessible to all and building the future of our world and beyond. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us at the Foundation for the Future. Our contact information and a link to donate is available at the QR code on the screen and also available on the website. For those of you on the private meeting link, I'll stick around for a few minutes to answer any questions. For those of you on the live stream, thank you so much for being here. Thank you again for your support and tuning in. And now I'll hand back the mic to Lee for our next segment.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's always delightful to have you on the screen. Your energy is just wonderful. We are so grateful for the support of our corporate and individual members. So far, we've had great response initially and just look forward to our growing relationship with all of you. And thank you very much for a wonderful day of talks. Thank you to our speakers and to our loyal audience who come, many of you are here every month, 2 days in a row, long hours. The level of concentration to absorb these talks is significant, and your staying power, your interest in the variety of topics that we're covering has been really inspiring to me. So thank you all for being here. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic back over to Lila, our co-founder and chief marketing officer for Foundation for the Future, to close out our live stream and kick off our networking happy hour. And I look forward to seeing everyone next month, July 13th and 14th, for our next event. Lila?
Thank you, Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound just fine.
Excellent, excellent. Normally you'd be seeing my face on the screen. I've lived in my new house now since November. I've never had my internet go out until today. I keep getting notifications that it'll be later and later, and the last one I got was just, it's taking longer than usual. So here I am via phone. I just want to echo what everyone else said. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the speakers. Thanks to Lee. Thanks to Michael for making it such an engaging event today. And wanted to, thank everyone on the call and let you know that you're welcome to linger a little bit. Those in the Zoom, that is. We're going to network and enjoy some informal discussion. We can chat more about the topics discussed today and yesterday. And I thought it would be fun, given this week's news, to pose a question to everyone. We can do it in the chat and then maybe have discussion. But if money were no object, say you've got 100 billion in the bank, how much would you bid to join Jeff Bezos in space next month? I'd also love to hear your why behind it. But before we get into that, I'm just going to give you a quick preview of July's event. Join us July 13th and 14th for Conversations for the Future. The topic will be thriving in space. So that means a lot of things. But to sustain life in the harsh environment that floats just above us, first we need to survive. We need a place to live where we can create a breathable atmosphere, carry or grow rations, and recycle enough resources to extend our presence. But we also want to thrive. What have we learned so far about life in space? We'll talk with guests who work on habitats, food, health, and space life. So tune in for a really interesting event. Also, next month, our quote, Boots on the Ground Foundation for the Future team will be live from West Virginia. It has been Tim and Ashley historically. We'll see who it is next time. Where they will engage with local leaders and educators and really help make the case for why space infrastructure is essential to communities outside of the Space Coast. We've been to Scranton, Pennsylvania. We've been to Akron, Ohio. Tim and Ashley were in Savannah this week. So just continuing that trend. And again, last but not least, thank you again to our members and our supporters. We couldn't do this without you. As Emily just mentioned, we've kicked off a June membership drive with the goal of 50 new members. If we can get up to 15 as a result of this event, awesome. That would be a huge success. Individual memberships are only $100 a year, and we have a variety of corporate membership levels too. So you can check out our website. If Leo, you can drop that membership drive link in the chat, that would be great. And as always, if you have any questions, suggestions, or interested in speaking or getting involved in any way as a volunteer, we'd love to connect. Please contact myself or Tim or anyone. There's also an online form you could submit. So again, thank you. I look forward to seeing everyone next month. And yeah, now on to the after show for anyone who wants to stick around and chat.